Hello and welcome everyone to ZaranTech. Over 80% of SAP customers are now adopting SAP BTP to build future-ready business applications. This course will help you learn how to use ABAP in the cloud using SAP's business technology platform. It's a modern approach to building and extending applications using the power of HANA and ABAP together. SAP BTP helps companies improve development speed by up to 50%, reduce costs, and connect systems better. With more businesses moving to the cloud, ABAP on BTP is becoming a must-have skill. This topic matters because ABAP developers are now expected to work in cloud environments. With SAP pushing BTP as its main platform, knowing how to build ABAP apps in the cloud keeps your skills relevant and future-ready. In this course, we'll walk you through the setup, key tools, cloud development basics, and how to build real ABAP apps on HANA using BTP. Let's dive in.
In the initial module, we are first going to talk about SAP HANA. What is SAP HANA? What all benefits it provides? Then, of course, you require some tools to do the development, which will provide you the editor, the compiler, and everything. So we are going to discuss about not HANA Studio, but again, HANA Studio is in comparison to Eclipse, it was very much similar. Now SAP has stopped investing in HANA Studio and they are fully aligned with Eclipse. So we are going to talk about Eclipse, and that also has ADT provided by SAP. So we are going to talk about that, how to install it, what is ADT, what is IDE, and then how you can use it for your development. So you can see now HANA Studio / Eclipse. So we are going to talk about Eclipse. But before that, now tell me, what do you guys understand about SAP HANA? How is it different from any other database? For example, in the market, there has been many other databases like Oracle, MySQL. There has been so many databases. How SAP HANA is different from those databases? Or if you think it is similar, then yes, please go ahead and tell me what you know about SAP HANA. Anyone?
It stores information in column format, in columnarized way, and
to a certain extent correct. Not only in column storage, it's also store the data in row storage as well. So it provides both the option. You can store the data in form of row storage and as well as column storage. But yes, that is also correct. Next,
mainly the main difference between S/4HANA and ECC when we compare at the database level. So in ECC, we were using Oracle database, where we use most of SQL statements or ABAP, ECC coding. But when it comes to S/4HANA, it is with the SAP database, and also the main advantage with S/4HANA is in memory, where we can, easily store a lot of information and instantly we can retrieve it. That's one of the advantage. Yeah.
Right. I was looking for that particular word. SAP HANA is an in-memory database. And what do we mean by in-memory database? So I am not going into the slides at the moment. You, of course, will have some information about. So if I go to this material, so you must be already familiar with this portal where you will have all the information according to the learning material. The learning material, even the session recordings, everything would be made available over here. I would be going to the slides, but before that, I just want to get an idea. I want you guys to understand what is SAP HANA. And so before I am presenting the slide, let me quickly go through this disclaimer. Yeah. So you can quickly go through the disclaimer. So, you must be already aware, but I'll just quickly flash it on the screen for probably 10-20 seconds. You can go through it, you can read it. And of course, you need to abide by it. So you cannot circulate the material. It is for your learning and blah, blah stuff. So you can just read it and we can continue further. All right. Then moving on. So you can say SAP HANA is an in-memory database. Absolutely correct. Bingo, right on the point. What do you mean by in-memory database? Can anyone relate it with the example? So I am using, let's say, a laptop or a PC or any kind of a machine. Can anyone relate what is in memory in my laptop or what is persistent memory in my laptop, and what benefit it will bring if the data and everything is stored in the memory itself? I'm just trying to demystify. So SAP HANA is in-memory database. I'm trying to demystify this so that you understand what do we mean by in-memory database. Okay, let me break it down even further. So in my computer, I have hard disk, maybe 1 terabyte of hard disk. I have a RAM, let's say it is 16 GB of RAM. And then of course, all the other computing. So I have the other computing units. I have the screen or the monitor where I am going to see, I'm going to interact with the machine. Of course, the keyboard and the mouse, which will help me interacting with the machine. Now, can you tell me what is the difference between the hard disk and the RAM?
RAM is like, I mean, if you look at the term, it's random access memory, which means we can retrieve the data, whichever is in RAM, very fast, instantly. Whereas when we want to retrieve the data from the hard disk, first we should read it to RAM. Then from there, we can see the information. We can access the information.
Right. So all my data and everything is stored in the persistent storage, which is my hard disk. And as you can see, I have 1 terabyte of a hard disk, and probably, let's say that is going to cost me around, I'm just taking a random figure. Let's say that is going to cost me 20,000 rupees. And as you mentioned, for any processing, for any calculation, I am going to pull the data from my persistent storage from my hard disk into my RAM, and the processing and everything is going to happen in RAM. And then it will again updated in the hard disk, or it would be displayed on the screen so that I can view the data, I can access the data, and I can do all lot of stuff. Now, the cost of 16 GB of RAM would be probably equivalent to 1 terabyte of hard disk. I'm just taking random figures. So even let's say that is going to cost me around 15,000. But accessing the data from RAM is much faster. So that is the in-memory, not the database, but the in-memory storage that we have in our laptop or in our machine. And of course, accessing or processing the data from in-memory is faster. Now, think about earlier when you had the database as a persistent storage, and compared to that when you have the database as an in-memory. So the same thing, the same example which I gave with reference to my laptop, accessing the data or processing the data from RAM is faster. And even if the data is stored in the persistent storage, I need to bring the data from persistent storage to the in-memory or to the RAM, and then I can process it. Now think about having the entire database in your RAM itself. If you do not have any hard disk, you have everything in the RAM. Do you think you will be able to save a little bit of time that would be required to process the data from your hard disk to your RAM? Yes, no, yes, of course, that time will be saved. And also the RAM or the in-memory is going to be faster. So even your computational, the processing and everything will be faster. So SAP HANA has brought that kind of innovation that, okay, they are providing the entire database as an in-memory database. And whatever traditional database we talk about, Oracle, MySQL, they were earlier persistent storage. Now, again, other companies, other database providers are also bringing in-memory database, but probably SAP HANA was the first one to bring in memory database. The concept of in-memory is clear. What do we mean by in-memory database? Anyone?
Yes.
Who did not understand this? So of course, in memory, putting the database in the memory or the RAM kind of stuff, of course, increases the performance. That is one aspect. And apart from that, SAP has brought in many other hardware as well as software innovation. And we are going to talk about that. You can see some of them has been listed over here. You don't need to go into the details of this. You don't need to learn or know about SAP HANA database. But of course, since we are talking about CDS, AMDP, and let's say table function, new ABAP syntax, all these are going to work on SAP HANA database. So we should know what is SAP HANA database and how that is going to support whatever we are learning. Why implementing a CDS view is faster in terms of processing, more optimized in terms of processing, that will be answered when you know SAP HANA is an in-memory database. SAP HANA has row and column store. SAP HANA has parallel processing. SAP HANA has data compression. SAP HANA stores data in form of vectors. When you know all these things, you will automatically know that, okay, why CDS is going to bring better performance. And of course, the technical stuff we are going to learn. Okay, then let's deep dive into all these topics. What is parallel processing? What is row and column store? What is data compression and everything? Okay, so first I'm going to talk about row and column store. Okay, row and column store. I have a table. I'll take a very simple example. I will store 4 or 5 information, and then we will see how that data will be stored in form of row storage and how data will be stored in form of column storage. So let's say I'm taking a very simple employee table. We have an employee ID, we have name, we have department, and we have gender. Okay, I'm going to take the random names. Sorry, it should be here. Employee ID 101. Department IT, gender male, 102, again IT, gender male. Oh, I am here. Okay, so this is my table, and you can see it has 4 columns: employee ID, name, department, and gender. And then you can see we have some data. For simplicity, I've taken that. Okay, let's understand that it has only 4 rows of record. Now let us understand how data will be stored when we are talking about row storage. So in a row storage, all the data that you have in one row will be stored. So let's say it is stored like this, and then the next row of information. I'm putting everything side by side so you can understand this. And of course, I mean, this is not how exactly it will be stored in the database, but to explain you, I'm trying to do it like this. Now, let's say, now how data will be traversed. So you will start from here, row. First row, you have employee ID, then you have Rohit, the name, then you have department, you have gender, then again it will go to the next row, you have 102, you have Virat, IT, so on. So if I need to find the information related to, let's say, the department HR, I want to find anything, what is the name of the employee who belongs to department HR, how the traversing would happen in the database. It will start from here. So it would start from column C, it will go to D, E, F, G, like this. And then finally, it will come over here. It will find the department HR, and then it will take the corresponding name Swati. So this is the information we will get. Now, let's see that how this data will be stored in form of column storage. Now, in form of column storage, instead of storing all rows of record first, it is going to store all the column information first. So first, it is going to store like this. So 101, 102, 103, 104, and then again, all the names. So this is how the data will be stored in form of a column storage. And if you want to traverse in the data that is stored, you will start from here again, column number C. I'm talking about the column number C of Excel, and it will traverse like this, and then it will fetch the data. So if I need to find anything related to department HR, then I don't need to traverse all these things, because I know this information is with the employee ID, this information is with the name, and probably I can directly go to the information. This database will do internally. It will directly go to the information where you are storing information related to the department, and then find the HR and find the relevant stuff or related stuff. And you already must be knowing, if not, then if you need to process all the data. So for example, if I need to display all this information, then row storage could be beneficial, because anyways, I have to traverse across all the data points, across all the data sets before displaying or before processing. But if I need to process data according to a specific column, or let's say if you had the salary column as well, and then let's say I am taking some random salary, and these are in dollars, right? So don't think this is too low. Okay, so these are the salary. I want to know what is the total salary I am paying to my employees. So what is the total salary I am paying to my employee? And that will be like this. In the Excel, it will be like this. I want to know this figure. I want to know this figure. What is the total salary I'm paying to the employees? Now, if I were using a column storage, so I'm going to replace and compare it with the row storage. So what I'm going to do is I am just going to replace the gender with the salary, so that I don't need to do too much of changes here. 10,000 here, 10,000 here, and 1,000, whatever it is here. Now think of, I need to get the total salary. How the database is going to start processing? It will come here, start from C119, and then find, okay, this is the value you need. Then it will take for calculation, then again start traversing, this is the value you need. This will again be taken for calculation, then again starts traversing, this is the value you need for calculation. Compared to this, now your entire salary, so let's say after here, you have the salary information, So you have 10,000, you have, okay, this is also 10,000, then you have 2,000, and then you have again 50,000. So the processing would start from here because you need only the salary information. So you don't need to go one by one, and then the salary information is embedded somewhere in between the other information. You can simply come here and then start processing. You can take all these 4 figures and the calculation is done. So do you think which one will be easier for the database to process, the column storage or the row storage, where I need to get the total salary? Based on how I explained, which one will be easier for you to do the calculation? I could not hear that. Anyone is saying something? So in general rule, whenever you need to do certain processing according to a column, for example, you have a salary, you want to get the total sum, you want to figure out the salary of an employee according to the gender column, then all this processing are happening according to a particular column. Then in that case, column storage could be beneficial. And here I'm talking about only 4 rows of record with 3 or 4 columns. And then you can see even in that, with my naked eye, I'm able to process this information, and probably it would be easier for me to process this information in a column storage. Just think of this in a row storage. This information is embedded somewhere in between. I need to scan every row and every column of data before I can actually get all the values which I need for my summation. Here, I can, even with one glance, I know, okay, this is where I need to go. And then you will find all the relevant data stored sequentially, and then you can just do the calculation. So that is the difference, how the row and column storage is stored in a database. I have explained it in a very layman's terms, but again, a more complex version of this is how it is stored in the database as well. And you will have many thousands of records, probably hundreds of columns, and then this is how it will be stored in the database as well. Any questions, any doubts regarding the row and column storage? So now when you create a database table in SE11, whenever you create a database table, you have an option of row storage and column storage. Now, while creating that, now can you logically reason that whether you should select the table as a row storage or a column storage? Okay, I'll give you certain situations. You tell me what kind of row storage or column storage you should create that database table. You are creating a transactional table which will have the sales done by any company. Let's take example of Reliance Smart or Reliance Jio, any example you can consider. So the total sales that is done. So every transaction, every sales that is happening, the amount, the sales order number, maybe the customer number, all those will be created in that particular table. What kind of storage you would make that table? And Reliance is doing, let's say, at least a million of transaction, not on the daily basis, but at least on the weekly basis.
So I can give my view. So since we are talking about a particular company which is selling the products, so my thinking is we should go with the row storage, because for me, primary key is the company which is selling the things.
Okay. So again, whether you make it as a row store or you make it as a column store, primary key is not going to change. And probably not the company will be the primary key. The sales order number will be your primary key, right? So if you take example of VBAK, that is what you will create. So let's say this is the sales table. I am just giving you have the order number, you have the buyer information, which will be your customer, you have the sales amount, let's say date and location, maybe the city or whatever you have. I'm making it very simple, but the number of rows that you will have in this table will be too much. Probably you can assume like every day you have 20,000 rows of data in this.
So that's
yes. Now, what factors you are evaluating to consider this, whether it should be a row store or it should be a column store? And just try to relate it with this example. When I said, okay, when you need to do certain processing on a column, probably column storage could be beneficial. Or when you want to process the entire table data, then row storage could be beneficial. So what other factors you are evaluating?
See, if I want to retrieve the information based on order number, then we should go with row storage. But if I want to retrieve the information based on the buyer, how many orders I have processed for a particular buyer, in that case, I would say column storage would be beneficial.
Perfect. So now you're going in the right direction. Now, again, to give you more context, what kind of information would generally be expected out of this table? Generally, I'm not saying that would be the hard and fast rule, but generally what kind of information? Maybe I would like to know the total sales done per city wise.
Yeah,
right?
buyer wise or highest.
Buyer, maybe or the sales done on a specific amount. So I can put a filter, the sales done, which is greater than 2,000 rupees, right?
Yeah.
All this is calculations I'm doing on a specific column. So if I have, let's say, a random amount I'm giving, 100, 2,000, 300, 500, 600. So if I want to know the order numbers where the sales amount is greater than 500, for example, then just again try to visualize with the row and column storage which one will be better and faster. This information is embedded somewhere in the row storage, or it is already stacked at one place in form of a column storage. Which one will give me better results?
I mean, column storage will give you a faster.
Of course, column storage, because all this information will be stacked at one place, and then I just need to go to that particular place. I just need to check the value of sales amount. I'm not bothered about. That's not the correct statement, but again, I need to process this data first, and then I need to find the relevant order number. So yes, in that case, column storage would be better. Okay, now I have another scenario. You have a table where it's a master data table where you are going to store the information. Let's say somehow I need to store the information of the state and their capital. So I need to store the information of all the states in India and their capital. What kind of storage it could be, or it should be made?
So if we look at layman terms, it's 1-to-1 we are looking for. So obviously we have one capital for one state. So it would be better to store it in a row wise so that retrieval of information will be fast in that case.
Right. And that is absolutely correct as well. And you know the number of records, right? So in the earlier table, the data volume was huge. I was talking about sometime 10,000, sometime 20,000, and maybe there could be a sale which is even greater than 20,000. I mean, the 20,000 different order numbers. So you are not very sure of the number of records that you will have over here. But here you already know that probably, it might increase or decrease. So it would be around 27, 28, 29, 30, around that figure only. So the number of record in that table is not going to drastically increase. So you already know that. And maybe you would need the state and their capital. So the row storage in that format would be beneficial. And again, you can visualize. If you want to visualize, just visualize in form of a row and column storage. So you would have the state and capital, and whatever you would need that kind of a combined information. So you just traverse across, you find the state and the corresponding capital, you will find it over there. Rather than having all the state name and all the capital name at one place. Of course, I mean, with such small table, you will not see any difference in terms of performance. But yes, when you have a configuration table, master table, where you know the number of records is going to be less, you already know the number of records, what kind of data you are storing, then row storage is beneficial. But when you are having transitional table where you have lot of records, many columns, and you know that you would need to do the processing based on certain columns, in that case, column storage could be beneficial. And again, I'm saying could be. Why? Because there is no hard and fast rule. There is no blueprint that, okay, you need to follow this blueprint and you need to create your table as a row and a column storage. It is again on individual thinkings, and then some of the factors that you need to consider. If you already know the answer according to those factors, then you can create your table according to row and column storage. But in general, even if you will see what SAP has created, most of the transitional table, you will see it as a column store. If you are using the latest version where you have the row and column storage, then you will see most of the transitional table are column store. Perfect. Any questions?
So maybe I'll ask one more question with my knowledge and other features. So let's say when we are maintaining employee master data, for suppose if you look at TCS, there are 3 lakh employees. Let's say a huge data, but still it's a master data. And if we look at the payroll, every month, company will be processing the payroll data for the employee. We are obviously will be storing in tables. I mean, if you look at the core concepts, we'll be storing in clusters. But again, inside the cluster, we'll be retrieving from particular table. So in this scenario, both master data and payroll, we should go for column store, or how it would be?
You can do that, but definitely the payroll. I mean, according to my understanding and the way I am interpreting payroll, that would be a transitional data. So for every employee, let's say at least every month a new payroll is getting generated. And for simplicity, I'm taking that that organization has 5,000 employees. That 5,000 number, we know that, okay, it would be around that number, 5,000, it would increase to 10,000, but over the years. But the transactional data where you are processing the payroll, that will have every month you will have 5,000. So annually you have 12 into 5. So annually you have 60,000 records over there minimum. And let's say if there are additional payroll processing, like for example, any claim processing, then the number of records is going to increase. So for payroll processing, yes, I would store it as a column store. The master data, you can make it as a row store as well, because from there, either you would pull all the information or you're not going to do calculation on the column, right? That is a master data table. So you need to get all the information for that particular column. What I mean to say is, I'll explain that. So the same employee table I'm going to consider. Let us assume, except for the salary, or even this you can consider as a master data, where your salary is fixed. I mean, this is going to change annually. Now, whenever I need to fetch the data, what would be my requirement? I want to fetch all the information that is for employee ID 102 or employee name Virat. I need all this information, right? In general, that would be the requirement from the HR, from the manager, that kind of requirement. Now tell me, you already have the data split in form of a row and column storage. Which one can you easily locate? I want this information. Employee ID 102, I want all their information.
Then it would be row will be better,
right? Row will be better because you can simply locate the 102 employee ID and you need all the data.
Yes.
But you have it stacked together so you can find it.
Yes.
So if you need all the columns, then probably again, that could be one of the reasoning that, okay, I would make it row storage. And if I need only, let's say, I need to do certain processing, certain calculation on some specific columns, then column storage will be better. So now again, I mean, the question that you put forward, you have an employee master table, and then you have the employee payroll table where every month the salary that is being credited with their tax information, their PF account, PF related information. So everything would be there. The transitional data, that would be a column storage. This would be the row storage. Understood? All right. Any other question from anyone? Okay. If no questions, I am going to move ahead. The other few advantages, where is that? Other few advantages, you can see you have data compression as well. So row and column storage, you have data compression. What do we mean by data compression? So the same example I'm going to take. So let's say this is the table. Now to make it easier, I'm going to remove the salary information. I'm going to work on this table only. Now you have this table. You have employee ID, name, department, and gender. How data compression is going to work. So what database, SAP HANA database is going to do, it will make some smaller segregation, smaller partitioning, and how it is going to store those data. Now, let's say I'm giving random numbers to this, and even the concept of vectors will be somewhat related. Have we taken any more dates? And the last, this one, okay. So I 1, Virat is 3, 10, 2, 3, 1. Now, if you compare this table and this table, and of course, for this table, I need these tables as well. So do not think of just 4 rows of record. Think from a perspective where you have thousands of record, which one will be taking more space, or which one will be taking comparatively less space when you compare this table and this table along with the related tables as well. Because to have this table, I need to have this table as well. And what I have done is, you can see these are different tables or the different other partitioning which the database has done. So this is the, let's say, the name part, not the partitioning, but let's say we have a separate table for name, and then you have the department, and then you have the gender. So this is how they have assigned some vectors to the different values. And in that table, actually the vector number is stored, and then you can know that, okay, for the vector number 1 in the name table, what is the name? The name is Rohit. So tell me which one will take less memory, this one or this one. And of course, when you're considering this, do consider this entire thing as well. The relationship also needs to be considered, because to achieve the output from this table, I need the relationship as well. Then also considering this, also tell me which one will take less memory. And not just from four rows of it. Any guesses also?
The second one should take less memory, because when we look at department and gender, we are not trying to repeatedly store the information. For suppose IT, HR, sales, it may be pre-sales or some other thing. So where the number of characters will be more. But here we are simply storing with 1 and 2. So which will take less space in compared to.
Absolutely right. And this will take less space, because even after certain rows of certain number of records, even the names would start repeating. I mean, there cannot be that, okay, you have only one Rohit, you have only one Virat. Let's say you have 5 people or 5 employees with the name Rohit. Then if I've already mapped it to a vector 1, instead of storing Rohit 5 times, I'm going to just place 1, 1, 1. I mean, the corresponding vector number over there, and that could relate that, okay, this relates to the name Rohit. So this is how the data compression and vectors work. And again, everything I'm explaining is from a very layman's term, but in the database, of course, it would be more complex. But to explain it, how in a layman terms you can understand that this is how it is going to work. So the database already stores this in form of a vector. So this is nothing but a vectors, which is pointing to the actual data. And you can see the data is already stored in a compressed format. So here in the main table, in the transitional table, you're not storing the all the data value. You're storing the vector number, which is already in a much compressed way. And then the vector will point to the actual data, and then you can retrieve the data. So this also is one of the advantage of SAP HANA database. Of course, other database also have these kind of functionalities, but here we are talking about SAP HANA as a database. So this is how your vectors and your data compression works. Then you have one more, which is, sorry, any questions?
So here I have a doubt. So when you say that vectors will be created, this will be taken care automatically by S4. Do we have to, will it be taken care, or do we have to do some setting at the time of table creation or anything like that?
This is being taken care by SAP HANA, not S4 HANA, because here we're talking about the SAP. So yes, it will be taken care by SAP HANA automatically. We do not get any option, any flag that we need to enable, like in case of row and column storage. Now, I mean, probably this is the context you were asking, right? For row and column storage, you had to select whether you want to store it as a row or a column storage. But here, no, we do not have to do anything. It is automatically taken care by the database. Okay. Then any other question? Sorry. Okay. Then there is one more concept, which is data partitioning. And again, it's an implicit functionality. You do not need to do anything. The system will take care of that. So let's say this table is really huge. You have 1 lakh of record. Then the system is going to do, it is going to split this data maybe in form of certain partitions. And let's say what it is going to do is, let's say for 101 and 102, it stores in one section, one partition. And then 103 and 104, it stores in another partition. I'm purposefully putting it inside. So this is one partition where you have, let's assume this is 1 million record, and this is also another 1 million record. So after a certain number, it would automatically create a second partition, and it will store the data. So if you need to find certain information which is greater than employee ID 102, then you need to directly go to the second partition and fetch the data. And if you need it less than 102, you will come to the first partition and you will get the data. So that way also the data partitioning is done, and that also adds to the advantage of SAP HANA database, where it will automatically create different partition. Or let's say if it has created a partition based on the year, now I need to fetch anything related to the year 2024 or anything related to the year 2023. I don't need to search in the entire database. I can go to that partition like you do in your PC or your laptop. You create multiple partition, maybe C drive, D drive, E drive, F drive. Maybe F drive is for your professional related stuff. E drive is where you are placing all your movies or all the entertainment stuff. D drive where you're putting all your, let's say, learning related content, whatever you want to learn. You want to learn SAP HANA, ABAP on HANA, BTP, whatever you want to learn, you're putting over there. And then C drive is for all the default and the system files, installable file, everything is there. So then again, you need to search for a specific content. You know which drive you need to navigate to, and you will easily find that information. Something similar to that, database implicitly is also creating multiple data partitions. And then again, that will also help us in data fetching. It will provide more optimized data fetch as well. Okay, then let's go back to the PPT. We have discussed about the vectors, data compression, row and column storage, parallel processing, you guys already know. Anyone who doesn't know about parallel processing, you need to be prompt. I mean, there is no harm that if you do not know, let me know. I will definitely explain. So
Maybe
everyone
I can give one example. Let's say there is one department and one delivery unit. So the department is subset of delivery unit. And department is trying to retrieve the information of the employees who came to office on a particular day. So, and at the same time, the IOU delivery unit is also trying to retrieve the information. Here, since department is subset of IOU, IOU is trying to retrieve the same information which department is using along with additional information.
right.
So here data is being accessed parallelly by two parties.
Correct.
This is called parallel processing.
Absolutely. No, you are absolutely correct. So here also SAP HANA supports parallel processing. So you can see it has already split the data in form of vectors in different partitions. So it supports, parallel processing. Of course, you would need that kind of a hardware as well. So if you remember my first statement, I said SAP HANA is an innovation of hardware and software, not only software innovation. What we are discussing about, these are probably software innovation, but it has some hardware innovation where the database itself is in the memory. It supports parallel processing. And the example what you give is absolutely right. If you need to process data from multiple sources and not in a sequential manner, but in a parallel manner, then that is called as parallel processing. Now, I will again try to explain parallel processing in a very simple example. Let me think of a real-time scenario. Okay, let us take example of an aeroplane. So you have onboarded and you are traveling from one location to another location, and then the aeroplane lands, and then the exit is only provided from the front gate. So at many places or many times, you will see that to exit the aeroplane, you get only the front gate and you can exit it from there. Now, can you think that two passenger or more than two passenger can exit the airplane simultaneously? Yes, no?
No, not possible.
No, not possible. So it would be a sequential processing, right? So only after the first one standing in the queue exits, then only the second person can move out. Once the second is done, then the third person can move out. Now, some places you will see probably at the bigger airports or where, it is not connected directly to the terminal, you would see that they open both the gates, the front gate and the back gate as well. Now, can two person exit the aeroplane simultaneously? Of course, yes.
Because here we have multiple.
You have multiple exit gates now. So that is, again, in real time, that is what they are doing. They are doing parallel processing. And again, if I ask you, which one will take less time to deboard all the passengers, when you had only one gate or when you have two gates? Of course, the answer is two gates. When you have two gates, probably you would take half the time as compared to the previous option to deboard all the passengers. So that is parallel processing. So again, two gates, two requests or two processes are happening simultaneously. Again, I have explained it in a very simple context. You put it in the example of the database, and like what I think you were explaining, explain that you need to process multiple requests simultaneously, and that can be done. That is parallel processing. Any questions? Okay. If you guys don't have any questions, I have one question for you. Now we have discussed whatever the attributes, the benefits of SAP HANA database. Now, if I ask you, what is SAP HANA? Can you create a definition or can you explain me? I am a new person. Let's say I'm your client or your manager, or maybe somewhere in the higher management, they ask you, what is SAP HANA? Now, who can explain me that? You don't need to give me a bookish definition. You just can explain it in your own terms. Yeah, who can explain that? Anyone?
So I think HANA is nothing but who gives the privilege to store your database on the rows and columns. So you can split your master and transaction data as well at a time.
I'm so sorry. Can you come again, please?
So it gives us a privilege to store the data in a row and column base. So we can store our data, master and transaction data like that.
Okay. Anyone who would like to add on to this? So you are right. You are absolutely right.
I would say S4 HANA supports in-memory database with concepts or the advantage of using vectors and data compression so that the data processing will be very fast.
Right. And just I would like to clarify over there, you need to be careful when you are saying S4. S4 HANA is the
SAP HANA.
SAP, right? And when we talk about database, it is SAP HANA. HANA is the database coming from SAP, so SAP HANA. And when we say S4 HANA, we are talking about the business.
Okay.
Right? So
you mean to say, when you say S4 HANA, it's not only database, it's a suite which has all these core data services, Fury, all these on top of it.
We will get into those details, but for now, you can say that, okay, when we say database, it is SAP HANA. Of course, S4 HANA is the entire business suite. Along with the database, whatever the application layer you have, that is S4 HANA. So yes, SAP HANA is an in-memory database, and it has many more advantages. It brings in row and column store. It can store the data in form of data vectors, data in a compressed formats, data partitioning. So it could give us a more optimized, better performance. So absolutely right. Both of you, whatever you mentioned is correct. And this is what our intention was to learn. And I think this is what is mentioned in the slide as well. So we have covered every aspect of it: SAP HANA in-memory database, parallel processing, row and column storage, data compression, vectors, database architecture. I can show you, but it is going to be a very complex diagram. We don't need to go into the details. So you can see this. You have the UI layer over here. You have different interfaces. Maybe it could be for the web server, the web dispatcher, or maybe whatever other processing you have. And it is shown with context to SAP HANA layer directly. It is not shown in the 3-tier architecture. It is shown in the 2-tier architecture, where you're directly trying to access the database. And whatever you see in the green dotted line, that is the database. And you can see you have preprocessor server, you have the name server, you have different session and transition manager. I mean, you don't need to go into the details of this. We are not database admin or database developer that we need to understand each and every term of the SAP HANA database. From the application perspective, from data optimization perspective, whatever we need to know, we have discussed about this. So the architecture is not very relevant for us, but if you still want to go through this is SAP HANA system. You can see there are the different components, the different layers that it has, and then you can of course see this diagram. I show you a little simpler diagram how SAP HANA works in our context. When I say our context, we are application developer, right? We are working on the application layer. Here you can see it is shown directly from the database layer. How in the application layer context, what would be the simplified architecture of your SAP HANA database that we are going to show. Just give me a second, I'll show you. So we say that SAP HANA is an in-memory database. Do we have any kind of a persistent storage with SAP HANA? Do we have any kind of persistent storage with SAP HANA? So what happens if we start using our RAM and in our PC, and let's assume we store everything in RAM, we are not storing anything in our hard disk, what will happen? Any challenges that I might face?
I mean, after some extent, your RAM cannot support storage, because it has some limitation, right?
I'm not going to store more than the RAM capacity. So I have the RAM, which is of 16 GB. I need to store data, only 16 GB of data. What will happen if I store only in the RAM, not in the hard disk?
Data loss if your laptop shuts down.
Yes, data loss. That is the reason only I'm storing everything. I'm persisting the data. Otherwise, I mean, generally 16 GB would be good enough. Your phones are like that only, right? You have 32 GB of memory. Of course, I would not be able to store infinite all the data, but after a certain time, or let's say if your laptop suddenly turns off, there is a power failure in your PC, you do not have a UPS or a backup, then whatever data you have in the RAM, that's the in-memory or the flash memory is also called as, is gone. Do we or can we have similar kind of issues with the SAP HANA database? The answer is yes, you can have. And that's the reason I am going to explain you about this database. So you will have the application layer and everything on top of this. This is your in-memory database, in-memory RAM database. And again, this is for explanation purpose. Do not go that, okay, you have like this is how it is structured. Now you can see this is also having a persistent storage. But here, the architecture is reversed. What we were doing, the data was stored in the persistent storage. Earlier, I'm talking about a traditional database. The database was stored in the persistent storage. You were pulling the data from persistent storage and then doing the processing on RAM, then again updating the data back in the persistent storage. This is how the traditional database was working. Now what you are doing, your entire data and everything is in the RAM itself. So your processing and everything will happen on the RAM. You do not need to pull the data from persistent storage. and do the processing. No, it is already there in your memory. You're doing processing from here. So of course, the performance is improved, first of all. Now, but again, it needs to persist the data into some persistent storage. Otherwise, as you mentioned, maybe in case of some failure or some issues, the data will be lost. So you can see even SAP HANA has some persistent storage, and this is happening behind the scene. We do not know where, how, when. We do not know that. So behind the scene, you can see this is also, there is a persistent storage and maybe some log points. That interval is defined. I am also not sure whether it is being defined by the basis person or there is an implicit setting on the HANA database. So for every changes that you're doing, the delta or the log, they are going to store that in the log table. And then based on this log table, whatever data you have, it will be stored or persisted into the persistent storage. So let's say I changed something, I created a new employee. So that information, it will be stored here, only the delta, or maybe just that, okay, a new employee created, something like that, it will be stored. And then on certain interval, it could be defined like every 5 minutes, every 5 hours, whatever interval they have defined, the data will be persisted into the persistent storage. I'll take one more diagram so that I can explain whatever I just mentioned about the logs and persistence. So I'll show you one more diagram. Again, the same diagram from a different representation. So you can see this data point, the first point where your data was persisted, data save point to the persistent storage. This was the one where your data was persisted to the persistent storage. Now all these are log. So, okay, in between these two, from here blue bar to this red bar, there were many changes and the logs would be written. So logs would be written in this blue color box, whatever that is storing the logs. You can see the small logs are there. And let's say if there was a power failure, this persistent storage could be retrieved. You can definitely retrieve to the persistent storage from data point 1, and then you already have the log. So you already have the log, and that will anyways be there. And then if the time reach whatever interval you have defined, then the data would be saved to the persistent storage. And then if any kind of a power failure, something happens, or let's say that you lost the data from your RAM, then this will be the next storage point and where you are going to retrieve the data. Anyone who could relate it with the laptop or PC example. Here also we do something similar. You create your restore points when you format your PC, or when something, because of virus or something, your PC got corrupted. You restore it to a previous consistent stage. That is what you do. Okay. Anyone who has done formatting of your laptop or PC before, if you have done that, you would know that. Otherwise, you don't need to know that. So are you able to understand the example which I explained? How the data is saved, how the logs are written, how the data would be retrieved in case of a crash or a power failure or whatever. Okay, so that was it. We wanted to discuss about SAP HANA database, whatever information that should be important for us as an application developer. I think this is good enough. That should be good enough. Whatever we have discussed, that it has row storage, column storage, vector, data compression, partitioning, how the data is persistent into the persistent storage, you have the log tables, and all those things we have discussed. So moving on to the next topic. So the next topic is, of course, you might have already started using that, but I am going to repeat that because we have a very mixed participants over here. Someone is fresher, someone is really high experienced people as well. So I'm going to thank everyone, and I'm going to explain again that. So we are going to talk about Eclipse. We are going to talk about how to install that, how you can use that for your ABAP on HANA development, so that when we deep dive and when we start our practicals, you have that already handy and ready. You will already have it installed in your remote desktop, but if you are working on your project scenario or learning on your own, then you would require that. So I'm going to cover that this way. So let me go to the materials again. Okay, so Eclipse IDE or HANA Studio, what it is. So the full form of, first I'll talk about this. The full form of IDE is Integrated Development Environment. And what it is a software or application that provides the tools, the components, what you need to write, to test, to debug your code. That is what you're going to do in Eclipse, right? You're going to write your code, you're going to activate your code, you're going to test, you're going to view the output on console. That is what you're going to do. So it provides the code editor, the compiler, the debugger, maybe other features as well. You have different windows, different perspective, whatever you need, all the tools, all the components that you need to write your program, to test your program, to debug your program. That is what it is going to do. And when I'm saying program, do not consider SE38 program. I'm talking about all the application, all the software that you're going to develop. And the famous example of IDE is Eclipse. So Eclipse is also an IDE, and it not only supports ABAP on HANA, but it supports various other programming languages as well. So it supports Java, web development, maybe .NET. So it supports multiple programming languages. But it supports ABAP on HANA and BTP ABAP developments as well. So if you want to develop anything on ABAP on HANA, you want to create a CDS view, you want to create an AMDP class, you will require Eclipse. You cannot do that from your SAP GUI. So you would require Eclipse. Earlier, SAP had launched SAP HANA Studio. So they were in partner. Of course, that was built on the Eclipse IDE only. They had created HANA Studio on Eclipse IDE only. But now I think SAP has dropped that idea. They have fully collaborated with Eclipse IDE. And this is the only tool, I would say, at the moment that you would use for your ABAP on HANA and later on as well BTP ABAP developments as well. Then what is this ADT? ADT stands for ABAP Development Tools. I said that Eclipse IDE is available for various programming language. It will support ABAP programming language as well. It will support Java, JavaScript, web development. It supports various programming language. So how Eclipse would support all the programming language? You need to have a compiler that will understand your ABAP syntax. It will understand your JavaScript syntax, how that is happening. So what SAP is doing, so you just install Eclipse IDE, and then what SAP is doing, they are providing some plugins, add-ons or plugins, which is called as ADT, ABAP Development Tools, that you will add to Eclipse. So Eclipse is now able to understand and interpret your ABAP codes as well. So whatever you are going to write, ABAP syntax that you're going to write, it will understand, and then you will be able to write your ABAP, create your ABAP applications, again, run those, test those, compile those, debug those, whatever you want, you can do that. So wherever you see HANA Studio, again, do a control search and replace all with Eclipse. But again, the concept and everything remains the same. So you can, again, completely replace it. So it is going to work similar for both. But
does it mean that at present no one is using HANA Studio, or
they are using? If you already have HANA Studio installed, you can use it. But for any new installation, I don't know anyone who is using HANA Studio. I don't think even they are providing the upgrades and everything for HANA Studio. Everything is Eclipse based now.
Okay.
So even I'll show you that in the tools.hana.ondemand, where they are providing tools, there is no mention of HANA Studio now. Everything they are providing is for Eclipse. If you already have it installed, you can use it. But for newer installations, HANA Studio is not recommended as well. Okay. So Eclipse IDE, the first and foremost question, how to download it, how to run it. So again, it's an open source tool. You do not require any licenses, anything, any copyright, any issues with Eclipse is not there. Anyone can download it and anyone can use it. It's a completely open source. So from where to download it? Other links would be provided in somewhere in the PP, but I take a simpler approach. Simply open any browser, go to Google and search for Eclipse. Or if you want to do a little bit specific search, just search for eclipse.org. And you can see the first website, or eclipse.org. That's the website for Eclipse. And this is from where you can download your Eclipse. And again, there is nothing rocket science or nothing different from downloading and installing any application. I'm talking about any application, whether you install VLC player in your laptop. Again, something similar you need to do for Eclipse. There would be certain prerequisite that you need to have, I think, JDK or Microsoft Visual Studio, whatever. There are certain prerequisites. If those prerequisites are met, it is going to get installed in your machine. If not, you need to install those prerequisites, and then again, you can come back and download and install Eclipse. Okay, so open the Eclipse download page to download the appropriate, usually the latest version of Eclipse. So yes, you can do that. So if you will see, you already see a download button over here. So if I click on the download button, you can see install your favorite desktop IDE package. This will install your latest version, or you can, I think here also it will navigate Okay, so if you navigate to the download packages, you can see all the versions that are available, the latest version and the previous versions as well. So if you are downloading this one, it is going to download the latest version of Eclipse, which is 2025-03. And generally the versioning of Eclipse, you will see that they will give the year. So this is 2025 and the month, or generally the month they are providing in the month it was released. So it has been very recently released, 2025-03. And similar to that, on the right-hand side, more downloads, you can see the previous versions as well. So Eclipse 2024-12, which was December 2024, similar Eclipse 2024-09, and so on. So you can see even the older versions. If you are facing some compatibility issue, then you can, of course, go ahead and download the previous version. Otherwise, the recommendation is that, okay, download the latest version. So 2025-03, you can download. If it is already downloaded and installed, you do not need to upgrade it to the latest version. If that is being supported, maybe, I mean, in some scenarios, you will see that, okay, it will ask to upgrade, then there also you can do that, but, or you can continue with the older version as well. So there is no a strict no that you cannot use the older version, but the recommendation, if you're downloading a fresh one, download the latest version of Eclipse. So from here, you can download, you can click on any of the links, and then according to the operating system, according to the configuration, what you're using. So you can see a 64-bit machine, 32-bit machine, I think is no more supported here in the latest versions. And according to the operating system, whether you are using Windows, you're using Macintosh, Linux, whatever you're using, you can download the Eclipse IDE for that. And you can see here on the page, they have even given different versions. I said it supports various programming languages. So if you want to download the IDE for C++ developers, then you need to download this. Maybe for Java DSL developer, you need to download this. PHP developers, you can directly download this. So on, you can do that. I would say that you can download this one, Eclipse IDE for Java developers or Eclipse IDE for enterprise Java developers, because anyways, we have to add our plugins. So you can download the base package, the base version, and then we are going to add our ADT on top of it. So with the base version, you can download either this one or the IDE for Java developers. Anything you can download, both will work. This one I'll be download because going forward, you might even use some JavaScript syntax as well. So if you download this one, even those will be supported. So you can download this one. Even this one for our ADT will work. No problem with that. Then again, let's come back to our PPT. And I mean, whatever I just explained, you will see those listed down in the PPT as well. So open the Eclipse download page and then download the appropriate version of Eclipse, the latest or the previous version, whatever you want to download, you can do that. And then you will get a screen like this. We saw that even in the previous screen, you click on download and then it will start downloading. And then, I mean, wherever you have saved it, whether in your downloads or in any specific folders, you can navigate to that particular folder. It would be in a compressed file. You need to extract all using any unzip or winzip, whatever you have in your machine. You can extract all the files and then you will see the extraction is done. Then the extracted folder will be created and you will see an Eclipse icon. So you will see an eclipse.exe, an icon like this inside the folder, the extracted folder. You click on this and your installation will start. So your installation, it is asking where you want to store Eclipse, in the C drive or wherever you want to store it. You can browse that particular path and then it will get installed at that particular location, at that particular path. Okay. So once the Eclipse is downloaded and then you launch it, then it will open something like this. So let us navigate to our system. And then from there onwards, I'll show you how you can add EDT. So just give me a minute. Let me log into my remote desktop. Okay, so I hope all of you have already got your remote desktop, the practice server and everything. The credentials everyone has got, right? Okay, which one is the workspace for this? All right, so of course, it will, when you install and open it, it will not look like this. Probably you would see a different view. And I think the default view is the Java EE something. You would see a different view. And then what you need to do is you need to install the plugin, the ADT plugin. So how to do that? Again, you have the steps mentioned here, but now I'll show you in the system and then we'll come back to that. So once you have installed Eclipse, you launch Eclipse for the first time, then you need to go to help. And then in the help, you need to go to install new software. And here you need to provide an URL. And what that URL is, from where you are going to get the URL. So let's navigate to SAP's on HANA.demand. So on demand.hana, sorry, demand.hana. Again, I am doing a simple Google search. You don't need to remember the website. So this is the website you need to go. SAP Development Tools, ADT, will be over here because the development tools, whatever you need, will be available over here. And tools.hana.ondemand, or if you search for SAP Development Tools, you would find this particular link. Then navigate to this link. Now you see this, or if you read this information a little bit, what they are providing. They are providing you the link to Eclipse site as well. So if you open any of this link, it is going to navigate to eclipse.org from where we have downloaded the Eclipse. So if you do not remember that site, even if you directly come over here, you can do the installation from here also. You can download whichever version of Eclipse, or the latest version is this one, you can download that. Now, ADT, ABAP Development Tools. It is supported in 2409, supported in 2412 and 2503 latest one. And of course, it is supported in the previous versions as well, but now they are showing only till 2409, and the previous versions also it is supported. So you need to download this. You need to download the ABAP Development Tools. Then what you can do is you can see this is a link. You can navigate from here as well, or it will navigate to the second tab only. So you can see one tab for all the components that you see, all the tools that you require. So if I click over here, you can see it has navigated to the ABAP tab itself. And ABAP Development Tools, the add-on, the plugin that we are talking about. Again, you can see the prerequisite I was talking about, the Java runtime, Microsoft Visual Studio, that is also mentioned. The installation process is also mentioned. So this is what we did. Get an installation from this particular place. Now what we did is we navigated to help, and then we navigated to the install new software. This is the path we followed. And then you need to provide this URL. So enter this URL, https something on HANA.ondemand. So I'll copy this and I'll again go to my Eclipse and I need to provide the URL. Okay, it is not able to read because I do not have the correct admin rights or whatever. So if you are getting this kind of an error, you need to get in touch with the network team to enable this, or they need to correct the proxy settings, then you will be able to access this particular line. So now it is, although I provided it, it is not showing me anything. It is being restricted, I think. Okay, then I'll go here. So then you press enter and it will show you all the features, all the plugins that you need to download. And then you select the development tools and choose next, and then follow the wizard. It will add Eclipse with ADT. So ADT will be added to your Eclipse. Of course, I do not have the right, and this is already installed. So I already have ADT installed in my Eclipse. So again, anyways, I was not going to perform this step again because it will take some time to add ADT as well. So, but this is the step you will follow. So you simply will press enter, then you will see various components, various tools, and either you can select all, or you just want the development tools, you select that, and then click on next and follow the prompts that you're getting, next, finish, whatever, and then the ADT will be added. Okay, so now let's go back to the PPT and see in the slides, the screenshots are there already. So you can see you will navigate to help and install new software. And then you provided the link from the tools.hana.ondemand. And then you will see components like this. And then you select, whatever components you need to install. So you select the development tools and click on next. And then it will start installing the ADT. So it will start installing all the components for ABAP development in the Eclipse. And you can see it is asking us to accept the terms and conditions, license agreement, whatever, and then whatever you do, and you need to follow this. So again, the prompt will give you everything. You need to follow the prompt, and the Eclipse with ADT will be done. Now, once it is done, it will ask you to restart your Eclipse. Of course, like any other application, any other software, at least that needs to be restarted. You don't need to restart your machine. You just need to start your IDE, your Eclipse. And then once you do a restart now, it will be available. Your ADT will be available. Okay. How do you know whether ADT is available in your Eclipse or not? Anyone? Any idea? Any guesses? Yeah. Anyone? How do I know?
We can check in perspective.
Right. Okay. Now I am going to act upon your instructions. Tell me how to check that
Windows
is there. Okay.
perspective.
Okay.
Open perspective.
Okay.
Other.
Okay.
Here we have ABAP.
Here you have absolutely right. So once you have installed ADT, then only this perspective will be available. So again, it supports various programming language, and this Eclipse IDE has various perspective where you can do developments, debugging. Even there is a separate perspective for debugging as well. So that also we will see. But until and unless your ADT is installed, your ABAP perspective will not be visible, will not be available. So once you have installed ADT, you will have your ABAP perspective available, and the path, what I'm not sure who said that, but yeah, I mean, I'm not in that particular window, so I cannot see that as well. So you can follow the path in Windows, and then you go to perspective and open a perspective, and then you select your perspective and you click on open. Now, up here, it has not given me a pop-up, but when you, for the first time, when you navigate to ABAP perspective, you would get a pop-up that, okay, you want to make this as a default perspective. So anyways, we will be working on this perspective only because we are ABAP developers, not Java or UI5 or any other developers. I mean, we are not going to learn that. Of course, if you are, then well and good. But we'll be working on this perspective. So you can select that checkbox so that every time you open Eclipse, it will automatically open ABAP perspective. And this is what we are going to use. All right. So then the same steps would have been mentioned here as well. Eclipse IDE with ADT plugin, select the ABAP and click open. So ABAP perspective will be opened. And then you will see a view like this. Maybe the project creation also I'll show you. Any questions from anyone on whatever we have discussed so far, be it SAP HANA database, Eclipse IDE, ADT, any questions? We are done with one of the theory sessions, SAP HANA as a database. We also discuss about Eclipse, the IDE, and how to get it installed in your machine, and then how to add ABAP development tools so that you can do ABAP developments. So you can run your program on the console, you can debug your program, all sort of stuff that you want to do on your Eclipse IDE. You can do that once your ADT plugins is added to it. Now, we would be diving into the specific topics like the CDS view and AMTP. But before that, how many of you know about code pushdown technique? And if you know, can anyone explain me what is code pushdown? What kind of entries we have in the table? And then I give you a requirement. You guys tell me how you are going to achieve that. Okay, perfect. So at least all of you might have some level of familiarity with the sales table. So I am using the sales order header and sales order item table. And I'm going to open the structure of the sales order header and item table. And then I have a requirement for you guys. Okay. So on the left-hand side, you can see the sales document or the sales order header data table. And the right-hand side, you can see the sales document item data table. So VPAK is the header data table and VPAP is the item data table. Now you have the order number and you will have a buyer information as well. Maybe plant or a buyer information, whatever we have, sold to party, something we will have. Let me search that. Yeah, you have the customer, so sold to party you have. And for the sales order, you have the item table, material, and the pricing, you will have it over here. So let me see the price, item price, any TPR is there. I'm just quickly checking if we have the value populated in any TPR or not. Okay, no. I'm going to check any random one, even if few has any TPR populated. That yeah, we have any TPR. Any TWR is populated, not okay. It is the same one. Any TPR is this. Okay, net value. Fine. Let's assume the price that you're doing for every sale that you're doing is updated in this column. So we have price in any TWR. Now, my requirement is I want to get the total sales done. And this is the sales amount, any TWR. This is the column you can consider. The total sales done grouped by or considering customer, what you have here, Kunnar, and the currency. So currency also you will have in the VBAK table. So currency, WAERS, document currency. Okay, WAERK. So let's say I'll again give you the example what I am looking for. So let's say you have a buyer one, and say let's say this buyer, the total sales in USD is 20,000. Now for the same buyer, you have total sales done in euro is 30,000. For the same buyer, the total sales done in INR is 1 lakh, whatever. And then you have buyer 2, same way. This has only done sales in USD, whatever amount you have. Then buyer 3, this has done in euro. this. So I want the output like this. So I want the total sales done grouped by buyers and the currency in which they are doing. Now you can see the tables, the sales order header table, sales order item table. Now first I'm going to write a program and then I'm going to explain the code push down technique, and I can show you the comparison. But I need to write the program, and I'm going to write that program because we have freshers as well. So although for many of you this could be a very simple requirement, but for everyone to understand, I'm going to write that program as well. So I mean, those who already know about it, please bear with me. Okay. But I would be needing your help. Although I would write that program, but I'm not going to write it on your own. I am again going to act upon your instructions. So if you have understood my requirement, now you guys will tell me what I need to write, how to write. I am going to do that. So let's say I am going to call it as the Z training 01 and the demo 1 or classic ABAP. Yeah, please, who is going to help me with that? And you don't have to, follow all the programming guidelines. So there I'm excusing that, okay, you don't need to follow all the best practices, the basic skeleton that you need to follow. So that, the program is not taking too much of time to execute. All right, who is helping me with this? Anyone? You understood my requirement? What is my requirement? Everyone?
No, can you please clarify the requirement again?
Sure, I'll do that. So my requirement is, I have given you the sales order header and item table. All of you are familiar with it, at least. If not, you can see that on the screen. The left-hand side, we have the sales order header table, VBAK, and the right-hand side, you have the item table, which is VBAP. Now, of course, the sales order number, the buyer, which is your sold to party, and the sales currency or the buyer currency is here in this table, in the sales order header table. And the net value of sales is in the item table, NETWR. The net value of the document item is in the item table. And of course, you have the order number and item number. My requirement is, I want to display the total sales done grouped together by buyer and the currency. So this is an example I have given. So I want the output like this. You have a buyer, then in currency, these are the currencies they are doing the sales, and then the corresponding total sales. This is not just for one transaction or one sales order number. The total sales that they are doing for buyer one in USD, the total sales that the buyer one is doing is 2,000, 20,000. Same buyer in euro, the total sales that is being done is 30,000. So this is my requirement. I want the output like this. Everyone clear with the requirement?
Yeah.
All right. So now I want to write a simple, plain and a simple report. Of course, you guys are familiar with classic ABAP syntax. So using that, we are going to achieve this requirement. Now tell me, how should I write it? What should I write it? I am going to act according to that. Go ahead, please. And wherever if you want me to open any other window, you want me to show the fields, just tell me, I'm going to do that.
We should write a select statement based on, okay, it should be a, join, inner join.
Okay, I'll do that.
Yeah.
WAERK. Okay, tell me next.
Okay. It should be inner join from VBAK. So
inner join VBAP.
Yeah. Can you get the field also? Can you write down the field as well from VBAP?
So you need NETWR.
Alias also we need, yes.
Okay, I'll use the alias as well as H for header and I for item. Go ahead, please.
And group by Punnar and K.
Okay, so you are already advanced. You already know the new ABAP syntax. I am expecting the classic ABAP. So I'm not sure everyone is familiar with the new ABAP on HANA syntax. Everyone, are you familiar with the syntax, like the inner join and the group by what you are explaining?
In classical ABAP, we use inner joins.
Yeah, inner join you can use, but group by
we are not using it.
Not using it, right? So then maybe, I'm still expecting the classic ABAP, how you will develop. There are few people who are freshers, maybe 1 or 2 years experienced people as well. So how you are going to write your program?
Then we will use the condition where sales ID from VBAK.
Please tell me the condition. So first, if I use inner join, I need to give the join condition. So then here it is like this. I am using BTP and everything. So we use hyphen or
H dot VB equal to I dot
No, it is giving
BBLN.
error for.
No.
I think we use a tail symbol, right?
Yeah, we use that
Tail symbol.
after escape, we have the symbol, right?
This one, right? This one.
It's horizontal S.
No, I think this is fine because in BTP we use what? So I always get confused between these.
Yeah. So HVBLN hyphen. Okay. HVBLN equal to IVP.
Yeah. Now I'll put it into into the internal table. So into table, and some of the new syntax I'm using, this is very simple. So the inline data declaration I'm going to use. I will explain that this is also part of the course. Don't worry. Yeah. Go ahead. Now tell me.
We need to add alias in alias h.kunnar or something like that. H.
That is fine.
In field wise.
This is fine because if we are not giving BBLN, this is fine. For Kunnar, there is no duplicates in header and item table, so this will work. But if you want, I can do that. No problem. H tilde. This is also from H tilde, and this is from I. Okay.
So after selection, we have to sort it since we are not using group by. We have to sort it by Kunnar and public address. WER.
Kunnar, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So then we have to loop it by using this table. Then we can use at new. With the help of at new, we can.
Done. Now tell me.
So at new.
Sorry.
At new, using at new.
At new. Okay.
At new Kunnar.
Only Kunnar?
Yeah.
Okay.
So basically what we want is, okay, so we want Kunnar and WER also we need. So both we need. Because we are calculating the totals based on sold to and also the currency as well.
So I'll just replace this with this. That also will work. I mean, even others, I mean, you can add on. So it's not that only one person has to speak. If you you can add on in between as well. Okay, go ahead. Next.
I'm thinking because we need two conditions here. We need both together. We need sold to party and also currency. Maybe others also can think.
Yeah, of course. That's what I said. I mean, if you think different logic, I would create another program as well. I mean, I can do multiple programming. I can do that. So if you think you have a different logic, tell me, okay, I have a completely different logic. I will go ahead and create one more program. This is a simple requirement, I believe.
Yeah.
For those who are new to inner join, you are not sure of these concepts, you want to break it down to two different select query, that is also fine because my goal is using classic ABAP. So if you're not familiar with this, you want to break it down to two different queries, you know the solution that way, that is also fine. Anyone? Okay. So to make it simple, let's say if I use PRK, this is going to work because we already have the first and second column. So it will already consider the unique record. Let's assume, I mean, we will see that in the debug mode, whether it is we are getting the correct results or not. Now, how should I proceed after this?
Okay. So now you have to take a local variable to add a total value.
Okay. I'll call it LV sum, which is equal to LS or LV sum
plus LS order hyphen. Like so, then after the at end, you can do the same thing.
At end? After this?
No, after end it, you have to keep on adding the value LV underscores.
Again, I need to add this sum to what value? Okay, you want another variable, right?
No, to the same variable. You can keep on adding the value.
Okay, but with what? Now with the what?
So the same. I mean, you can copy the same line.
Okay.
Now at end.
Come again, please.
At end of the WERK, you have to basically append the total value, the final value to the internal table where you want to display the value.
Okay, so
not this table, the final result table you want to make.
So maybe I need to define a type. Maybe I want Kunnar only. I want sum, so total, or I'll call it as a sum. What is the data element for this? This one.
Also, to avoid the confusion, what I would suggest is the LV sum, you can declare it here itself, so that at new, we can make it to null. I mean, we can clear the value.
Okay, you want to declare the LV sum?
Yeah.
And the same, this type I will declare?
Yeah, you can take the same type.
Okay.
So at new, you can simply clear that value. You can say clear LV sum.
And then clear here?
No. Only in at new, you can clear the value. Clear LV sum. Whatever the statement you already wrote, you can just remove that and you can just delete that statement. Clear LV sum, the next line you can take it up, not required. Because anyway, after that, we are adding the value. LV sum equal to
So
LV sum plus that.
what is the
So
need
that
of this at new year? So only to clear that?
because we are going by currency, right? So whenever the new currency come into picture, whatever the value we have already calculated, that we have to clear that so that we will have fresh values calculated. Yeah, go
I
ahead.
feel we should modify it. It should be first at new of Kunnar because and then at new of Kunnar, then we should calculate the net price. I mean, based on WAR currency that we should go. I believe I guess it should be at new of Kunnar and inside that on change of WAERK, and then we should do the calculation. Then so that it will be the Kunnar
Okay, so
will be based
don't
on.
worry about this. I can say that don't worry about this. Whatever you are saying, Kunnar or WARK, this is fine. We will check in the debug mode whether it is working or not.
It won't work right because the first field is not WARK. So as soon as even if WARK change and Kunnar is not changed, then at new will not work. If you want to go ahead with WARK, then this should be the first field in the internal table on which
Okay.
we are noting.
So you are saying this will not work. I need to give Kunnar. If I give
Yeah.
Kunnar, what additional change in the logic I need to do?
Yeah, after Kunnar, we should check what is the W, that is the net, that the currency is
Okay.
inside the at
You
new.
asked
We
me
should do the
manually, I need to check.
calculation on change of
Manually, I
W.
need to check whether currency is changing or not. I need to compare.
Either that is okay. Otherwise, if we can try, we can write on change of WARK
Okay.
on change if we can try
Fine.
inside at
Fine.
and it.
That understood. I understood that logic. That is also another way of doing it. But do you want any changes in this logic where the sum should be calculated?
That should be inside that on change of where the sum should be calculated because that should be based on the net price only. And the net price should be given.
This, yes, of course, this should be inside this one because if it is not done, it will not do the calculation. The clear should happen after that. That is fine. So let me now again activate this program at this point of time. We will see the output and then we will make the adjustment in the debugger.
If we put it inside a new, only whenever the sold to party or whenever the currency changes, then only it will calculate. It will.
Right. So you need to add it both. So when you need to add it first, the like one you are doing here. And when the new is appearing, you should append it to the output table. This is
so maybe I'll put it more. I mean, I will explain it more. So whenever the currency changes, that time you are going to start from 1. And let's say I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So whenever the currency changes, you will start from 1. That means you have to clear the whatever the value is there already that you are going to clear it off, and you will start from 1.
Yep, right. So let's say I am inside this loop. As long as currency is not changing, I keep on adding this to the sum. Now, as soon as the currency changes, consider this. I'm saying consider this is a combination of Kunnar and currency. We will see this in the debug mode. And once that is changing, we need to append that to the output table. That is what we need to do it, right? So I need to do
you are going to append it only at the end of the currency, right? When you know that for euro, I have 5 records and I'm already, looped my 5 records. So at the end of 5th record, I'm going to append it. Then you have to use at end of.
Yep. At ls output type, let me first do the declaration. Okay. Then I change it at end of. And okay, and this also would become clear, but that I mean those details I'm not going into because I just need to show you the concept, so that is fine. And then what was the column name? Sum. And I'm writing multiple clear statement, but you can do that in one as well. This will work.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And then finally there I can insert the pattern. Is it LT output or LI output? LI output. We are working with this. So okay. Now let me put a breakpoint and see what is happening. So I have got all the records in LI order and it is sorted by the customer and the currency combination. So if it is already sorted, even if not sorted, I have already done that. So I have already done that currency and okay. So first one, those are, so for this example, all these are for euro. So my expectation is it should sum all these, right? From row number 9 to row number 13, it should be summed together. Because for one customer, one currency, it is there. Let's see what is happening here. I am going to loop. I don't know what will happen for the blank values. A blank value also we have USDs, but okay, till 9 it is going to do like that only, right? So you can see the first currency, the sum value still I think will be 0 because there is nothing in it. Right? Still, I mean, that's fine. Now again, now look at this table. From row number 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Everything is one customer and same currency. So this values should be summed up.
I think it will go further because even for the next customer also we have same currency.
No. Currency is same. I'll talk about. See, what is the Tabix site?
Tabix is 13.
And site Tabix 13 is which one? Not here, output here. So 13, this is the last one and it is going for it. So again, I mean, this is an ABAP question, nothing with ABAP on HANA. When you have multiple columns and you want to use these control break statement with multiple column, how do you do that? You don't need to define each and every column. If you just mention the rightmost column, then it will work. So here what we are doing is we are mentioning the rightmost column and it is automatically going to consider the columns which is on the left of it.
We need to just make sure that the left one should be sorted as well. Otherwise, the entire control activity will disturb.
That's true. So that's the reason we have sorted both on Kunnar and currency. So if the left columns are already sorted, it is going to consider the right column along with the combination of left for all the control break statement. That's why I was saying don't focus on this currency, Kunnar. This is going to work. That is going to work. So if I put just any TPR, then it is going to consider all three columns and it is unique value. Like, I mean, for this one is a repetition. So this one would be considered as for the summation and rest everyone will be a unique value. But it is automatically going to consider the left two columns. So here also, if I am mentioning currency, if the left-hand side column is there, that as long as that is getting repeated, it is going to consider for the control break statement. So at row number 13, you can see that this is trying to do the calculation, which is the last record of this combination 0, 0, 1 and 0. So it will do that. It will calculate the sum and it will append the sum in the LI output table. So now we have the record, the sum value we have. Correct? Any confusion? Should I do more debugging or I can just display the output? I can display the output. I can go ahead and write.
Yeah. Okay.
Then I will display the output. But before that, I want you to observe number of rows that we have fetched, 7,724. That's the total number of rows we have fetched. Again, we are doing sorting. So again, that data into the internal table is being processed. Again, 7,724 rows is being processed to create in a particular order. And then we are doing a loop. And this loop also is working 7,724 times. And probably the control break statement, that is fine. I mean, it's again a smart way of working inside the loop. But the number of records and the number of loop iteration that we are doing, you guys are clear. Let me do the press F8 and see the output. We still have significant number of records, but I did not take a count of it. But let's assume 100, not more than 100, right? You don't have more than 100 rows of record. Do you see more than 100? I can take it 200. I mean, it's just a simple I am doing. I mean, I don't. So out of 7,700 rows of record, in the output, I want only probably 100 or 200 rows of output. That is what I want, right? This was my requirement. I'm getting the correct output. Anyone who sees that, okay, I'm not getting the correct output, what I wanted. Anyone? No, right? This was my requirement. This was the requirement that I wanted to see the output like this. And I have got it. Now, the next question, what is this layer you're working on? You know about the 3-tier architecture of SAP. What is this layer you're working on? Which layer?
Application.
Application layer. Application. It's application layer. Perfect. So now, how can I draw things here? Okay, give me a second. I need a PPT.
So I just wanted to check one thing. Can we not achieve this using aggregate function sum and just group by the customer and the currency?
Of course, we can do that. But again, that's the reason I had stopped. Someone was mentioning about the new functionality. We can do that. And that is what we are going to learn. The comparison I want to show you. That's the reason first I've developed it using the classic ABAP. And then we will see even using CDS or aggregate function, whatever you want to achieve. Yes, you can achieve it. Definitely.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. I'll try to. So maybe I don't know how to add the colors and everything from the browser. I'm not very familiar with the PPT, but I'll try to do it. Okay. So you have the 3-tier architecture. The first one, you have the UI. It could be anything, Fiori, Web Info application, GUI, or whatever you have developed. This is your application layer. And then this is your database layer. Where is the data residing? All the VBAK and VBAP data. So the tables we have seen, right? Where is that data residing? In which layer?
It is in database layer.
It is in the database layer. So what we have done is, from the database layer, we have pulled 7,700, or maybe consider in the round figure 8,000 records to the application layer. We did the processing in the application layer. And then after the processing, we are going to display the output to the UI, which is 100. Number of records we are seeing is 100, or maybe I will take it on the higher side, 2,000. In the database, we had 7,700 something, or 8,000, we are taking it as a round figure, 8,000 rows of record. And that was being transferred. Here we fetched 8,000 and looped. This is what we did, right? So this programming style is called as data to code. You have pulled the data, and where your code is residing. Your code is residing in the application layer. Here you have written your ABAP program. You have created your SE38 report here. So you have pulled the data from your database layer to the application layer, and then you are doing all the processing here. This paradigm is called as data to code. You're pulling the data to the code where your code is residing. But we want to discuss about a different paradigm altogether, which is code to data. And what that is, I will explain in a moment. But tell me, have I utilized, now assume this database is HANA database, okay? Have I utilized all the capacity of HANA database? In memory, I talked about row and column storage. Some of the capabilities I might have utilized, row and column storage, data compression, parallel processing, everything. Have I utilized those capacities? In the program I have written, the one which we have written together, this program, have we utilized the capacity or capabilities of HANA database?
No, because after we are bringing the data from database into application layer, we are processing the data again.
Right.
So we are not using this in-memory concept.
We are not using all the concept, not only the in-memory concept, like it has parallel processing, it has like, different partitioning. Have we utilized it? No, we haven't. So this programming methodology was very good when you were working with other databases, Oracle, MySQL. So this is what you would have done, right? Prior to SAP HANA, this is what you would have done. Again, another bad way of doing it, you would have written two select queries. But again, inner join was earlier, I'm not sure in which version it was made available, but you would have written two select queries, and then you would have written loop inside loop. But again, this is what you would do when you do not have SAP HANA as a database, or you are not using like ABAP 7.0 and above. You are not on those versions. You would not be able to write your new ABAP syntax, right? You would not be able to write. So this is what you would have written. Am I correct?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So then what is the use? Why would I have a HANA database and still write the traditional programming? I am not utilizing the capacity or the capabilities we have with HANA database. Then why to use a database? Why to use HANA database? We are not taking the benefits of it, right? So then we have a new programming model that is called as code to data. Now what we are going to do is, we are going to push the processing to the database layer. So instead of, let's say, this 8,000 records, if I can achieve something that, okay, I am doing all the processing at the database layer and only transferring 100 or the 200 data I need from database to the application layer, or maybe let's say not 200, I am fetching 400 and then doing some processing at the application layer and displaying the output in the UI. Will that be better in terms of utilizing HANA database features, in terms of performance optimization? Will that be better? You understood what I'm saying, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this select query, what you have written, there is a this is called as an open SQL syntax. In ABAP we are using a corresponding SQL statement would have been converted, and it would have got executed at the database layer, and then you got the data in array order table. But all this loop that you did, this is purely happening, even the sort statement, this is purely happening on the application layer. We are not executing these things on the database layer. But somehow, if I can push even this logic, even this everything I can push at the database layer, and then all the executions are happening over there, and then I'm getting the output. So what you guys are mentioning, using the group by aggregate functions, if I'm using, yes, you can do that, but that is also a part of code push down technique. That is also, you are achieving kind of code push down technique, because you are writing in OpenSQL in such a way that the native SQL that is being generated, it is doing all the processing at the database layer. So even this loop that you're doing on the application layer, it is being processed at the application layer. So you are utilizing the HANA database for the calculation, the different engines you have, all the capabilities that you have, you are utilizing. And there are other ways of code push down technique. The CDS and AMDP are the best example, or the two classic example of code push down technique. But how that happens? So now, can anyone see that block color? This one. Yep, I think this one, right? Okay, okay. So what you are going to do is, you are going to create a CDS here. CDS, this I'll call it as a ABAP CDS, or you can call it a CDS. Even your AMDP, you're going to create your ABAP managed database procedure in the application layer. You are creating in the application layer. Nothing, all the life cycle, the changes, the creation, the transport, everything you are going to do in the application layer. But when you execute for the first time, corresponding database CDS is getting created. I'll call it as a database view, not CDS exactly, because that is what is being created. And I'm going to call it as a database procedure. So when you execute for the first time, a corresponding database view, and for the AMDP, a corresponding database procedure gets created. Now you execute this, or you invoke this CDS view. It in turns invokes this database view. And on which layer do you think this is going to get executed? This database view is going to get executed on which layer?
Since it's created in database layer.
Database layer, it will get executed in the database layer. Similarly, this AMDP, when you execute, a corresponding database procedure gets created, and it's created in the database layer. It will get executed in the database layer itself. Now it will utilize all the components, or all the capabilities, all the benefits we talk about HANA database. It will utilize that, and it will transfer that result set to the ABAP CDS, or this from the procedure to the AMDP. And then if you need, you can of course do certain processing on that. I'm not denying that. Or if the result set is that you have already achieved your requirement, you can display it as it is on the output. So the same requirement what we have achieved, we are going to create a CDS view as well, and we will see that the same requirement can be achieved. Of course, with 7,000 records, if I put a performance parameter, or to measure the performance, you will not see a difference. But when it comes to, let's say, thousands or millions of records, then yes, this will be better. This will be better because it is utilizing HANA database features as well. So now what we have done, earlier, we were bringing the data to the code. That was called as data to code paradigm. Now, do you think we have reversed that? We are sending our code to where data is residing. We are sending our code to where data is residing, right? That is what we have done. This is where your code has been sent, and it is in the database layer. That's the reason it is called as code to data paradigm, also called as code push down technique. Why called as code push down technique? Because this is considered as the top layer, this is the middle layer, and the database is the lowest layer. So you have pushed the code from to application to database layer. Any questions? The concept is clear. The code push down technique. Any questions on this technique? I'll show you just another diagram, maybe the same code push down technique I mentioned, but a different way to represent that word. If you guys have any questions, please go ahead. Meanwhile, I'm showing you this. This AS is your application layer. SAP HANA, this is your database layer. And then you can see all the calculations. Most of the calculations you were doing in the application layer. So you were pulling the data to the code where your code was residing and doing the calculations here. You can see the calculation is happening on the top, which is your application layer. Now, in the code push down technique, or also called as code to data paradigm, you're pushing your code itself to the database layer, and the calculation is happening at the database layer. So you will utilize the SAP HANA database features. Same thing what I explained from a different perspective, from a different diagram to explain you guys about the code push down technique. Any questions? What is code push down technique? Very important to know, because throughout now for ABAP and HANA, BTP, everywhere, you will be using code push down technique. So the concept is important. There could be multiple ways of achieving code pushdown technique. There could be various techniques. So one of the techniques is serious. Another is AMDP. That those two we know, and those two we will learn as well. But the concept from concept perspective, what is code pushdown technique? Any questions? No questions? Clear for everyone?
Yes.
All right, we can do this in serious view, but that will be little bit more advanced. I need to go step by step. So I am, of course, going to cover this example as part of the code pushdown technique, how to create a serious view and everything. But after some session, once we are covered with basic serious views, we have seen some very basic examples, then we will cover this as well. Okay, then serious is one of the way of achieving code pushdown technique. We have seen that we have Eclipse already installed, the EDT using which we are going to create our serious views. So let's try to create a very basic serious view. And then again, we will understand those concepts in deep. Okay, I had told you that I will show you how you can add this project explorer, because this will not be added by default. So once you have your Eclipse installed, you have navigated to the ABAP perspective, and now you know how you can navigate to ABAP perspective. You can go to Windows, you can go to perspective. If you already see it over here, well and good. If you don't, go to ABAP open perspective. You still don't see it here, you can then open perspective, and then you see ABAP. Just click on that and open, and it will open the ABAP perspective. Now, in ABAP perspective, you need to add your project. So this I have already added. That's the reason you can see this is visible. You need to add your project. How you can do that? You see this icon over here, new, or even from file, you will have new. And then you see multiple options, ABAP project, ABAP cloud project. At the moment, we are not adding ABAP cloud project. We will be adding ABAP project. So ABAP project, if you have something which is configured in your GUI, that will be added as an ABAP project. And cloud project, when we are discussing about BTP, we will discuss how you can add cloud project. So there also we'll follow the same step, but that is a cloud project we will add. But here you are going to add ABAP project. If you click on add ABAP project, all the systems that are configured in your GUI will become visible over here. You can see that, and then you can use it to configure that. So you can see right now I have only one system configured in my GUI, which is SAP S/4HANA. So I'll show you that. You see this SAP S/4HANA SIID E4H, and whatever your group server and instance ID, everything. So you have the same details over here that you can see. It is coming directly from your GUI. If you have multiple system configured, you will see all those here. And then you need to select whichever system you want to configure, and then follow the prompts. Click on next. It will ask you for additional details. I mean, this it has already taken from your GUI, maybe your user ID and password. If you want to enable single sign-on, if it is already enabled, you can check this, uncheck this, sorry. Or if you can see that this is disabled, so this is fine, and then you can enable it if it is already single sign enabled. Otherwise, keep it disabled. I'll click on next, and then you provide the details, your client, your user ID and password, and then you will see a system added like this. I can do that. So the system ID in red, what is this? So you see this, it will prompt you with a project name, and you can see it has added the prefix suffix 1 because I am adding with the same name. Or if you want to change this name, you can add it. So let's say if you want to add it, whatever, you can do that, and then select this to add it to your working set, and then click on finish. So you can see this has added, and now you will be able to log into this, and then you will be able to work on Eclipse for that environment. So I already have the same one created. I mean, you can use that as well. But again, the duplicate, it allows, it is also going to connect to the same system. So no issues over there. Okay, now let's create our first serious view. We hardly have 4-5 minutes. So I'll just create a serious view. How you can create any object in Eclipse, what you need to do is, you see these various nodes. You have local objects, favorite package, repository, whatever. You select any of these nodes. So I am showing you with the topmost node in the hierarchy, which is your project explorer. We have just added, or so you can select that node. I wanted to create here. I'll delete this one because I don't want to have duplicate and get confused every time. So just right click over there, and then you will see an option new, and it will give you all objects that you can create. But we do not want to create a package or a function module or class at the moment. I want to create a serious view. So I don't see that here. What I will do is I'll click on others, and then probably search for data definition, because for CDS it's a data definition. So I'll search for data definition, and you can see the core data service. You have a data definition. You select this, click on next. Give any name. So Z train link and eyes ng training 01 underscore demo 1. Okay, I need to give a package. Let me store it in temporary package. Click on next. And here, do not click on finish directly. If you click on finish, it will create the CDS view, but you will not get the option to choose the template. But I am going to show you that as well. So for now, I am going to click on next, and then you see this templates. Select one of the available templates available. You can select the templates according to your need, which one you are creating. And then the framework will automatically generate some code so that you don't have to type each and everything. Then you simply, I will create a define view first, and I'm going to talk about the differences as well. So I'm going to create define view, and now you can click on finish. So if you would have clicked on finish there itself, it would have skipped this particular one, and it would have taken the default template, whatever was selected. So I would go to finish, and you can see that since I had selected a particular template, this whatever you see over here with annotation and everything has been added for that particular template, whatever I had selected. Now I'm going to pause here. I'm not going to create more stuff over here. I'm going to pause here. This is how you can create a CDS view. And we are going to continue from here. We are going to discuss about the different CDS views, the types of CDS views, everything we will discuss. So I'll leave it like this, although until unless I correct it, it is not allowing me to activate. So I'll leave it like this. That's not going to cause any issues. And then I'll pause, and a final opportunity to ask any questions if you guys have.
While opening that Eclipse, they will be asking for the space. So which one we have to select?
Okay. So this Eclipse, whatever objects you are creating, somewhere it is getting saved, right? So that is basically your workspace. So with every user, when you are creating a workspace, when you're installing it for the first time, you select a workspace. So according to your user ID. So this you see, this is your user ID. So just select the workspace which is for you, your user ID.
So it will be available. We can find.
You have your SAP user ID, right?
Yeah, that number we are having.
Yeah. So just I'll show you. I'll close it. Show you that. So since this is a shared system, right? It is being used by your colleagues and everyone. So and everyone has good amount of access, not admin access, but good amount of access. So they are able to create workspace, and you see all the workspace options over here. Yeah. But in general, when you're using your personal laptops or everything, you will not get this error. And you see this, and now it is trying to select a different workspace, which is not mine. So what I will do is I'll go to choose, not even this, you just simply replace everything /user and then keep your user. So I think this one is my user, and then you select that, it will open.
So we can create a folder in the desktop and access that folder?
Yes, if your user ID workspace is not created for the first time, you can create it, and then every time you open it, you select that workspace and it will open.
In the desktop or else in any other folder?
No, not in the desktop. See drive users, and then you can create your own folder.
Okay. Yeah.
Ideally, it should be there. If not, then yes, you can create.
Okay.
Thank you. Have a nice day, all of you.
Thank you.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which development environment is primarily used for ABAP development on SAP BTP? Option A, SAP GUI. Option B, ABAP Development Tools, ADT in Eclipse. Option C, SAP Web IDE. Option D, Visual Studio Code. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to get good at building apps on SAP? Our SAP BTP ABAP on HANA course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP BTP ABAP. It's like a toolbox for writing smart code and using HANA Power in the cloud. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP BTP ABAP Pro? Sign up for our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So first of all, we discussed about SAP database. What are the features? What are the attributes of SAP HANA database? So mainly we discussed about row and column storage, data compression, vectors, data partitioning. So these are some of the features of SAP HANA database. And of course, SAP HANA is an in-memory database that also we know, and we discussed about that. We also discussed how to install Eclipse and add the plugins, ADT ABAP development tools in Eclipse, so that we can do our ABAP on HANA development using the Eclipse IDE. We very briefly discussed about the ABAP perspective, how to open the ABAP perspective, and of course, how to add the ABAP project in Eclipse and then get started with the development activities. We did discuss about the code pushdown technique. So in traditional or in core ABAP, we have been following a programming paradigm, which is data to code. So the data was pulled from the database layer to the application layer, and most of the calculations and processing was done or is done in the application layer. But now with SAP HANA as a database, we want to utilize the full potential of SAP HANA database. That's the reason we are talking about a new programming paradigm that is called as code to data. And CDS and AMDP are such ways that helps us in achieve code to data paradigm, where the code is pushed to the database layer and most of the calculations happens in the database layer, and a result set or maybe a subset of the result set that we want to display to the user is transferred from the database layer to the application layer, and then if any further processing is required is done and is presented to the user. So that's the code to data paradigm. We will continue with that, and we will discuss about CDS view, which is core data service, and one of the ways of achieving code to data. So before I jump start the topic, do you guys have any questions on whatever we have discussed so far?
No questions from my end.
Okay, I hope my screen is visible to all of you. So we are going to discuss about CDS views. Okay, if no questions from anyone, then I can start with topic, and will be more of a hands-on session where we will log into Eclipse and we will create different examples of CDS views. And that's how we'll see what are the capabilities of CDS view, what all we can do in CDS view, everything we will see slowly. But before that, I just wanted to show you one more thing. So we had created this program and we fetched the data from the database layer and did the processing in the application layer. So this part, the loop, end loop, this part is getting processed in the application layer. And this is what, not even this is what we are pulling the data from the database layer. And I show you, so this is called as OpenSQL, where you are writing a ABAP syntax to fetch or to interact with the database. Now this gets converted into native SQL. So if the SAP HANA is a database, it will get converted into the native SQL and fetch the data according to the syntax that you have written in the OpenSQL, and it will fetch the data. So let's see how that works behind the scene. So what you can do is you can put a trace in ST05 or even ST12. That would also do, because that's a combined trace, but let me put it in ST05. So I'm going to put only the SQL trace because I want to see how this OpenSQL gets converted into native SQL and it is fetching the data. So I am going to activate the trace. So I'll activate the trace. That's fine. Yeah, the trace has been activated by this user and I'm going to execute this program. Done. I will deactivate trace. So now the trace is deactivated. Now let's display the trace directory. Yep, we can see the trace with date. This is the time. I don't know where the servers are located, so it is probably the server time. But yeah, which date we can see this. Sorry, is there any question from anyone? Okay, then you can see that this trace has been recorded and I can see this data, trace data. So I'll click on this and there should be an execute. Yes, I'll execute it. So everything that it has tried to interact with the database. You can see this. So this is a select query. I mean, there are some more standard queries that will also run. So we are not going to see that, but we can see our program also somewhere. We should see that. So let me search for that. So you can see these are the instances where our program ZTraining01_demo1 has got executed. And this is the instance where it has taken the maximum time and all the select query that we have written. So the table VBAK and VBA, it has tried to fetch the data from those tables. And then if I see here, yep, and there should be one option to simulate or something. Yeah, display the execution plan. So if I click on this for the recorded statement, if I display the execution plan by selecting that particular row of record, this is how it has got executed. So you can see it is selecting the data, and then again, very much similar because we have already written OpenSQL, and then you can see that it has got converted into the native SQL. So SQL statement, something like this has got executed at the database layer. It is fetching the KUNNR, WAE, and NETWR from the table, and there is an inner join on the table and some condition where mandate. So mandate we did not provide, but it is automatically considering the client dependent mandate, and it is filtering the data according to that. And you can see the in form of table. These are the columns we are fetching. This is the join condition. Excuse me. And this is the column or the table where we have applied the filter. So you can see VBAP and VBAK, only mandate that we had trying to fetch. And you can see the explanation ending here. So this is how this has got executed at the database layer. And you can see only SQL statement or the select query that we have written. Since we have enabled only the SQL trace, you would not find anything, any log related to the loop, end loop, or any other functionality that gets executed in the application layer. Only we have put an SQL trace, so only those functionality which interacts with the database. So this interacts with the database, it tries to fetch the data, and you can see the number of records. So you can see the number of records, 7,724. How much memory it consumed. This is the memory it has consumed. The CPU time, 5,000, I think it is in microseconds or something. Okay, I think it is microseconds. So this is the time and the total duration of execution. Everything is listed down over here. We will see this later on as well, but I just wanted to show you that, okay, how our execution, that the program we have written using the classic ABAP, how that got executed in the database, or the data from the database, and what kind of memory and the CPU it has utilized. Now let's come back, and then I am going to go to the materials. All right. So we are going to discuss about CDS, which is Core Data Services. So this is the full form of CDS, Core Data Services. Quick flash of the disclaimer. So you already know that this presentation and all the documents is a copyright, and no parts or this document should not be circulated, and all the images and whatever content you see over here is for promotional and for educational purposes. You can quickly go through the disclaimer and you can abide by it. All right, so probably we will try to cover this agenda, and let's see, we will progress. So again, I am not going into the details. This is the high level architecture of the CDS. And then you can see this is where your core data service resides. And in the database, you have various engines. You have the SQL engine, the calculation engine, you have engine to run the SQL script, where a specific part of the CDS gets executed. And you are creating, so this is your application layer. So the top box you're seeing, this is your application layer. So ABAP language, Open SQL ABAP dictionary. So the CDS you are creating is getting created in the application layer. The life cycle of the CDS is being managed from the application layer, and a corresponding database artifact, the database view, gets created in the database layer, and it utilizes the various engines or the various computational powers that we have at SAP HANA database, and then transfer of data happens from the database layer to the application layer. Although SAP says that the CDS is database independent, it can support any other database. But again, I mean, now with SAP S4HANA, they are transitioning towards SAP HANA database only. So I am not sure how it works, or has anyone tried with different database? I'm not aware of it. But yes, SAP says that CDS view is database independent. It will work on other databases. Okay. Again, some theory stuff. We will not be going into the details of the theory. I'll explain it through the practicals only. What is a CDS? What you can do. But just quick read of the theory. ABAP core data services are platform independent implementation of general CDS concept for AS ABAP. So that's what I said. It's platform independent. It is not only dependent on the SAP HANA database. It helps us in define the semantic rich data models. Now, let me ask you this question. How many of you are UI5 or front-end developers, or maybe even OData or gateway developers? How many of you come with that topic? Anyone? You can raise your hand, those who are very, very comfortable with let's say UI5 front-end development. Okay, 2, maybe few more would be there. Now, there is always a gap. What do I mean by gap? So all of you are very good at application development using ABAP. You are very good at that. If you are asked to create a class, report, data dictionary, forms, enhancements, whatever, you would do that very well. Now, when it comes to the front end, it's completely a new technology. You need to learn maybe JavaScript, HTML, CSS, or maybe some other programming languages. So then you will be able to design the UI, then you will be able to design the front end, and that will consume the data from the backend, or that will consume some APIs from the backend. Now, to reduce this gap, the front end and the backend, to reduce this gap, you need to provide certain APIs, or we call it as an OData service. Again, OData service is a REST API only. You create OData service, which will allow the front-end developers to consume this API and fetch the data, or update the data, or perform any transactions using the CRUD operations onto the database layer or application layer, you can consider. So what CDS is going to do, CDS is also one of the way where you can create this semantic rich data model. And you will see that using CDS, you can create the OData service as well. So that also is part of our course. Using CDS, we are going to convert that into an OData service. And even in BTP ABAP, when we are discussing about the BTP ABAP part, you can see the CDS data model is one of the key concept, or the core concept, on top of which you are going to create your UI5 or Fiori, not UI5, your Fiori application you are going to create. So CDS provide that data model that you need. And what is a data model? We will see that in the system, but it provides the semantic rich, means you can perform various calculations, various operations in the CDS view itself, and the calculated or the final data will be provided to the front end, or will be provided as an OData service. Okay, then coming back to the PPT, so you can see CDS. With CDS, it is possible to create semantic rich data models. Unlike the SAP HANA specific, so I mean, you have a CDS, you can create the CDS directly on the SAP HANA database as well. But being application developer, we have never done that, and we are not going to do that even as well. But we are creating a ABAP CDS, and that ABAP CDS is independent of database system. It can support various database as well, but in our purview, it will be SAP HANA database only. And this is one of the way of achieving code pushdown technique that also we have done. So using CDS, you are going to achieve code pushdown technique, and you are going to utilize SAP HANA in-memory characteristics and other characteristics of the SAP HANA database. So that's in theory about CDS view. Now let's dive into the system and start creating this CDS view. So whatever you see over here, the SQL view name, the data source name, projection name, everything we will see here. Any questions so far? No questions? So can I create a CDS view using SAP GUI? Can I create a CDS view? Okay. Can I view a CDS view from SAP GUI?
Yes, that's possible.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So yes, let's first create a CDS view in Eclipse, because we cannot modify a CDS view in SAP GUI. We would require Eclipse with ADT, and that's the reason we have installed Eclipse, and we saw the steps to add the plugins, the ADT plugins in Eclipse, so that we can create CDS view. So I am going to open my Eclipse. So even if you guys are getting an error like this, you need to choose the workspace which you have created, and usually the workspace would have been created with your name or your user name, what you have. So I am trying to locate that workspace. Now it should work. Why is it taking this much of time? Okay. All right. So I'm going to create a CDS view. And I think we created a CDS view as well, right? Or no? We did not create a CDS. Okay. So
but we have not modified it. So basic structure we created there.
Basic structure we created, right? Okay. So what I would do now is I would create a package and a transport so that all the objects that I am going to create as part of this training, we are going to save that in the same package and that transport so that it's easy to locate. So I am going to create a package first. So let's right click here, new, and then ABAP package I'm going to create. So ZB training 01, not mandatory. So that's fine. I'll create a new transport. Why is it not allowing me to create? Anyone who has created and checked the software component, what software component I could use?
So we are using home only.
This is fine. It's not a local request. I am also not creating a local request because there is no transport path. So it is giving that error, but sure I could use. Okay, ignore it. I'll try to create it later on, but start creating the CDS view. So I need to create my first CDS view. And you can right click on any of the nodes. That's what I mentioned even as well. If not, then you can right click on any of the nodes. So let's say I click on the Project Explorer node itself. So I'll right click here, and then you will see this option new. And then if you find the data definition option, then you can select that from the option. If not, just go to others and search for data definition, which I can see already here. Select that, and then you need to give a name over here. So ZV training 01, and I'll call it as 1. And I need to give a package. I was not able to create a package, so I'll save it in the temporary folder only. And then I'll click on next. And if I have mentioned, well and good, otherwise I'm mentioning it again. Do not rush to click on finish from here. If you click finish from here, you will not get the option to choose the template. And I'll show you that. So if I click on finish from here, it has already created the CDS view, and you can see it has created a CDS view, not a CDS view entity. It has in fact taken the template of CDS view, and my intention was to create a CDS view only, so this is fine. But if you are creating different types of view, if you wanted to create a CDS view entity or maybe a root view, and if you had clicked on finish, then you will not get the option to choose the right template, and then you will have to make changes manually. So click next, and until you get the option to choose the template, choose the correct template according to your requirement, and then click on finish. But my intention was to create a CDS view only, and I'm going to create a CDS view. So let's see that.
One question.
Yep.
Yeah, while creating we could see some templates actually, but we are choosing which says in the bracket absolute. So it is really absolute, or how it is actually?
Yeah, this has been now obsolete with ABAP 7.57. We can again check the version. So if you are using AS ABAP 7.57 and above, then this is obsolete. You should not be using that. They have given an alternative, which is CDS view entity. We will see that as well.
That means we are working on older version, you're telling?
I am just going to create one example of that, but rest of the examples we are going to create will be with the newer version CDS view entity.
Okay, fine, yeah.
Okay, so you can see a few things over here, and a couple of important things to note. The keyword here, define view. And when we are going to create our subsequent CDS views, you will see the keyword as define view entity. So here the keyword is define view. Take a note of this and just remember this. When I'm creating the other views, you will see the difference. Now, next difference is in the annotation ABAP catalog, SQL view name. What this is SQL view name, I'm going to explain that, but you can see the additional annotation with SQL view name, and this is mandatory. You cannot create a CDS view I'm mentioning view, but do not get confused. When I'm explicitly discussing about view and view entity, I will be calling this as a CDS view and the other one as CDS view entity. But once we have understood the difference, I will be calling even the CDS view entity as a CDS view only. But for the time being, I would be calling this as a CDS view and the other one as CDS view entity so that you can understand the differences. Okay. Then let's and this is the label or the description that we had provided in the previous screen. So it has taken the description from there. I need to give a data source name. So let's say I give a data source name as VBAK. I want to fetch something from VBAK. If I want, I can give an alias name as well as order. Any alias name that you want to give, you can give that alias name. Okay, maybe order will not be allowed or something because that would be a reserved key, so it is not allowed. And at the same time, you need to give a SQL view name. So I am going to give a SQL view name ZBT, and I'll call it as demo1. So number of spaces for giving SQL view name is very limited. So you need to choose a short name. I also need to check what is the maximum limit, but it's very limited. So this is the SQL view name, and this is the CDS view name. I'm selecting from the data source, and I have given an alias name as ORD. Whatever columns or fields that you want to project or that you want to expose, you need to give between these two brackets. So if I want, I can expose all the columns from VBAK. So what you need to do is just press Control space from your keyboard, and you will see this option or a pop-up appearing where you can manually add one column one by one, or you can insert all the elements. I'm not going to do this because it's going to insert about more than 100 columns, and I don't want to insert all the 100 columns. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to manually insert few columns. So let's say I know it is VBLN as the number. I'm giving some alias as well. Let's say a VB type as doc category, and then you have one more. Let's say I want to expose these columns only. Now, then I will click on activate. So I've exposed this column, and I am creating a very simple one, a very basic one, and we will keep on adding more stuff on top of this. But for the first demo, I'm creating a very simple one. Now I'm trying to activate that. So the CDS view is activated. Now how to execute this CDS view, how to do a data preview on the console itself. So I'll show you both the ways. One is using the keyboard shortcut, and then also from the menu option, how you can do that. So just open the CDS view in the Project Explorer. What you can do is, you see this icon linked with editor. So you can see this view, what we have created is not opened in the Project Explorer. It is not there. So what you can do is simply click on this icon linked with editor, and you see this. It has linked this view with the editor, and you see that the Project Explorer hierarchy has expanded, and you can see the view that you wanted to, that you have created or that you wanted to view. Now what you can do is right click here, and you will see an option open with something. Yeah, open with and data preview. So if you select this option, it will show you the data preview in the console itself. So I'm going to select this option, and you can see the data is being fetched from the VBAK table. The shortcut to execute this is F8. So if you press F8 from the keyboard, it will do the same thing. So you can see the data preview, and you can see the column names, what we give as an alias, order number, document category or document cat, and document type, what we give, and it has fetched the data from the table VBAK. That's what we did. Let me close this one, and you can see in the first screen, or it is showing 100 rows of data, because you can see here we have given a limit. So in the console, by default, only 100 rows of records will be shown. But if I want to change it, I can do that and just add the maximum number of rows and click refresh. And you can see that this got updated, and now you're seeing 1000 rows of record. Similarly, you can give any more value. So I know there are 7,700 something records in this VBAK table, and I want to see all of them in one screen. Then I will add maximum rows at 10,000, click on refresh, and then you can see 7,414, whatever number of rows you have, that you can see. Now, this number of records you're already seeing. If you don't see over here, or if you had put a maximum limit of 100 rows, over here and you wanted to see the number of entries, then just click on this number of entries, and that will tell you the total number of records that is available in the database. Although only 100 rows are being displayed on the console, because we have set the limit of maximum rows to 100, but you can see the number of entries. Then you have one option as SQL console as well. So if you go to the SQL console, you will get to see the SQL statement that got executed for this CDS view. So you can see even it has got converted to a select query and it is executing this select query. So it select and then it is fetching all these columns from this. This is not the, okay, it is fetching from the CDS view we have given. It is not fetching from the database view because that is being executed somewhere else, maybe on the database layer, and then from the CDS view. This is the view we have created. And from that view, it is fetching all these records and it is displaying. And then this is how you would write or the specific version of the query with 100 records up to 100 rows. So this is how you will write your query in your program also. Now let me close this console, SQL console. And not only this, if you have lot of columns and you don't want to see all the columns like you do in a grid display or list display, you want to filter the specific column, that also you can do here in the console itself. So here you have an option, select column. So you, let's say for example, you do not want to see the document category, you can unselect that. Or again, I mean, if you have too many columns, you can select, unselect, and then click on OK. And only that column, only those columns that you have selected will be displayed on the console. Another good feature is the add filter option. So let's say you have 7,000 records. You do not want to see something. Maybe you want to search for an order number, whether that exists in this or not. So I would add the order number and then I'll press enter. And you can see it has filtered the data according to the order number that you have provided. Not only one, you can add the different operators, not only equal to, but also less than, greater than, not equal to. All those filters you can add, and you can add more filters as well. So that option. Yeah. So right now I have added a filter on order number. If you want the filter document category also to be added, then document category, whatever, I mean, this will get executed with AND condition, and you can change that as well, and you can add more filters, and then you can view the data on the console itself before you are start analyzing or before you start processing with that. Okay, so this is more or less about the console, what all options you have that will help you in your analysis, that will help you while developing any objects on top of the CDS view also. Okay. So now I am going to talk about this SQL view name, what this SQL view is. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to log on to my SAP GUI and I'm going to go to the transaction SE11 and I will give the SQL view name. It's a view, but you can search in the database. I mean, it's going to search for everything. So here you would, with the SQL view name, a CDS data view got created. This is the SQL view name we have provided. This is the exact SQL view name we have provided. So a CDS database view also, when we are giving SQL view name, a corresponding database view gets created. It has the data definition, which is your CDS view name. That is also mentioned over here. So this is the CDS view name that also you see over here. And then all the conditions. So you are exposing order number, document category, and document type. These are the alias name you have given. And of course, this is a client, so mandate is automatically added. From which table, which field you are exposing. So these are the alias name we have given. And this is the actual field name or the column name from the table. That also is provided. The corresponding data element type and everything is over here. You will see that if you add more tables, you would see the join condition. But right now we are exposing data only from one table. So we are seeing this VB. If you want to see more attributes, created it, what is the package we have saved it. So this was created by this user on this date and it's saved in this temporary package. So all the information for the CDS view you can see over here. Now next question, can I edit it? I'll try to do that. So I'll click on edit. Okay, it is going into the edit mode, but you can see this warning or the error message generated DDL SQL view are only supported in limited way in SE11. I don't think it will allow me to change here. Let me try to change the description. You cannot edit object of this type, which is the CDS database view with standard editor. So I am getting an error. Even it is not allowing me to change the description also. I don't know why it went into the edit mode, or it allowed me to go to the edit mode. It should not have done that, but you cannot change anything. For this CDS view, everything has to be maintained from your Eclipse, your ADT, and from this CDS view name. But a corresponding dictionary SQL view or the dictionary view also gets created. Then what is the use of this view? Is there any use of this view? Anyone can think of any use of this view?
We can call in. I mean, we can use this like a normal view.
You can view this?
We can use. Can we use this as a normal view in the ABAP program to display some data?
Okay. And can't I use this view name in the ABAP program? Let's try. So that was the next thing that I was about to show. And anyone else was also speaking. If you have a different view or if you have a different answer, please.
I have a query, like why that is inactive view in SE11 is showing as inactive in SE.
Because we changed this short description and it did not allow us to activate that. That's the reason it is showing as inactive.
But it did not change also, right? It did not change the description.
It did not change, but it is into the edit mode. It did not change the description. It did not allow me to activate. So this has become inactive. So the option what I have is to close this edit view and don't save anything. So I cannot save it. I mean, even if I try, I cannot save it. So if I don't save it, then it would get restored to the previous stage, which is active. Clear? So it is allowing me to go to the edit mode. But if I try to change anything, and if I try to activate this, you see this, it is giving me an error. And then what would be the state? It would be an inactive state, right? It is revised, it is inactive, but it has not been saved, it has not been persisted, it has not been activated. Let's try if it is allowing me to save as well. No, even save is not allowed. So if you simply come out of the edit mode, it would be restored to the previous active stage. That is what it is going to do. Okay, you can see it is in active stage. I hope that clarifies.
Yeah.
Okay, so now next I am going to create training 01, consume. Let's put CDS. So what I need to do is I need to fetch the data from the CDS view. And here I'm going to use the SQL view name. So I'm going to write select, and I am going to fetch all these three columns: order number, doc cat, and doc type. Type from. And you guys are mentioning that we are going to make use of this SQL view name. This into table @li underscore. Fine. I'll try to fetch all the records, and then I am going to display this output. Okay, so I am fetching the data from the SQL view name we have provided, and then I'm simply displaying it. I'm not putting any condition. I'm simply displaying it because this is the use you guys are considering for the SQL view name. I will execute and we should see the data. We see the data, nothing, no issues over there. Now, instead of this SQL view name, if I replace that with the CDS view name, what will happen? It will allow. So I have replaced the CDS view name with the SQL view name with the CDS view name, and nothing I have changed. Fetching the same columns, and I'm displaying that in the output console. I'll activate it. It's active. I see the same data. No issues. Then again, what is the use of SQL view name? And the recommendation, if you are creating a CDS view, the recommendation is you should be using the CDS view name rather than the SQL view name. You should not be using the SQL view name to fetch the data. You should use the SQL view name. Why? So, because if you remember about the code push down technique, what I said, for this view, a corresponding database view will get created, right? So that database view will be mapped to this view. So let's assume for this, a database view, something like this is created. And when I'm saying database view, I'm talking about the SAP HANA database. So database view, and I'm calling it as a demo one. Let's assume this got created and the database. So this is directly related to this. And when you are invoking this CDS view, implicitly this data CDS view is invoked. Now, what SAP recommends is if you are using this SQL view name, first, the system will find out internally for this SQL view name, what is the CDS view name. So it will find out from the SQL view name, it will find out the CDS view name, and then the corresponding database view name will be triggered. So that's an extra step. So you need to avoid that extra step. So you should always use the CDS view name instead of the database view or the SQL view name, not the database view. You cannot use that, but you should not use the SQL view name. So there is yeah. Sorry, go ahead. Anyone had a question?
Can repeat again that we should not use.
Okay. So here you see this in the program. I have used this CDS view name. This is the CDS view name, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So instead of CDS view name, I can also use, I am going to comment this, I can also use the SQL view name.
Yeah.
So by creating the CDS view, I have given SQL view name as well. I can use this and it is going to give me the same output. Nothing changes. It will allow me to activate and it will give the same output. That also we have seen, right?
Okay.
So what the recommendation is, instead of using this SQL view name, you should use this one.
CDS
Why?
view name.
Why? Even the logic for that, I mean, I cannot demonstrate this why or how it is happening, but the reasoning what SAP gives or the recommendation what SAP provides it, that for this CDS view name, so I'll write in the comment mode, for this CDS view name, there is a corresponding database view.
Okay.
And I don't know about the name of that, so it could be anything database view underscore demo 1, something like that, right? This is the code pushdown technique. This is the code pushdown technique we discussed. So if you invoke this CDS view name, automatically this database view gets invoked and it gets executed at the database layer, and then the calculation and everything is performed at the database layer, and result is transferred from this database to this CDS view, and then you display the result, whatever you do. But let's say instead of this view, if you are using the SQL view name, so if you use this SQL view name, first what it will try to do is it will get the CDS view name, because your database view is mapped to your CDS view. So it will get the CDS view name, and from CDS view, it will invoke the database. So this step is additional.
Yes.
So that's the reason SAP recommends that instead of using the SQL view name, use this view directly. Understood?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Then again, back to the same question. What is the use of SQL view name? Practically, there is no use of SQL view. It was only for a purpose because it was launched, I think, with 7.2 or something, or 7.0, whatever, I don't know. I don't remember that exactly now, but it was launched, and that point of time, everyone was familiar with SAP GUI. Eclipse was new to all the ABAP developers. So they gave the ABAP developers an option that, okay, whatever you have created, you can go to SE11, you can log into SAP GUI, go to SE11 and can view that. Nothing you can change. All the lifecycle will be managed from Eclipse, but you can only view that. But later on, they also realized that, okay, it's just a duplicate object that they are creating. It's of no use. So they have made it obsolete. That's the major difference between a CDS view and a CDS view entity. So one of you had asked me this question that it's an obsolete one, and are we going to create this? The answer is no, we are not going to create this. But again, it's made obsolete very recently, or only if you are using AS ABAP 7.57 and above, then only this has been made obsolete. If you are in the previous versions, then, or even in the newer version, those CDS which were created before that, that will still be having this SQL view name and everything. That's the reason I explained this. But for our learning, we are not going to create CDS view. We are going to create CDS view entity. So now let's try to create a CDS view entity. Exactly the same thing I will do. I'm going to fetch the data from VBAK. I'm going to fetch these columns only. So let's do that. So now I'll right click here only, new data definition. And again, now I am not going to click on finish, otherwise it will automatically select the template CDS view. So I am going to click on next, next, and then here you see this CDS view. Last time we had created, that was this type of view, defined view, which is obsolete from AS ABAP 7.57. Now we are going to create the new one, define view entity, and I'll click on finish. So one major difference, or couple of major difference, one is the keyword. This has changed to define view entity, where it was defined view only. Why this is inactive? It was defined view only. Now this has changed to define view entity. And you can see you do not have a SQL view name. So you had this annotation SQL view name that is gone here. It is not required and you are not going to create that. Now, rest of the things I'm going to keep as it is. So I am going to select from the data source VBAK, and I'm going to select the same columns as it is. And I'm going to activate this. Now, I do not have a SQL view name. Can I search in SAP GUI with this view name? Let us try that. Does not exist. Does not exist. Even the demo one where we had created both the view name and CDS view. Let us try if I am able to search with this view name. I will see. No, even we cannot search. So those who give the answer that okay, we can search for a CDS view in the 11 or in the SAP GUI, not every time. Only if you were creating the CDS view, which will be obsolete ultimately. Others does not get created as a dictionary view or as a SQL. Okay, so that's the major difference. And again, if you want to consume in a program, we have already seen that you can consume with the defined view or the CDS view name also. So you can directly consume with this also. Nothing changes, no problem over here. And so that's the reason I said initially I will be calling this as a CDS view entity and this as a CDS view. But going forward, I would be creating only this type of CDS view. So if I say CDS view, do not get confused that, okay, I'm talking about this old or the obsolete CDS view. No, I would be talking about this only because I might interchangeably call it a CDS view or CDS view entity, but I am talking about this type of view only. We are going to create the new one, not the obsolete one. Any questions from anyone so far?
So other than this, is there any difference between entity and entity set?
Entity and entity set?
Oh, sorry. I mean, CDS view and CDS entity.
Yeah, there would be some differences because this is an older version. So let's say some of the syntax, some of the parameters would not be supported over here. Again, I do not have that list. If you try some of the operations, some of the parameters, it might not be supported because this is an older one. And this is the newer version or the newer syntax. So everything that we are going to learn about the different operations, different functions, all those are supported. I have not done a comparison which one is supported in this, which one is not supported in this. But yes, of course, this being an old one, some of the parameters, some of the functions are not supported here.
One question: this entity in old data, is there any relation with that?
Yeah, there is a relation. So when you create a service with reference to this CDS view, you would see an entity with this name. Entity is basically a resource, right? In OData, entity is a resource. So this is one of the resources. So probably that's the reason this is called as entity. Something similar, that there is a relationship, something similar. I mean, this is a CDS view entity, but even if you create an OData service with that, you will see entity with this name.
Okay.
Any more questions?
Can we use this view entity in a program?
This view entity in a program?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do that. So I've kept the column and everything same, so you can do that. I'll just replace this. It got activated and I'll display the output. It will display the same. You can use that. You can use that. Yeah, next question, please. All right, if no questions, then I move ahead. And something similar, some of the details that we just discussed, you can see is mentioned in the PPT as well. So you see this is the SQL view name. This is the data source. And all the elements or that you're projecting, all the fields that you're projecting, that's the projection list, and that you give between the two brackets. That also we have seen. Again, the definition, and probably here you might find the limit, the number of characters and everything. But yeah, we have discussed that in the practical scenario itself instead of going through the PPTs. Okay, if no questions, then I will go to the next topic. Again, it will be on the CDS view itself, but we are going to discuss a lot of things about CDS view. So just give me a second. So the next topic in this is we will see the various capabilities of a CDS view entity, what all we can do. So one by one, we are going to see those. So let's see that. The first one, maybe I'll create a new one so that you can already see these. You don't need to create, or we are not changing the same one. So you have it as a reference because all of you are in the same server. So whatever objects I have created, You can find that, but please do not change those objects. If you want to use it, you can use that. If you want to refer to that, please refer to that, but do not change anything, because every day I will be building on top of those objects. So I might need those objects created in the, so please do not change anything that has been created by this user. Okay, then I am going to create the next serious view, and we will see the different conditions, and we will see about where condition, what more. Let's give this. Now I am again selecting define view entity. So now we would be creating that. Okay, I am going to select from the data source, same data source, VBAK. Let me copy paste these columns, and you can put a where condition as well. So if I put a where condition, so let's say where document category, I need to give the column name from the table. So AUART or something. Let me see what values we have, that I will check. AUART TA is there, so I can use AUART is equal to TA. And then if you activate, so you can see it has filtered data according to the document type as TA only. And I want to see the number of records. How can I do that? So I am seeing only 100 rows at the moment, but I want to see the total number of records that it has fetched. Sorry?
Number of entries.
Right.
You have this button, number of entries. Simply click on that, and you can see this. There are total 4,984 records with document type TA. Okay, so this is again a very simple example. Now we would be, so far we have been referencing data from one database table only. But if I want to fetch the data from order header table and order item table, how can I do that? Join. Okay. And what are the different types of join? How many of you are familiar with different types of join?
Inner join, left outer join.
Anything more?
Inner and outer joins.
So yes, even that is correct. So in total, we have 4 different types of join: inner join, left outer join, right outer join, and outer join. Out of these 4, only 3 is supported in SAP ABAP or SAP ABAP series. Outer join is not supported over here. So we will discuss about the 3 types of joins. Okay. So now what I do is I have already written. So I am going to add the join condition here itself in the same series view. And I would give this as an alias. I would call it as an ORD. And then I am going to do the join. So I need to select from VBAP table as well on a join condition. So I am going to use inner join, and then I'll give the table name VBAP as item. And then of course, if you are joining 2 tables, you need to give the join condition. So what will be the join condition? What is the join condition? How can I find that? So if you don't know, sorry, go ahead, please.
It should be or.vbln equal to item.vbln.
So for those who, those who know VBLN, fine. For those who do not know, I will tell you how you can find that. So if I go to VBAK table, you can see that this is the primary key. VBLN is the primary key. So every record in the order table will be unique with reference to this primary key. I'll open the item table as well. And here also you can see VBLN and Postner is the combination is the primary key. So it's a composite primary key. And the common field between these 2 tables is the VBLN. So that's the reason for the join condition we will be using VBLN. And not only a primary key, it could be other columns as well. But the common column between those 2 tables should be used as a join condition. As one of you correctly mentioned, it is VBELN. That's the reason we are using VBELN as the join condition. So we have given the join condition order.vbln equal to item.vbln. And so far we have exposed the columns only from the header table, but now we are going to expose the columns from item tables. And you can see this error, VBLN is giving me an error because this is not unique. VBLN is there in both the tables. It is there in the VBAK table and it is in the VBAP table as well. So the system is confused from which table I should fetch the VBLN. How to resolve that? I would give this alias. So I would give this alias and dot. Then it will tell the system that, okay, you need to fetch the order VBLN from this, and even VB type Okay, it is asking me to add the prefix for all, and even as a good practice, you should do that. So whenever you have multiple tables, you should always add this prefix so that it is easy to maintain. Okay, now it is done. Let me add some more column from the item table. So I am going to add the prefix item dot, maybe the postner, definitely I will add. So I'll add postner, and maybe I'll call it as I number, and maybe I'll get the material as well. So postner as broad number. Okay, so this is how you will implement a join condition. And of course, any column, irrespective of which table that you want to expose, that will be coming between these two brackets only. And I have written the join, inner join condition over here, and this is the where condition. I have not changed anything. So let's activate and let's see the output again. So you can see for each order number, I'm getting the corresponding item number and the product number as well. So that information it is coming. I'm getting the data from two different database table in one CDS view itself. And there is not limitation that you can add only one join condition. You can keep on adding multiple inner join, and it will fetch data from multiple data sources. Now, we will be discussing about the different types of joins. So inner join I have implemented, but I will explain the logic of all different types of join. Just give me a second. Let me stop sharing for a moment. Okay, so I'll share again. Okay, so now let me pull this data. Okay, you can see some data. I have two sample or the data snippet of from two table. This is a customer table and this is an order table. Now I want to implement inner join, and the columns that I want to get is cust ID name, SOID, buyer, and created by. It is same, but I'll change few. Yep. Now, who is going to tell me what values I would be getting in these columns for this inner join condition? Anyone?
Customer 1 and customer 3.
Yeah, so go one by one. You tell me how you are processing the data, and then we'll keep on adding to the final output.
So customer
First is customer 1.
Sales order item.
One of you, please go ahead.
First will be customer cust 1 in the column D.
Okay, cust 1.
The name would be Vedant. SOID would be here 126.
126.
Buyer would be cust 1 and created by Rohit.
Okay, next record.
Next, if we see cust 2, we don't have here cust 3. Cust 3, cust ID would be.
Okay.
Again, name would be first. What is this? No, ABCD.
Huh?
Sorry, not ABCD. What is the name there? I'm sorry.
It's Rohit only.
Yeah. No, you. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Then SOID would be cust 3.
SOID.
SOID is here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
1, 2,
and
3.
then 1, 2, 5 in second next row also.
Okay.
Here cust 3. Buyer is cust 3 in both the rows. And created by would be in first one, it will be ABCD, and the second one, it would be Ved.
Okay, what about these two values?
It would be same, cust 3 and Rohit.
Cust 3 and name is Rohit.
Perfect. So how we are processing the data? So let's say we have taken the first record from the customer table. You can take, from order or from customer, you are going to get the same result. So I'll take the first record, the customer table, and how to know which column will be on the on condition. Can anyone tell me which column should be on the on condition? If I write an inner join between these two tables, which column will be on the on condition?
Cust ID.
Cust ID and buyer.
Cust ID and buyer, because that is the common column. So here in the customer table, it is called as customer ID or cust ID. And here it is the buyer. It is called as buyer, but probably it would be referring to the same data element and the same data source. So it will be the common column, and that we are going to put in the join condition. So now what we are doing is we are taking any table. So let's consider customer table, and then you take the first record. So first record, customer 1 and Vedant. And if there is a matching record in the order table, then only that record would appear in the final output table. So cust 1, do we have a matching record? Yes, we have a matching record. So cust 1 will appear in the output table. So we bring in the cust number, customer ID cust 1 and the name Vedant from the first table. And then the rest 3 columns will be coming from the order table. So this is the matching record, and we bring that record. So 1, 2, 6. customer 1 and Rohit from the right column. Now again, we repeat the step for next record, which is cust2. Do we have a matching record cust2 in the order table? No, we do not.
No,
we do not have cust2 in the order table. So the condition for inner join, only matching records would appear. And that's the reason cust2 will not appear in the output table, because there is no matching record. Next, we move on to cust3. So for cust3, if you see, do we have a matching record? We do. But there is not only one matching record, we have two matching records. So cust3 would come here from the customer table. Then the first matching record, which is 1, 2, 3, cust3 and ABCD would appear. Then again, we have one more matching record. So we would insert one more entry. So cust3, Rohit, and the next entry, which is 1 to 5, cust3 and Ved is coming here. Now, someone else, those who are not spoken, can you tell me what will be the next value that we will enter?
cust4.
Cust4. Go ahead, please. Okay.
So we have 1 to 7.
1 to 7.
cust4.
1 to 4 as well.
Cust4. What will be the value here?
ABCD and Surya.
It
No,
will
no,
be
no.
Surya, because,
For 1 to 7, it will be Surya. Yeah.
yeah, because we are bringing in for 1 to 7. So you need to get all the records. So all the columns. So it will be Surya here. And then there is one more matching record. So cust4, again Surya, and then you have 1 to 4, and then cust4, and here you have ABCD. Perfect. Clear? Any questions on inner join? How inner join works? Any questions? So in inner join, only the matching record from the both the table will appear, or that will be filtered in the output. Now we will be discussing about left outer join. Left outer join. And to make it simple, I'm going to again fetch the same columns. Same columns I need to fetch. So what is the condition? How the left outer join works? In left outer join, everything from the left table and the matching record from the right table. I'm repeating it again. Everything from the left table and the matching records from the right table. To make it simple, this is my left table and this is my right. Now again, those who have not spoken so far while we were discussing about this. So one of you, those who have not spoken so far, tell me what all will be the entries in these columns if we are implementing left outer join. And the condition I've already told you for left outer join, everything from the left table and the matching records from the right. Yeah, please go ahead.
Cust1.
Go on, please.
1 to 6, cust1, Rohit.
1 to 6, cust1, Rohit. You need to be a little bit louder. Your voice is very low, please.
Cust3.
Cust?
3.
Okay.
Rohit. 1, 2, 3, cust3, ABC.
Okay. Next.
Cust4.
Cust4, Surya.
1 to 4, cust4, ABCD.
1 to 4, cust4, ABCD. Okay. Done, or anything more? Okay. So then next question.
Second record, there is typo. Buyer would be cust3, 1 to 3.
Buyer would be cust.
Okay. Second record.
Okay. Then why did we insert only one record from cust3 and even from cust4? Why not the second record? Even the second record should be coming, right? I mean, what was the criteria that you used and you filtered out the second value for cust3 and cust4?
As a single entry left.
No, why would I put single entry? I did not mention anything about single entry.
Okay.
What was the condition I set for left outer join?
All entries from left and the right.
Right. So have we inserted all entries from the left table? I mean, when I did not say all entries, everything from the left table and matching records from the right table. Not all entries. I mean, that would not be the correct word. If I have used all entries, that's wrong, because for all entries, you are inserting only one instances. No, that's not correct. If there are hundreds instances for this matching record, you need to insert this 100 times, like we did for inner join.
Then cust
I
second
think it will be same as inner join, just one row will be extra with cust2 and Rahul.
Yes. So these are the matching records we have already done in the case of inner join. And what I said, everything from the right table. So from the right, from the left table. So cust2 Rahul, this is there. This we have not inserted so far in the output table because this did not have a matching record. So now I would insert cust2 and Rahul as well So cus2 as well. And if we do not have a matching record, what will be the values of these columns?
Blank.
It would be blank. It would be initial. I should not call it blank. It would be initial. So if it is a numeric data type, it would be 0, or is it blank? I need to check. Again, I need to check whether it is blank or initial. I think it is initial, but we could check that. So this will be the final output. So everything from the join condition, whatever you have done, and then the additional record which is only there in the left table, and then I have inserted that as well. A corresponding column from the right table would be blank. Okay, now again, instead of left outer join, if I simply convert it into right outer join, maybe you can already start processing that in your mind and can tell me the records. What will be the records? So now again, change everything from the right table and the matching records from the left table.
It will be same as inner join only.
Yeah, but again, the process would be like that. You will take the record 1, 2, 3 and cust3. You will check, do we have a matching record? Yes, you will get it. Cust4, you will check, do we have it? You will get it. Cust3 again, do we have a matching record? Yes, we'll get it. Cust1, again, we'll get it. Cust4, again, we'll get it. We do not have anything extra here, and for that, we do not have a matching record in customer. We do not have a case like that. That's the reason it will be same as inner join. If I would have added one more value like this, cust6, and maybe something this, then this record would have come in extra, and these two columns would be blank. Clear? Any questions so far? Anyone who did not understand this different types of join, inner join, left outer join, right outer join?
Yeah, one question on right outer join. Is there any real-time example of right outer join where really it is getting utilized?
Yeah, there could be many instances, right? So let's take this example only, right? Where we have taken the customer number and order number. Okay. I want to know for each customer how much sales I have done. Let's say I add one more column, NETW or something, right? So this the sales order value is 100, 240, whatever. I'm giving any random numbers. Okay. I want to know. So these are my customers. I want to know for each customer how much sales I have done. And even if there is 0 sales, I want to know that as well. Then will I not require the customer 2 information also? For this customer, I have not done any sales for this month or for this year, but I would need to know that. So I would need to know the customer ID and name, and if you have the email ID and phone number, so that I can give them a call that, okay, you have not purchased anything this month. I mean, I'm just giving an example, but yes, you might need to know that information as well. So how would you do that? If you do an inner join, you would not get the customer 2 information. So maybe a left outer join you would do in this case, right?
Yes.
So the right join is exactly the opposite, right? So if you flip the tables, then left become right and right become left. So again, the example could be same for right outer join as well. Yeah, go ahead, please. The follow-up question.
No, generally we will at least I did not utilize as of now right outer join, and left outer join, inner join we have utilized. So that's the question actually.
Okay, so you have utilized left outer join but not utilized right outer join. So as I said, if you simply swap the tables, the left outer join becomes right outer join. I would have given you this condition that, okay, this is the right table and this is the left table. Now everything becomes same, right? And when we are doing it in the CDS view, I'll show you how which one is the left table, which one is the right table, and how you are going to determine. So I'll show you with the right outer join maybe over there.
Okay, yeah, it's fine. Yeah.
Any other question from anyone? Okay, so this is a very important topic. The joins, all different types of join, and in other programming languages, there is one more join which is a full outer join, but it is not supported in SAP. So we are not discussing about outer join. There, I mean, from everything from both the tables. So matching records you will have, and then everything from left table, everything from the right table. Those also will be there, but it is not supported in SAP. So we are not discussing. Okay, so we discussed about, fine. I mean, you can lower your hands, all of you. Okay, I hope my screen is visible to all of you.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, from this example, we have already created demo 3. Can you tell me which one is the left table and which one is the right table? So instead of inner join, if I replace this with a left outer join, which one is the left table and which one is the right?
VBAK is the left table.
Yes. So whichever table which is mentioned before this keyword left outer join, And here in our case, it is VBAK. So that is the left table. And the one which is mentioned after this keyword is the right table, which is VBAP. So VBAK is the left table and VBAP is the right. Okay. Now, if I join one more table, and the same requirement what I gave, I want to get, so here was it, right? I want to get the total sales done for all the customers. Now, which table I need to join here? So here I do not require the left outer join, rather I require the inner join. And then I would join the customer table. I think BUT000 would be the business partner table. So let's do that. For the moment, I'm writing inner join, but I will ask you this question. So let me check if the table is correct as plus table. Here it would be on order dot NNR equal to. Let me check what all columns. For better, I'll take KNA1. So that should be better. I think I will have entries over here. Yeah, let me check. Okay, we have entries in KNA1, so that should be good enough. So instead of BUT000, I take KNA1 table. Dot. Now, I want all the customers. I want CUST.KUNNR as customer, and let's say I am getting the item price also. I'm not doing the calculation, that we will see later on, but I want to do the calculation. I don't know which one will have price. Yesterday we saw in this as item price. Now tell me, if I want to get all the customers, what type of join this should be? Everyone got the requirement, right? What we are trying to achieve.
Can you repeat the requirement once again?
Okay. So I want to get, or I want to do a calculation where I want to get the total sales done for each customers. And to get the total sales done, I would be getting the price from this NETWR. There are something else. I need to write that.
I think you need to do right outer join because all the sales items on the price is in the right table.
Price is not in the right table. I want all the customers. Even if there are no sales done for that particular customer, I want that price as well. I'll comment it out for time being because I have not explained this concept. So I can comment the price. Even if I have not done any sales for that customer, I want that customer also.
Will it be left outer join at KNA1?
So which one is the left table?
VBAP is the left table for KNA1.
Okay. Then will I be getting all the records from the KNA1 table?
You will be getting all the records from VBAP, all the net prices. The price you will get from VBAP.
Okay.
Or what is the requirement? You want all the customers or all the price?
I need all the customers because there could be certain customers for which there is no sales order.
Yeah. So it could be, I think, right outer join because KNA1 is right and VBAP is the left one.
So it would be right outer join?
At VBAP.
That's correct. That's absolutely correct. It should be right outer join because if we do not put right outer join, I would not be getting all the customers even if I do not have a sales order for that. So let's check. Let's check this. If we have certain customers for which we do not have a sales order, are we getting that in the right outer join or not? So only focus will be on that part. Let me short this. No, we do not have any. Maybe let me remove this condition also. Yeah, we have. So now you can see there are so many customers. We have got all these customers and there is no order record for those. And even the other value we were discussing about the blank and the initial. So you can see it is not blank, it is the initial value. So this is a numeric data type. So the initial for numeric data type would be 6 zeros. So this is numeric 6. So it has taken the 6 zeros. So it is not blank, it is rather the initial value according to the data type. And these are character data types. So for character data type, the initial value is space or blank. So that will be like that. So this is the right outer join. If I simply convert this into the left outer join, will I get the results, what I wanted? Will I get the same result? My requirement is I should see all the customers, irrespective whether I've done sales or not. I'll keep this value and I will execute again.
All customers will be not there, I guess.
All customers is not there. So now you can see I am having the sales order and the customer is blank. But my requirement is not this, right? My requirement is the reverse, the opposite of this.
where I want the customers to be there, but even if they do not have any sales. Understood? So now you get a scenario where you need to implement a right outer join.
Yes, yeah.
So right outer join and left outer join, again, it's just the flipping of the table. So if you have used left outer join, you just change the position of the tables and it becomes outer join. So if I do not want to change this condition, I want to keep it as left outer join, but I want the result what was shown earlier. I want this result. What can I do?
Make K1 as left
Sorry?
instead of right.
Can you be a little bit louder?
K1 as left table instead of right.
Yeah. So how to switch that? I don't want to change this keyword because maybe someone is getting confused with right outer join for whatever reason. I don't want to change this condition. What can I still do so that I get the same result?
Please repeat the requirement.
So my requirement is I want all the customers, whether they have a sales order or they do not have a sales order, I want all the customers. And to achieve that requirement, we have seen that we need a right outer join, right?
Yes.
But
Yes.
I do not want to change this keyword to right outer join for whatsoever reason. I don't want to change it. Is there any way that I can still get the same output without changing this keyword, what I have highlighted?
We have to switch the position of KNA1 table.
Correct.
Exactly.
Upper query. And
Exactly. If I just switch the position of the KNA1 table, so again, for this, the join condition is with the order table, not with the item table. So I need to switch the position with order table, not the item table. Many of you, when you were mentioning the left table is VBAP, probably, I mean, when I explained, I said the table which is to the left of this condition, but not necessarily the immediate left, because here the condition, if you see, is on the order table. I am not having any condition with the item table. So I need to switch the position with VB. So what I can do is I need to change a little bit. Maybe I'll change it to VBAP, call it item, and then I'll VBAK, call it as order. And this is fine, but as a good practice, you should follow the same sequence. So I am going to change it. And now I simply put this one. Oh, no, not this one. Left outer join will be with the KNA1 table. No.
I think it will be defined as select from KNA1 as left outer join to VBA.
Yeah, because we do not have this. So let me fix this first. So select from KNA1, left outer join VBAK order, and then inner join BAP as item. This should be good. Yeah. Now let's see. I'll execute. We get the same record. I'm just trying to check my
ID from customer name from KNA1, the customer ID from KNA1.
Yeah,
No.
I can do that. I can do that. But I just want to check. I mean, earlier we got many customers for which there was no order. Why I'm not getting that? Okay, as long as we are doing this, we are getting this inner join. Even this should be converted to left outer join. Why? I'll explain. Now we should see the same result. Yeah. Now we are seeing the same result. Why? Because when we had written the inner join over here, this entire thing, this subset, joining these two tables was acting as the left table, and that was trying to do an inner join. So only the matching record was written. Now I have written a left outer join. So even the extra value, what we have got from customer will be carried forward, and you will see that because we have implemented left outer join. Is it clear, or I need to explain or elaborate a little bit more on this? Not clear? Let me see.
Left means all left table, all list of left table will be called as left, right?
Correct.
Not a one table.
Yep. That's how actually it is working even. So what we have implemented is KNA1, and then you have joined it with VBA. So I will take just a couple of examples. So CU1 and CU2. So let's say for CU1, you had the order number 123. This was blank. So this was still coming because we had the left outer join between these two tables. Now we have one more table, VBAP. And then you have this 1, 2, 3 and item number 10. But when you implement inner join here between these two tables, it is considering both these tables. So the final output that you're getting by left outer joining these two tables, that is considered. Now, if you join this record with inner join, what will be the output?
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3 only, right? So that is what we were getting. Now I want to see both the records, CU1, CU2. And along with 1, 2, 3, what I need to do?
Left outer join.
Left outer join. So that's the reason I replaced this with left outer join. So everything, the subset of output that we are getting from this, and if I am doing a left outer join, then we will see all the records from the customer. Clear?
So it means that whenever we want to use the inner join, first we should go with inner join, then we should go with.
Yeah, ideally inner join, that should be the first one. But here to explain the left outer join and right outer join, the different combination, I just switched. Otherwise, I mean, you would not be fetching the data from KNA1 table. It should be the header table that you should be fetching the data, right?
Yeah. Good.
And that's the reason you have both left outer join and right outer join. Otherwise, I mean, I can very easily switch the position of the tables and I can do that. But that's the reason you have different types of join. And according to the business requirement, to the best practices, you will be fetching the data from this table first. Right. Now, any further questions before I move on to the next topic? Okay. So the next topic here is association. And again, association is also very similar to join, but a special type of join which is executed on demand. So if I talk about join, that join connecting multiple tables, connecting multiple data sources, not only table, you can connect even CDS views as well. So connecting multiple data sources. And here, if you see, if I see the output, even if I am not exposing the customer or item table, even if I am not exposing the customer and item table, still the join has been executed. Still the join has been executed. How to see that? I would write a different example and I'll show you that. What do I mean by that? I'll show you. This I don't have. Now we will be discussing about association, and let me show you how that works. How is it different? In view entity, click on finish. I am selecting VBLN as order number, T as type, and what was one more? Type as doc. So we are selecting these three columns. Now, if I see the output, how many records we will see? I check the number of records. It is 7,414 records, right? 7,400, 7,414. That's the total number of records. Now, I implement inner join. I simply implement inner join, VBAP as item, and I'll put the join condition, header.vbln. Is on is missing item, but this is coming from the header table, all this. So I'll add the, okay, I'm not exposing anything from the item table. If I execute this, how many records I should see? When we had executed this one, the number of records was 7, not this one. It got updated already, or this one was that. It got updated.
7414 was initial.
7414. So how many records we should be seeing? So you have already seen the output, but how many records we should be seeing? I'm still asking this question. And when we had not implemented the join condition, the number of record was 7414. Any guess or how you are evaluating the number of records? Because you will not know, of course, right? You will not know the number of records. Is it, so let me put it in other words, is it going to be the same number of records, 7414?
No, because we are using inner join. So it will always check the corresponding values in the table. Then only the particular record will be fetched. So it should be less than.
But I am not fetching anything from the item table. I'm fetching you.
But still we are using the join on the table.
Still we are using the join. So let's say, again, I'll take the example. So let's say in the header, this is the VBAK table. You had 123, 124, 125, 126. That was these were the order number. And when you fetch the records only from the VBAK, you will see these 4 records. But let's say in VBAP, you have 123 item 10, 124 item 10, and then again 124 item 20, 125 item 30, item 10, and then 126 item 10, and 126 again item 20. Now if I do an inner join, how many records I will see?
4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6. Because we are not fetching anything from VBAP.
6. But all those are matching, so I think it will be 6.
Right.
So even we are not displaying.
So this is
not displaying the numbers, but we are displaying the
SOID, and this is the item number. If I do not display the SOID and item number, that does not mean that values will not be in the output. So if I were to ask you, this is the item SOID and this is the item number. So if I were to ask you, tell me what will be the output of this table? What will be the output of this table? It will be these values?
Yes.
Am I right or wrong?
Yes.
It will be like this. It will be like this, right? If I do not display these two columns, what will be the output of the first column if we have displayed only this column? What will be the number of records?
It should be 6 because
it should be 6.
We are fetching 6 records. Only displaying, we are hiding those columns. But
yes, so whatever we are exposing here is only exposing those columns. I'm projecting those columns. If I'm not projecting, that does not mean that this join condition is not executed. So the join condition is executed, and that's the reason if I see the output, the number of records has changed. It has increased 7724 because there would be certain order numbers which would get repeated. So let me short this. You see this number 15 repeated twice, number 11 repeated twice. Do we have two order numbers in VBAK table? No, because we have corresponding entries in the item table. That's the reason these numbers are getting repeated. 81 getting repeated. Understood? Or any confusion?
No.
Everyone understood this? So when we talk about joins, this gets executed. But when we talk about association, that is join on demand. It does not get executed every time until and unless you need that. It's a join on demand. How does that work? Let's see that. I had created this example, but this is a good example, so I would not change it. I would copy this one. So how to copy this? What I did is, so in ABAP or in SAP GUI, you had an option to copy an object and create with that reference. So here also you can do that. I simply selected this object, do a Control-C, or you can right click also and do a copy, and then select this node and do a Control-V. It will give you a pop-up. So this is the source data definition and the destination data definition name you can provide. So I'll call it as version 2. And then I'll click on next. I don't need to click on next because it will definitely select the template from this everything. So I can click finish directly now. And you can see the version 2 has taken exactly the same code what we had in the version 1 or the other object. So it has taken exactly the same. But I do not want to implement inner join. Rather, I want to implement association here. So what I would do is the keyword for association is association. And then you define cardinality. It's not mandatory, but I will define the cardinality. One, and I'll explain about the cardinality, don't worry. And then you give 2, and then you give the table name. So you need to associate this to VBAP as, and for association, we use a slightly different nomenclature. So with the alias name, you put an underscore in front. So I'll also do that same, underscore item, and then you give the join condition. So on VBLN as, equal to underscore I dot. Perfect. Again, I am not changing anything on the parameters that I am exposing. I am keeping it same. Now tell me the number of records that you will see here. So the join condition we had executed, the number of records was 7724. Tell me what will be the number of records over here.
It should be same. I mean, because it's act as a left outer join. Because
it will act as a left outer join. Okay. So let me activate this. It's already active. Let me execute it. And let me check the number of records. How many records we have? Any relation that you can derive out of this? So this is exactly the same number of records we had in the sales order header table, right? 7414.
Yes.
So that's the reason I said in association, the join condition or the join is executed only on demand. The join or whatever type of join, inner join, left outer join, right outer join, whatever is getting executed, we are not discussing that, but it is being executed only when you need that. And how does that work? So you select any record. You see this icon over here. If you click on this, you can see all the children or all the association. You will see the list of association. Okay, not this. Why we are not seeing? Because we have not exposed the association. So we are not able to see that. So how we can expose the association? You can simply expose the, not here, you can expose the entire association. So comma, underscore, item. I'm exposing the complete association and the alias name is item. So everything will be executed. Now, do you think the number of entries will change? Do you think the number of entries will change here from 7414 to something else? I have exposed the item association. No, it will not.
I think it should not change.
Yeah, it will not change. So if I check the number of entries, it is still 7414. So getting everything from the header table. And how to get the association, select anything. Now you go over here, you will see the association, the name we have given underscore item. And then if I click on this, If we have items for this order number, you will see that. So some cases, I don't know how it works. Okay, in BTP ABAP, in the newer version, if you execute this, it will display only the selected row of record that we will see. But when you work in S4HANA, I don't know from which version this has got updated, it shows all the records. So the association gets triggered when you execute it, and this will have separate. So the association got executed only when we navigated from this, we navigated to the association, then only association got executed. It is not getting executed by default like in case of join. It got executed by default. So association, a special case of join where it is getting executed when you need them, or when you not need them, but when you execute them. And this is how we are going to even use in our BTP ABAP as well, because there we will be using association a lot, and you will see. So let's say if you see a sales order number, and then how do you navigate to an item number on a Fiori application or on transaction VA0? You first open a sales order number, right? And then you see the sales order number, you click on that, and then only you see the corresponding items. Am I right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So when you click on the sales order number, that is when your item association will be triggered, and you get the item data and you pull it. Not like, when you're displaying a sales order number, your item association is also triggered. But when you implement join, even that will be triggered. That we have also seen with an example. And in case of association, it would be triggered only when you execute that. I hope the difference between a join and an association is clear. Okay, then which one we should be using?
I have a query.
Yeah,
first of all, here in association, we have used one-to-many. So why it has shown VBAK records, header records? Because, we have all records. We have one-to-many relationship between VBAK and VBAP. So why it has only shown VBAK number of records? Not clear at that point.
No, so it will show the item records. This cardinality one-to-many will be executed only when you execute it, not every time. So when I am executing this CDS view, your association is not triggered at all. Your association is not executed at the moment. That's the reason it is executing, or it is showing only the sales order records, sales order header records. When your association is getting triggered, when you navigate to this, you see this list of association. When you follow this association, then only your association is triggered. Does not matter, whether you're defining the cardinality, whatever cardinality you're defining, your association is not triggered at all. When you are in this view, your association has not got triggered. That's the reason you're not seeing the item details.
Unless we don't call it explicitly, it won't be triggered. Association?
Even calling explicitly means you need to navigate to that particular association. Here we are doing in the console, even in the application, when you click on the sales order number, right? You view a Fiori application, you click on the sales order number, then only your association will be triggered.
So which means join will trigger when we click on that. If I compare with association with join, so that will trigger only when I click on that association.
Yes.
And after clicking on that association, will the number of entries increase?
Number of entry, this is showing from the associated table. This, when you click on this association, all these entries, it is showing from the associated table, not from the previous VBAK table. And here the number of entries, because since you have already gone into the hierarchy, the number of entries is not working. So the entries for the previous one, this value will not change. That is still 7414. But here it will be 77 something, right? What we had. But that is not being shown. So it will be 77 something. If I short the VBLN, you will see those numbers repeating.
Hi, but here the number of entries should be same as what we have seen in inner join case, right?
Why?
Because
yes, correct. Inner join, what was the entry we saw?
7-2, I think.
77 something, 7717. When we had inner joined item table, I'll show that. So if you see, the number of entries would be 7724.
7724.
Yeah. So the number of entries would be 7714. Where is that? In the association view, here it would be 77 something. The number of entries is not working. How do I check it? Maybe let me filter to.
This works as an inner join.
In the
it
background.
Doesn't work as an outer join. It's an inner join.
No, it doesn't work as an out.
Okay. By default, it's inner join. We can say.
Sorry?
When we use association, when we use association, by default, it's inner join always.
Yes.
Sir, this when you are executing inner join, you are going to inner join the join, not inner join, the association. You are going to association view here, right?
Yes.
In Eclipse.
Yes.
But how it will, then ideally it is showing 3 columns initially. And if you go for a code point of view, if you are calling this view, so that time we'll get 3 columns, or how it is?
Okay.
In
Have you
association?
worked on OData service any point of time?
Yes.
Okay. How is different entities related in OData service? How that is being fetched? There also you have the association and navigation that you define.
Here you are navigating now. Here you are navigating manually by clicking on that association view. So in the coding, we will not have association like navigation, like on demand. You said on demand.
No, you will have it, right? I'm exposing the association, so you will have it. This underscore
So by
item.
default, it will be there. By default, it will be there. Then
I don't understand what do you mean by default, but yes, this association you can consume. We will see that when we are creating Fiori application, when you are creating OData service, this is the association that you will consume. It will be there.
Okay.
In the ABAP report output, we can see the fields.
Report output, not exactly, because I mean, if you are defining a tree structure, then probably yes, but you cannot convert a tree structure into a flat structure, right? This is kind of a tree structure where for each order number, you could have one or more item. And this is like a tree, right? From sales order header to you are navigating to item, and you cannot convert that exactly to a tree structure. If you create a nested structure, then yes. If you create a nested structure, then you can try to consume this. But how does, I mean, that's the reason I was trying to open a Fiori application. Let's see if it is already configured. Maybe I can then show you. Okay, we do not have the technical catalog and everything. Nothing is configured. No, nothing is configured. It would have been better view in the app, but no, in the sales order number, you will also see the item. This is not a good way to show this. We don't have item number 1. So what happened here? Okay, this is taking time to open. How do I show that? Let me do a Google search if I could see sales order Fiori. Maybe if they have attached some screenshot here, we could see that. Okay, so let's see. This is your Fiori application. On the left hand side, you are seeing all the sales order. You're seeing all the sales order. You will not see the item details. You will not see the item details. When you click on a specific sales order, then your association is getting triggered and you will see the item details. Are you getting the point? You will not see the item details. I mean, again, this is a different view. In many cases, even default item, you will not see. It will be blank. And when you select or when you double click on a sales order number, then you will see the corresponding item. So when you double click or when you click, that is when your association is getting triggered, which is with the join condition of the sales order number, and your item details are displayed. That's how your Fiori application will work. And the same way, because with serious view, you're creating this the data model that will be consumed in your OData service, in your gateway service builder, or in your Fiori application. So that's how the hierarchy, the association and navigation will follow. You click on that, then only your association is triggered, and you see the item. But in case of join, you cannot segregate that. I mean, you will have all the details at one go. So if you click on that and if you want to see the item details, no, that will not be possible because you have already got. So you will see repeated sales order number when you have implemented inner join. You will not see the unique sales order number. You will see 15 maybe repeated twice because that inner join has already been executed. Are you able to understand the difference now? This is how your Fiori application will look like. You can see it is only the sales order number. You just have the sales order number. You see this list page, you have the sales order number. You will click on any other sales order number, then it would open the item page or the object page. If they have attached the screenshot, if they have not attached the screenshot, but this is how your actual standard Fiori application, your sales order, managed sales order application will look like. You see the list of sales order number. Nothing is repeated because it is coming from VBAK. You click on any one of these, then your association is triggered and you see the corresponding sales order item. This is actual. I mean, I'm showing it from the Fiori app library. So this is the actual view of the sales order, managed sales order application in Fiori. Is it visible or you want me to enlarge, or still you guys are having questions on this? Is it clear or you still have questions? I can try different ways to explain that. Yes, no, any response?
It's clear.
Yeah, it's clear. It's clear.
So I'm not sure who had asked this question. Is it clear for him as well?
One question here. For one-to-many cardinality, this is working. If we change the cardinality, will it work the same way?
So cardinality is again for representation purpose. It has no impact on the actual data, at least in the CDS view if you're creating. If I Even if I do not provide the cardinality, I don't think it is mandatory. Where is it? So if I remove the cardinality, it is not giving me any error. It is giving me a warning, but it is not giving me any error. I'll activate it and I'll execute this output. You see this? I can again follow the association. It is again giving me the response. So it has taken the default cardinality 0 to 1. But again, cardinality is for representational purpose so that you know. Now, if anyone, like from the business side or from the UI5 side, if they are developing, they do not know what kind of relationship is there between the header and item table. So they might misinterpret it. That's the reason we are defining the cardinality, but it is for the representation purpose. It has, it doesn't have any impact on the data that you're seeing.
Okay.
Even if I define 1 to 1, you will see the same response. So again, you see the same sales order number of entries remains the same. I select on any one of these, follow the association, you see this same record, nothing changes. So that is for the representation, but yes, it is always advisable that you provide the, okay. Now, yeah, any questions, or I can move on to the next topic, which will be, of course, the cardinality only.
So actually, from 2 classes, we are mostly more on the concepts and more on theory. So if we get some hands-on also.
So you're talking about some assignments, right? Your voice is breaking.
Some hands-on. You gave some examples on inner join. Is it clear now? Am I audible? So the concept of inner join, outer join, left in, or left outer. Then we saw this entity creation. Then we saw the association. So if we get a little bit of hands-on also, it will be more helpful to understand and to remember the concepts.
Yeah, of course. So, there would be assignments planned as well. So you would be getting assignments which you need to work on. And if you see the examples that I am taking from real-time scenarios only, right? Although I have taken dummy data,
that's right.
But examples are real-time examples I am taking. Yeah, and for hands-on, yes, we would be providing assignments as well. There are lab sessions, there are assignments, there are tests as well. So don't worry about that, because this second day of the training, right? So I cannot directly give you an assignment and ask you to work on that. So yes, there are assignments, the lab sessions, and even tests are planned for this. Okay, then talking about the cardinality. Yeah, any more questions? Okay, if no questions, then let's discuss about the cardinality. Okay, the same sales customer or the sales order example I'll take. Just a little bit I'll change in the data so that I can explain the cardinality. Now, this is my customer table, KNA1. So let's say, to make it even more realistic, I could call it as KNA1, where you have the owner and the customer name, and this is your VBA. And this is how exactly the data will be. You will have this will be your master data table, where you have all the customers maintained, which your organization is dealing with, which you can create the sales order, and then you will have a sales order created for a specific customer, where this is your sold to party. Owner sold to party is there. Okay, now what is the cardinality? If I talk about from KNA1 to VBAK, I'm talking from KNA1 to VBAK. What is the cardinality, or what should be the cardinality?
One to many from KNA1 to VBAK.
Yes, one to many. And how did we determine that?
There are multiple cust ID in VBAK.
Right. So I'll take any customer. I'll take our customer one. I wanted to insert that shapes. Okay. So if I take the cust one, for cust one, if I go here, I see there is only one customer. No, in fact, there are for cust one also, there are two customers. So for one customer, there are two sales orders. So 1 to 2. So the first one, I am getting one in sales order. If there is one record, I am getting 2 records in the order header table. For cust 2, there is no record. For cust 2, there is no record. For cust 3, again, there are 2 records. For cust 4, there is 1 record. So to define this kind of cardinality, and if I talk about cardinality, there are only limited options. So you have 0 to 1, you have 1 to 1, you have 0 to many, and you have 1 to many. These are the only options possible. Have I missed anything? No, I think this is it. 0 to 1, 1 to 1, 0 to many, and 1 to many. Yep, I think this is it. So out of these 4 categories, what do you think this category would fall into? So you have some are related with 1 to 1, some are with 1 to 2, some could be 1 to 3 values in the order table. So which one would be the best to describe the cardinality?
1 to many.
1 to many? Why not 0 to many?
Minimum one record is required.
I think it should be 0 to many, because in KNA1 we have cust2, but VBAK there is no cust2. So
okay, so that will be 0 when we say 0
it should
to
be
many.
not many. It should be many to 0, I think, or 1 to many.
So that's what I said. These are the only 4 options possible. Do we have many to 0 cardinality?
I think we missed some. Yeah, 0 to. But there is one record in KNA1 and no record in the right one. So 1 to 0, 1 to 0 we already.
So at least
cust2 is
if I
0
take
to
any
1.
record in the customer table, there could be 0, there could be 1, or there could be many records in the order table, right? If I take cust2, there is 0 records in the order table. If I take cust1, there is 2 records in the order table. If I take cust3, there are 2 records in the order table. If I take cust4, there is only 1 record in the order table. So which one fits in? 1 to many, right?
But it says if we write 1 to many, then it says that there should be at least minimum 1 record in cust1. I mean, left one that
So
should
is it
match
not
with
there?
right one. But we
Is it
don't
not
have
there?
cust. We don't have cust2 in VBA.
So this 1 record is from which table? When we say 1 to many, this 1 record is representing which table?
1 representing KNA1.
KNA1. So 1 in KNA1, and it could be many here in the order table, right? So don't we have 1 record for cust2 in the KNA1 table?
We do have, but we don't have anything in VBAK. There is 0 record in VBAK.
Okay. Now I get your point. So what you are saying is, when we say 1 record in the KNA1 table, when we define many, it automatically considered 0 to start.
It could be 0 and it could be many.
It could be 0, it could be star. So in some programming language, when they maintain the cardinality, they maintain it like this. So 1, and then they maintain something like this. So where you are representing 1 from the left table and then 0 to start from the right table. But here in the CDS view, we are maintaining 1 or 0, whatever we are maintaining for the left table, and only 1 character for the right table. So when we say star, it means the entire spectrum from 0 to many. Understood? Now, all of you agree, right? It would be 1 to star, not 0 to star.
Yes.
When we have 0 to star. For this data set, whatever I have given, I mean, of course, there could be scenarios, but for this data set, what I've given, can it be 0 to star?
No, it should be 1 to start, because at least 1 record we should have in
You will have a record, then only you can create. And even in the business scenario, can you create a sales order number without a sold to party? And where is the sold to party coming from? Where is the foreign key relationship? It is with KNA1 table only. So you cannot create a sales order unless and until the customer or sold to party is maintained in the KNA1 table. That's the reason I've taken the example like that only. So everything is flowing from customer, and you can have some customer in the KNA1 table, but you are not creating any sales order with that. Okay. Now I will simply reverse these two columns, these two tables. Now from VBAK to KNA1, what will be the cardinality? And out of these 4 only, because these are the only 4 options possible. So this is not correct example, because this will be many to 1, but we do not have many to 1 relationship to define here. So let me try. I don't think it will allow. No, you can see that it is giving me an error. So many to 1 relationship is again not possible. Lower limit of the cardinality must not be star. So that is not possible. So out of these 4, nothing fits in. So this would not be an ideal case. If I were to fit in, I would put it for 1 to 1. So for every customer, there would be one only. So whatever customer we have, there would be 1 customer in the KNA1 table. So this would be the one that would fit in. So because we do not have many to 1, that's the reason we will define it like this. Again, there are certain limitations in SAP programming language, SAP technical. So not everything is supported. So what is supported, we have seen these. So these are the 4 cardinality which is supported. Now let me take an example, different example. I am taking Mara table. And what is the table for material description? MAKT or something?
MAKT.
Yeah. So you have the material number, Matner, and then let's say I call it as 1201 something, ring, screws, maybe paint. Now, if I am to establish the relationship between Mara and MAKT table, what kind of relationship or the cardinality it should be? And I can show you the standard table. Not necessarily you have to provide with my example, but there is a catch before I show you the standard table. Now tell me, with this data set, generally this is how your data will be, right? In Mara and MAKT table, what kind of relationship will be there? Should have this
1-on-1.
1-on-1, right? For every material, you will have a material description.
1 to 1.
Yeah.
1 to 1. So this cardinality will fit in. Okay, now let me go to this table. Now tell me, looking at this data type, is it 1-to-1 relationship? If I am considering all the columns here, and maybe I'll show you the output also.
Actually, it's just based on language only, but it will give us multiple records for the material, but the way we are writing we've written it in English only. So it will be one on.
But if I have a language column as well, do you think it will be 1-to-1 relationship?
No, in that case, there will be for one single material, it will have in whatever language it has stored.
Whatever language. So it could be
French also.
Japanese, French. So it could be. Now you understand, right, how we are maintaining the cardinality. So the first character is from the left table. And then many when we are taking. So it could be possible, right, that we have one, let's say, material like this, and there is no description maintained. This is also possible. This is also possible. Again, a practical scenario, this is possible. They have not maintained the description in MAKT tables for somehow, for whatever reasons. Then also the cardinality will be 1-to-many when we are considering language. Because when we say many, it automatically considered from 0 to many.
Yeah, in MAKT, splash is primary key.
In MAKT?
In MAKT, Matner and splash is primary key, right?
Right.
So Matner and splash are mandatory there.
Is it necessary that when you're querying, you need to pass all the primary key? Is it mandatory?
No, not specifically mandatory.
Not specifically, right? Even when you're querying, primary key is not mandatory.
Yes.
Any other question? So all of you clear with the concept of joins, different types of join, inner join, left outer join, right outer join. Outer join is not in our scope, at least in SAP. Then we discussed about association, which is a specific or special type of join, which is a join on demand. And then we discussed about the cardinality. So we have different cardinality, 0-to-1, 1-to-1, 0-to-many, and 1-to-many. So again, according to the scenario, and again, defining the cardinality is not mandatory. If you define a wrong cardinality, it is not like that it is going to give you a wrong output. It is nothing like that. But yes, for representation purpose, you should ensure that you're defining the right cardinality.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a feature of ABAP on SAP BTP? Option A, RESTful Application Programming Model, RAP. Option B, Cloud Development Model. Option C, Direct Database Access using native SQL. Option D, Built-in integration capabilities. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there, want to get good at building apps on SAP? Our SAP BTP ABAP on HANA course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP BTP ABAP. It's like a toolbox for writing smart code and using HANA Power in the cloud. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP BTP ABAP Pro? Sign up for our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So we discussed about CDS view, which is the core data service. It is one of the way of achieving the code pushdown technique. And using this code pushdown technique, we can utilize the as a database. And we have already seen what are the attributes, what are the potential or what are the capabilities of SAP HANA in memory database in the first class. And then we continued our code pushdown technique with CDS view. And we discussed about we created a very basic CDS view, and then we discussed how we can connect multiple data sources in a CDS view. And in connecting multiple data sources, we discussed about joins, and we discussed about different types of joins: inner join, left outer join, right outer join. There is one more type of join, which is outer join, but it is not supported in SAP, so we did not discuss about that. Then we also discussed about association, which is a special type of join where the join condition are executed as and when we required that. So not, I mean, unlike join, where the join condition are executed implicitly, but association gets executed only when you execute the association. So from performance perspective, from various other factors, if we make a comparison between a join and association could be beneficial, and we will deep dive more into association. We'll discuss about that. Okay, then let me share my screen and we will continue our discussion on CDS view. So again, I am not going through the PPT. You would find whatever we have been discussing, but when we are discussing more into the technical aspect of it, we will see the different functionality, the different functions, or the different technical aspect of CDS view. We will be seeing that in the system. So we will be talking about group by, aggregate function, mathematical function, string functions, union, unit conversion, CDS view with parameters, of course, annotations in CDS view, how to create an OData service with reference to CDS view. So all those things, we are going to do that in the system. So let's log into our system. Okay, so we had created this association and we were working on this example. Now let me tweak this a little bit. Instead of exposing the entire association, so like this, I'm exposing the entire association. If I write like this here also, and now you can see it is giving me the fields from the item table, or which is the VBAP table. And if I expose certain fields like we did before, then what is going to happen? Let me take this. So instead of exposing the entire association, I am using the association and exposing certain fields from the associated data source. I'm going to activate it. So if you will see here, I am getting the columns from the item table. And if I select anything and try to navigate to the association, I do not see the association because I have not exposed the association here as well. So I can do like this as well. I can expose certain fields of the associated table, or I can expose the complete association. But here also one thing you need to observe is the number of entries. If you observe the number of entries, not this one, the number of entries is 7414, which is still the number of entries from the header table, not the item table. So I would not be seeing any duplicate order numbers. Am I seeing any duplicate order numbers? No, we are seeing. My bad, sorry. But how the number of entries got changed then? Okay, number of entries has got changed. So here also now this is working like a join. This is also working like a join because you can see the order number got repeated and we are seeing the different item number because we are not exposing the complete association, but we are adding certain fields of the associated table directly in the projection list. So it is again now working like join. Is this difference clear? I don't know why the number of entries got changed. That's fine, but we can see the repeated entries. So you can see the repeated entries of order number. This is not coming repeated from the VBAK table, but because in the item table, we will have repeated entries because we have more items with the same order number and we are seeing the repeated entries. So again, similar to join, it is working now. Okay, now the next CDS view that we are going to create is a CDS view with parameters. So far, whatever we have created, we are not taking any user input. We are directly creating a CDS view and we are executing that. We have seen a CDS view with a where condition, but nothing with a user parameter. So now we are going to create a CDS view with a input where user can input certain parameters, certain input fields I would provide, and that is called as a parameter. Even in SE38 report what a parameter is, nothing to explain, nothing new over here. So the same parameters we are going to create here as well. And we have already seen how to utilize a where condition in one of the CDS view. Yeah, we have already seen that. So we will see how we can utilize the parameter, the input parameter from the user as a where condition as well. So what I'm going to do is I am going to right click here, new data definition, and I'm going to create a CDS view. So I'm going to create a CDS view with parameters. I have given a name so that I can understand it's a CDS view with parameters and just a usual description. click on next. And again, from the template, I'm going to select the define view entity, because we have discussed and we have agreed that define view is an obsolete one. So we are not going to use that further, only to explain the difference between a define view and define view entity. We had created one define view. Now for all the artifacts, we are going to create define view entity. So I am going to select this template and then click on finish. Continue with this. We continue with the CDS view. Select as a data source. I am going to select the same data source, which is VBAK table. And then I need to create a CDS view with parameter. And to create a CDS view with parameter, I need to add the keyword with parameter. So after the define view entity, I'm going to add the keyword with parameter. And you can see the framework is already giving me the prompt, so I can use that as well. So with parameters. And then you can define the parameters. So let's say I want to define the parameter as a sales organization. So in VBAK, we will have sales organization. I'll open the table. Something VKORG should be there. Yeah. So this is the sales organization. I am going to ask the user to input the sales organization. And then based on that, we are going to filter the data. So I am going to create a parameter, and general notation, even in reports, you'll use it like this. So for parameters, you start with P and then you give any meaningful name to that. So I'm also going to start the parameters with the name P underscore. I'm going to give it as, let's say, sales underscore org. And then here you need to give the data type. So I can give directly the data element as well. So with semicolon, you can directly give the data element name. The data element is VKORG, so I can give the data element. You can also give the inbuilt data types as well. So right now I'm giving a data type which is already defined as a data element. So that will be my data type. And this is sales organization. Now, so this is the parameter we have defined, which the user will be giving as an input. And this I am going to use in the data fetch. And within this two parentheses, I am going to project all the fields which I need. So let's say vbak.vbln, then vbak.auart. Maybe I would give some alias name as well. Number 5. Okay. So I am projecting these 4 fields from the table, and this will be a user input. I have not utilized this so far. I have not utilized this input. How to utilize it? Then I can put that in the where condition. So I can put that in the where condition, and you know that where condition will be after this bracket. So after this bracket, I'm going to put the where condition, and it is going to match with this field vbak.vkorg. So I'm going to do that. vbak.vkorg is equal to. Now, to compare the parameters, you need to give the keyword $parameters. So I am going to give the keyword $parameters, and you can see the framework is automatically giving me a prompt. So I'm going to select that, and then the parameter name. So this is the parameter name. I can copy that and I can paste it over here. Now, this parameter value, whatever user gives as an input, will be compared with the VBAK VKORG, and only those matching records will be displayed as an output, and these columns that will get projected. Okay, so let me activate and let me close all this because you don't want to get confused with other CDS views. Now let me activate. I've already activated it. Let me execute it. Anyone, what is the shortcut to execute a CDS view to view the data on the console?
F8.
F8. So I am pressing F8 from my keyboard, and something important to note. Yes, it gave me a pop-up that P underscore sales organization. I need to insert that. Now, you can see this star mark. This is a mandatory field. You cannot skip this. You have to insert a value over here. And we do not have an option of making it as an optional field in the CDS view. So I need to give the sales organization. Let me check what are the values we have so that I can give one particular value. Any one record? Okay, it's here. 1710. 1710. We have a value 1710. And then I'll click on open data. And you can see all the sales order where the sales organization is 1710. has been filtered and I'm getting only those records. How can I confirm? I am going to check the number of records, and the number of records is 7399. So I'm assuming there are more sales organization, but a majority of the data that has been created in the system is with sales organization 1710. So a couple of things to note. Parameters, you cannot make it optional, it's mandatory. Then, can I pass multiple parameters? I have shown you an example with one parameter. Can I pass multiple parameters? The answer is yes. You can pass multiple parameters in a comma separated format. So this is sales organization. If I want to add more parameters, I can do that in a comma separated format. So this is done. Now I want to add more parameters. So maybe I'll take the date because I want to explain one more thing. So in every table, you have the date. So I'm going to ask the user to input a date range. And only in that date range, we are going to filter the data and we are going to display that as an output. So I am going to ask the user what happened. So the same way we defined the first parameter, I am going to define two more parameters. One will be the start date and the another one will be date or end date, whatever you want to consider. So I'm going to give the name p underscore start underscore date. And again, the name you can give anyways, but it's recommended that you give the prefix as p so that you can identify that this is a parameter. And then here, instead of using the data element, I am going to use a predefined data type so that you can do. So if you press ABAP and then dot, you will see all the data types that you have in ABAP, and you can do a control space and you can see all the data types. So the built-in data types that you have, and start date will be of type date something. So you can see that you have a field, this one, which is of type date and date format YYYYMMDD. So this is the date format to be entered over here. I am going to select this data type. So you can, when you are defining a parameter and when you want to give the type reference, you can either give a data element or you can give the built-in or the predefined data types as well. So this is my start date. And then I want to give one more, which is my p underscore end date. So I give that as well, p underscore end underscore date. And again, now if you want to give a data element, so certain data elements are there. So datum, I think, is there. So let me check. Yeah, datum is there. So this is the data element. So you can give a data type, predefined built-in data type, data element, you can give, everything is supported. And this is end date. Now, again, it is not mandatory that whatever you have given in the parameter, you need to use that in your where condition. If you're not using that, you can see this is giving you a warning. The parameter p underscore end date is not used. The parameter p underscore start date is not used. And it will not make sense if I have given a parameter, I'm not using it. So I am going to use that parameter, the new parameter that I have defined in the where condition. So I'm going to use with an AND condition and VBAK. What is the field name? ERDAT. So this field I am going to compare dot ERDAT. And if this field is between these two date range, then only give me the value. So I am going to use the keyword between. And then I want to compare with this two. How can I pass this parameter? So my requirement is, if I were to define it like this, then the start date, and then you have ERDAT, and then end date. So my requirement is like this. If the VBAK ERDAT, so this is VBAK.ERDAT, if that lies in the date range what user has provided, then only give me those records as an output. This is my requirement. How can I define that here? I'm using the between clause. Can you help me with framing the condition over here? And you can refer how I have been using a parameter in the first where condition. Anyone?
It could be between $p.start underscore date and $p.
Dollar, then you need to give the
parameter. Yeah.
Parameter, and then p underscore start date. So even the control space will give me that. And then for between clause, you need to use the and. Yes. So you will give the keyword and then again the same thing,
parameter end date, p underscore end date.
Perfect.
But can we use these signs? I mean, the greater than and smaller, these.
Yes. That also you can use. That also, if you want, I can change
Mhm.
it.
So P underscore start date and end date are the just dates, but they do not exist in the table. It's just the date that we want to compare in the while fetching for the data.
Yes. So this P start date and end date, the user is going to give as an input, and the date that exists in the table is ER date, the system creation date, right?
Okay.
This is there. So I'm going to compare with this column.
All right, yeah, got it.
So my question is,
just one thing, like here we are putting only single input. Is it possible that we can provide more than one input? Like for VKO, it could be single 0600 we might have given on the screen, but can it be possible that we can have 600, 800 other records as well?
No,
Is it
that
possible?
is not supported in CDS. Even the select option is not supported in the
Yeah,
CDS. I was about to
yeah.
come to that, but that is not supported.
Okay.
So again, but to use other symbols like the greater than, less than symbol, so you can use that. So P underscore ERDAT, if it is the first one, if it is greater than this value, you can see it is not giving me any error. And then maybe one more condition, less than, not this value. So it is not giving me any error. Only instead of two comparison variables, I had used the between operator so that everything could be compared in one line. But again, this is also the same thing, what we are doing. Okay, then now let me activate it and execute this. So sales organization, we know, and you can see everything is a mandatory parameter. You can see this open data preview is not at all enabled until and unless you enter data in all these three input parameters or the user parameters. So the sales organization is 1710. Start date, what was the format we had seen for the data type? YYYY MMDD. So I need to provide the start date. I can see there are a lot of records from the year 2017. So I would probably give 2017 or something. So I'll give that 2017 01, or maybe 01. I'm taking from start date of 2017. So January 1 I am taking. And then end date, you can give anything. You can give date also 2025. 0409. And now you can see this open data preview has been enabled. So what it is going to do, it is going to check these conditions where sales organization is 1710 and where ERDAT lies between these two dates, start date and end date. Only those records will be filtered and will be displayed as an output. And then in the output, we are projecting only these 4 columns. So only those columns will be projected. So let's do a data preview, and you can see that it has already filtered data. I don't know how many records, but yeah, I mean, most of them will be coming over here because I think majority of them was created in 2017. So this is how you have used parameters. You can use multiple parameters. You cannot add multiple values into a parameter. You cannot create a select option in CDS view. For that, we will be seeing that we'll be seeing in case of AMDP. But again, all these parameters are mandatory. Can we make these parameters as optional? So the straightforward answer is we cannot make those parameters as optional, but we can default certain types of parameters. We can default with system variables. And how to do that? So I am going to use the environment system variables. So this is an annotation. Again, as I said, I would not be having one class on the annotation where I'm just showing you all the annotation in a Word document or in a PowerPoint presentation. As and when needed, I am going to use those annotations, and you can make your own notes, and you can refer to the list of annotations that we have learned. So we are going to use the annotation. So how do the annotation starts? With @ symbol. So @ environment I'm going to use, and you can see I'm already getting, so environment, and then the system fields I'm going to use. So I'll press dot, and then you would already see the system fields. So I'm getting the prompt by the framework to use the system field. And why I'm using only on this one, end date? Why not I selected sales organization, or for that matter, start date for the environment system field? The reason will be clear over here. So this is how you are going to enter the system fields. And if you do a control space over here, it is going to show you all the system fields that are available. So can you see the system fields that are available? Do we have any system field for VKORG or sales organization? Or if I could have utilized that system field as a start date? No. Because if I am entering the system field, it is going to consider system's date. It would be the 2 days date or maybe 1 day here and there, but not more than that. So if the servers are there, let's say in the US, it would be 1 day behind. If the servers are in Japan, I mean, it's still the date would be the same. So the option that we get in the system field, we have the client, the client ID, you have the system date, you have system language, you have system time, and then again, you have the user the user ID, you have a user date as well. So if the system date and the user date are different, like you maintain in SU3 parameter, if it is different time zone, then you might see a different date and then user time zone as well. So only these are available as a system field. So if you want to make something default, then you can use these system field with the environment variable or annotation, you can call it. So I'm going to use the system date. It should consider date, I'm hoping. And what I am going to do is I'm going to expose even the parameter. That also I can do. So whatever system date that will be entered, I am going to expose that as a field, and let's see what value we get. So again, the same thing. Whenever I want to use a parameter, I'm going to use the keyword $parameters and then p_n_date. And this is, I'll call it as a user input. Done. I'm going to activate it again, do an F8. Now, if you see the asterisk in front of p_n date is gone. Now it is not a mandatory parameter. Even if you do not enter the value in the p_n date, it is going to consider the default value we have provided with the environment system fields. So I'm going to enter the value in 1710. Start date we had provided 2017-0101. And I'm not going to enter anything. And even without entering any value, you can see this open data preview has been enabled. But that does not stop you from entering any value. If you enter this value, then the value that user has provided will be considered. It is going to overwrite the system date that is coming from the system field. It is going to consider user value. But since we are not entering anything, it will consider the system field value. So I'll do an open data preview. And it has, you can see the system date 09/04/2025, and it has taken that date as a system date, and it has fetched all the records according to that. Clear? So maybe I'll be on mute for 5 minutes. I'm here only. If you have any questions, if you get stuck, feel free to ask. And then all of you can try this in your system. Try to create a CDS view with parameter. And of course, I would also recommend to create a CDS view with association, because that is something we are going to use more frequently. So try to create 2 CDS views, or if you want, you can use both the concept in one CDS view. And maybe I will be on mute, and you can, and I'll keep on sharing my screen so that you can see. I would be sharing this parameter so that you can see the syntax, what I have done.
Yeah. Thank you.
When I access the table, it is showing error.
Which table?
Any table which I am using, it is showing error, like we can't use the table. Table is not permitted.
So you are using that table in the CDS view?
Yeah.
Maybe can you share your screen? Is it possible?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you see?
Yes.
It's a normal CDS view. Prior also I got the same error.
Can you show me the error? Just point out to the error. Not permitted. Have you created a package? Can you show me the package and attributes? Have you selected ABAP for cloud development? Can you go to the package? Click on the package. Yeah, just click on that package. Yeah, you have selected the default version ABAP for cloud development. I don't see this is an. Are you trying this in?
I was not able to create the package from Eclipse. So the previous trainer asked us to create in GUI.
Yeah, even you can create in GUI, but this is not the correct language version. If you select this language version, of course, this is part of our training when we are learning about BTP and cloud development. But since you have selected this ABAP for cloud development, it will not allow you to use those tables directly.
So we have to create a new package.
You have to create a new package, and where, this should not be selected. And even, we were trying, I was not sure of the correct software component. So
we can use a $temp for now.
For $temp, yes, you can use.
Yeah, then I will try with that check.
Yeah. And for everyone, if you are using, there are 3 versions. Can you open that package one more time, please? So that you can explain to everyone. I don't know why it is showing as only one version. So there are 3 ABAP language versions. One is ABAP for cloud development. I think the classic one is called as ABAP development or something like that. and then you have a key user extensibility. So for whatever we are doing at the moment, if you select the classic development ABAP, then only you will be able to use that. And we will be discussing about the cloud development and key user extensibility in the later half of this training. But if you select those language versions, you will not be able to create the CDS view like we are creating. So please be careful with that.
Okay.
Or you're still doing?
Oh, we are doing. Just give me another 2 minutes.
Sure. Take your time.
Just a query on this environment system field hash system_date. So every time we would have to consider it as hash and then system underscore.
That's how the syntax is going to work. So this is the annotation @environment.system field. So you are trying to default this with system field. And there are different system fields. So if you want to change it from system date to some other field, then after hash, you are going to provide that. So just do a control space and you're going to see all the system fields. So let's say if you want to default it with system language, then it would be hash and system language.
Okay. But this system language, how it is going to help in this P_end date?
No, it is not going to help in this one because this is a date field. That's the reason I had used the system date. But if you are using other parameters, then these are the options that you can use.
Okay.
So, I mean, this one, because I cannot use a system language or something, because even if I use it, it is not going to return any result because the where condition will fail. So it will
we
not.
Have to click on control. After hash, we need to click on control. Is it so, right?
Control plus space. So space, it will give you the prompt. What are the available options?
Okay, got it. Yeah,
and then you can select whichever according to the data type or the input parameter that you want. You can select the correct one.
Yeah.
Trainer, one question.
Yep.
This annotation, when you are starting your code, there are some annotations are there. So even inside of our CDS view, there are also annotations are there. Is there any difference? Like all can be at one place?
No, you cannot put all your annotation at one place as and when we need it. So like, I mean, if you want, you can, if you want to put this annotation here, it will probably not work or it will give you some error. So if I put this here, because it is not applicable over there, right? This annotation is not applicable over there. Annotation environment used at a wrong position. So you need to use it at the correct position. And again, for every annotation, there is probably a position defined somewhere in the compiler, which compiler understands. So you cannot put it everything at one place. You cannot do that.
So that means there are two types of annotations. We can say like that.
That is not the correct way to categorize how you would call it. I mean, what you would call it. I mean, is it a different place? You are still placing it inside a CDS view only, right? You're still placing it inside a CDS view only. That is not the correct way to categorize. One way of categorizing is on the buckets. So if you will see, you have these buckets, right? ABAP catalog, access control, end user label. So these buckets will still contain related annotation. So anything related to end user text would be in this bucket. Anything which is related to access control will be in this bucket. Anything which is related to environment will be in this bucket. But again, it's very difficult to categorize even with that. You do not know which annotation is part of which bucket. Because if I show you, if I just try to insert only for environment, maybe I'll keep it here. If I try to insert everything for environment, you will see there are so many. Now it is giving me an error because I have already used this environment, so it's not applicable here anymore. I will remove it from here and I'll try to add here. Okay, we have only two here in environment. So you have system field, you have SQL pass value. Even I don't know. I mean, it's very difficult to know each and every annotation. So accordingly, I mean, as we use it, we will see those. I don't think this is a correct way to categorize. But if you for your understanding, if you want to say that, okay, this is a header level annotation and this is a line item level annotation for your understanding, that is fine. But again, from SAP perspective, there are no categorizations like this, because it could be possible that end user label, you are using it here, right? This I can use it on the field also. This I can use it on the field as well. So let's say if I use it here, end user label, it will not give me any error. You see this? This is not giving me any error. So some could be used at both the places, some cannot be. So again, for every specific annotation, you need to know where it can be used. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah.
Trainer, one question. The parameters which we have given here, can we give, like you have described your sales organization, in the pop-up window, can we write it as sales organization or start date or end date?
That should be coming with the end user text. Let me try that. Okay, it is not reflecting here, but with with the end user label in the final application, if you're creating a UI5 Fiori application, it would come over there, not reflecting here. I would check this. I would check this if we can see also in the data preview, can we see a different text? I would check that.
Okay. Sorry, I did not get this line number 33. What does it mean? Parameter entered as user input.
Yeah, so I'm just exposing that parameter as an output field also. So I wanted to see what is the system date or what user is entering. If I want to display that as an output, I'm exposing that. So $parameter p underscore end date, this is my parameter, and I'm just giving an alias name to that as user input.
I'm trying to use an association with this VBAK to VBAP, and one-to-many only I'm writing because we can have multiple records, and so the cardinality would be one dot asterisk, right?
Two times dot. So you need to
yes, 2 times dot and an asterisk. So it is saying too many association cardinality. Can I share my screen?
Yep.
So I used this one. But here it says that too many associations, cardinality, and are not allowed here.
But you're getting an error at line number 31.
Yeah, at 30. Okay, this is a different entity name. Okay, they got it. But so I want to only see for poster as 20. I want to put some condition about second table. So is that not?
Still, can you show me the error?
This is for some. Remove this, there won't be any error. Yeah. So it is for this only. Then how can I write then if I want to only see? I just want to hard code it, like just a try. I want to see for 20, maybe.
Yeah, show me the error once. Just add that value and show me the error once. No, you don't need to give the dot at the end. Yeah.
This is.
No, you have to put exactly number actually 00020 something like that.
Okay, it is gone. So. No, you don't need to activate it. Even if you point to the error, it will show you something. Just point to the error where you see that in front of the line number.
Point to the error as in the click only.
Yeah, but don't click. Just hover your mouse over there. You should see something. Too many associations. End to star. Okay, can you remove your mouse from there? You're putting the condition, where condition from the associated table. That should be fine.
It was giving me output till I wasn't putting this value.
Now. Understood. Can you try on some other field instead of Postner? Can you try some other field?
Can you make it single code? It will work, I guess. Single code.
I tried with that too.
Try this with this.
Zeros. I didn't try with that.
No, it doesn't look like an error for that. It's not able to understand the cardinality because from VBAK to VBAP, you are defining a relationship and then you are limiting the Postner to 20. So probably not able to understand.
Probably because of that. If I change it to 1-on-1, probably it's, that was correct. Because 1-on-1, it will have one record only at here.
One record, because you are giving a specific value for Postner in the where condition. So the two-way cardinality is trying to interpret and probably the system is not able to understand.
That's what. So if I make it,
no, I don't think this will work. This will also not work because for your brain, you're processing that you are giving two different Postner value. But from a system perspective, it will consider each Postner as a unique number only, right? Although and condition will do that, but it will not process that.
Hello.
Yeah. On the user. Okay, thank you. Yeah, thanks.
Can I use the text label for parameter?
Which table?
For parameter, text label.
Yeah, I was trying that. It was not working. I would check. You mean this kind of a label, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I was trying that, but it is not working. I will check if any specific annotation is there or any specific parameter which I can use. Not this parameter, but any specific annotation that I can use to change the label of this. I will check and I'll let you know. Okay. Any other question or have you guys tried? Can we come back to the session? Maybe 2 more minutes I'll give. So it is 9:08. Maybe 2 more minutes you can take and then just finish up.
Can you share your screen as well?
Yeah, I'll do that.
This end user text, is it so that it can be used only at the top of any parameter? I mean.
Okay, so as a general rule, whenever you are defining any annotation, it would be defined before that particular field, before that particular entity, most of the time, whenever I'm defining any annotation. So if I need to define any annotation for this, I would be defining before this particular parameter is occurring. If I want to define any annotation for this, I would define it before it is written. As a general rule, most of the time, 99.9% time, it would be defined like that only. So whatever annotation you see, what is written on top of it will be applicable to the field or to the parameter that is immediately written after that.
Trainer, I'll be sharing my screen.
Yes, I am.
No, I'll be sharing my screen.
Okay. Yes, please.
I'm getting this error. DDIC source code does not contain valid definition.
Valid definition, is it coming from this CDS view? Because I cannot see any error over there. Activation finish with warning. This error is coming from some other source. Can you try to execute this?
Okay. Okay.
You can try that. So I don't think it is coming from this. It is coming from some other object that you have created.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. My mistake then. Yeah.
No problem.
So this entity we will be using in our program, the program which we will be creating in Eclipse.
Yes, not only in Eclipse, you can use it in your SE38 program method, anywhere you can use it. We saw that, we saw that. So that's an assignment. Again, with parameters, you need to do a little tweak, but we have already seen that using it in a select query. So try to use this as a select query. The parameter CDS view that you have created. Not now. You can try. After the class, and we will discuss this.
Yeah, sure. Thanks.
Okay, maybe we can come back to the session, and if you still have any questions, any doubts, we can take that maybe collectively, or if you still practice at home and you get stuck or get any questions, we can discuss that as well. All right. So we discussed about CDS view with parameters. Now we need to discuss more stuff. So we are going to discuss about group by, where condition we have discussed, maybe the having clause, the difference between having clause and a where condition, and of course the aggregate functions, arithmetic functions, all such functions also we will see. But first we need to implement group by, then we can implement the aggregate functions. Anyone is saying something? Well, it is a group by, and most of you would be already familiar with group by. So for those for whom it is completely new, I would be trying to create a very simple or very basic example, and then let's use VBAK only. I'll use VBAK only as header. Okay, I will use this one as a sales organization. Okay, as a good practice, I should, if I have given an alias name, and it's better to give an alias name, and I should be using this here like this. And then you can group according to the different fields that you have. So far we have seen the where condition. Now we will see the other attributes. So you can group by different fields. What do you mean by group by? Anyone who could explain what is group by? In very simple, in your own words. Nothing bookish, nothing like that. Anyone?
Oh, sorry, please repeat.
What do you mean by group by clause?
Maybe sorting.
Sorting, no. Okay, let me implement it, and then I will show you, and then you will understand it.
Probably it will be like the combination of the fields which we are giving in that way it will group it out.
Yes. So if you would see here, I have used sales organization, not order, sales organization and currency. Okay, so I am using the group by clause. So let's say I have 100 rows of records in that, and I want to see that grouped according to the sales organization or sales currency and sales currency. Then I would be using the group by condition. And again, there are various functions like the aggregate function. If you want to use the aggregate function, then you need to use the group by clause. Is there any parallel to group by clause in the classic ABAP that we know? The answer is yes. So let's try to do that. So we discussed about example where based on Kunnar, we were calculating something, right? No, I'll take this only, sales organization or currency, and then sales price. And then I'm going to add any random value here. I'm taking any random values here. Okay. So the first question, I want to see the sales according to the sales organization and currency group together. Total sales. How will you do that? Now do it in the Excel first. What you will do? You got my question. You got my requirement, right?
Yeah. So if we look at Excel, we will select all those rows and use that summation. Then we can get that.
Okay. So if I do a summation here, I'll get the result.
But that won't be correct because currencies are different.
Not only current.
Yeah, that is also right. But yeah, the conversion either has to happen, or we should summate it based on till 10 row for euro and then USD and the sales of, yeah, that's right.
Right. So in the Excel, I will do it like this, sum,
Yeah.
and then I'm going to, okay, it is already giving me the prompt. So I'll do that and then sum. So whatever I'm doing is I am doing the sum only for those values. So it's equal to sum, and then same way is equal to sum. Yes. Okay, it's going on further. Fine. But do you think we have done some kind of grouping here while calculating the sum?
Yes, based on currency and sales, we are grouping
Based
it.
on sales
Then-
organization and currency, we have grouped the data and then performed the aggregate function sum.
Yeah.
Right. So this is what grouping is. If you want, not only for aggregate function, even if you want to see the data in that kind of view, then you will group together based on certain fields or certain columns. And then based on that group data, you can perform calculations, or you can see a consolidated view, whatever your requirement is, you can do that. And the same thing we are trying to do that. We are trying to group the data that we have based on these two columns, sales organization and currency, so that I can implement the aggregate function. So basically what I have done is I have simply done the grouping based on sales organization and currency. And let me see the output, what I am going to get. So it's still activating. Why I am getting only these records? Any idea why I am getting only these 4 records? There are so many records in the sales order header table.
Only 4 type currency.
Yes. So if I ask you that, okay, based on this, forget about sales price. If I'm not doing any aggregate function, based on grouping this, what should be the data? What I would be getting? It should be 1710 EUR. It is 1710 USD. It is 1230 USD. These are the only data, right? And rest everything is repeated. If I do not have this sales price, everything is repeated. Only these 3 rows are there. That is good enough to cover the complete spectrum. That is what I'm getting. Whatever you have in the VBAK table, only these sales organization, 2 sales organization, 1710 and 1010. And for 1710, 3 currencies are used, and there is only 1 currency used for 1010. That's the reason we are getting this output. Clear?
Yes.
Now, if I group it only based on the sales organization, and there is certain limitation with group by. So if you're using group by, whatever columns you are exposing or you're projecting, that has to be used in the group by condition, unless that is used in any of the aggregate functions. So that we will see. But if you're using any column, you have to use in the group by condition. So if I am using WARK, I have to use it, otherwise it will give me an error. So if I try to remove it from the group by condition, you can see that this is giving me an error. Column WARK is not contained in the group by list. So it needs to be utilized over there. So let's say I comment it out. I am getting only 1 column. I'm grouping the data based on the sales organization. What output I would be getting? Just look at this output and tell me what output I will be getting.
1710 1010.
Correct. Because now it would be grouped based on the sales organization, and we have only 2 sales organizations. So I should be getting that as an output, 1010 and 1710. Okay. So this is a very simple, very basic example of group by. Are we going to use group by for this? The answer is no. This is just the base we have created. Now we are going to use it with more aggregate functions and different stuff. So that we are going to use. And again, will it make sense if I am using? So now I am using VBLN as well as sales order. Will it make sense to use VBLN in the group by condition? Of course, if I'm exposing that field, I will have to use that. So I will add that VBLN in the group by condition in a comma separated format. Will it make sense?
No, it's a unique key in VBAK.
Yes. So VBLN is the primary key for the table VBAK. If I am using that in the group by condition, it is going to group based on all these 3 columns. So VBLN, VQRG, and since VBLN is unique every time, it is going to fetch all the records. So now, can you draw any parallel with your classic ABAP? What was something similar to group by in ABAP? Or not, the day before we discussed one example where we were working on a similar requirement.
Yeah. So inside the loop, we use control break statement and at 10.
That is also kind of doing the same thing, right? You are using the control break statement at end of, at start of. So basically, you are creating those small logical groups based on the column that you have provided, right? So we provided the customer and currency there also. I think we will have that program as well. I don't know which one was it. Yeah, this one we use, right? So we give currency WERK. That means it will logically did the grouping based on the customer and WERK. Here, the representation is different. I mean, whatever column you give, the rightmost column, all the left side columns are considered. If I give BBLN as well, then it will consider each and every record, and probably for each row you will see the sum or the exact NETPWR value you will see. So the same thing is happening here with a different approach, with a different key, maybe. I mean, when I say key, I mean the different keyword. So using sales order, of course, if you have a business requirement like that, you need to use it, that's fine. But using sales order will not make sense because it is going to display each and every record. I'll show you the number of entries, 7414. You can see each and every record. So now you understand group by. Now I am going to use various functions. So I am going to remove sales order. I am not going to fetch sales order because if I am exposing sales order, I have to use that in the group by condition, which I don't want to. But I mentioned one more condition. If you are using those fields in the aggregate function, then the group by condition, it is not required to be added in the group by condition. So the same example I did in the Excel, right? Sales organization, currency, and sales price. I want to do this calculation, or what we did in the report. What we did in the report based on the customer. Instead of customer, just consider the sales organization, or I can do based on the customer also. Let me do based on the customer so that you guys can understand. Now let me see the results first, and then we will talk about it. So number of entries are 60. So we have in total 60 customer and currency conversion. So everything we are seeing over here. Now the same thing what we did. So based on customer and currency, I am going to find the net price. This is what we did, right? This is what we did in our report. Based on the customer and currency, I am going to find the net price. So I am going to use an aggregate function, and there are various. I'll show you a few of them. So I am going to use sum, and then you need to use VBAK. What was the field name? NETWR. No, this is item. I think it will be the same in a header as well. I'm not using this from item table, but you can use it from the item table as well. You can put the join or association, whatever, as total sales or whatever you want to write. You can write that. Now this is a different issue. I'll talk about it. So I'm going to add the NETPR based on the customer and currency combination. So I am grouping based on customer and currency, and then I am finding the total sales. So that we will see as an output. Now we are getting an error. Reference information missing for the data type. So this is a currency data type. NETWR is a currency data type. I can show you. So this is a currency data type. Anything we need to do specific for currency data type in classic ABAP? When you're creating a database table with a currency data type, do you do something special over there?
Reference field.
Reference field. Yeah. So whenever there is a currency data type, you need to provide the currency key reference field. So here also I need to do that. So let's try to give the currency reference field. I try a different approach here, let's say. And now I'm going to give the semantic annotation. Again, this is an annotation. Anything that is starting with @ it's an annotation. So semantics dot currency something, currency code, no, amount dot currency code. And then I can give a table name as well. Okay, I was trying this. It must be defined locally. So you need to define the currency locally. So I have already done that, and I can use this one. Okay, so now I have given the reference currency for this price, and which is this currency. I am already having that in the CDS view defined locally. So I'm using that. Now I will activate it. Now, if I execute, do we have anything? Okay, yeah, this is fine. So, I mean, except for this blank value where everything is 0, you can see for this customer in euro, the total sales is this. For this customer in euro, the total sales is this. So it has already done the summation. What we did in the Excel or what we did in our program, is it going to do the same thing or a similar thing? What we did with at end of in the program and what we were trying to visualize in the Excel, it has done the same thing. It has done the same thing. You can try for any customer. any customer, maybe I'll take a simple one. Let's say 80 as an example, and I will go to the table. Okay, so this has only one customer and the net price is 50. So the output we are seeing as 50. Let me take one more example. This was too simple. Any small value you see. I don't want to do too much of calculation. Let me try for this 263. Even if you see more than one record, that will help us. Okay, we have too many in fact. And this is the net price. We can do the summation here as well, right? Display sum. So 263.25. Which one we had selected? 263.25. So you can see it is doing the summation according to the currency, and the currency is same. I mean, this I did not give an input, but the currency is same. For customers where we have different currencies, do we have any example like that? No, we do not have anything. So based on the customer number, the currency is same, because we have everything in USD, only very few in euros, so that is fine. Okay, so this is how your group by and your aggregate function is working. We have also seen adding an annotation as well, which is for the reference key field. Any questions? Okay, if no questions, then you remember this requirement, right? Anyone who forgot or who was not there in the first class. So now, can I convert this requirement into a CDS view? I have done 50% of the task already for you, but I have used it only from one table. Here I am having with multiple tables. I want to see the exact same output that I see over here and then in the CDS view. So if I execute this one, I would be seeing this output, right? I want to see the exactly same output when I implement the CDS view. Can this be achieved?
Yes, we can do it.
Okay, so this is an assignment. You don't need to do it now. This is an assignment. You can try, and if needed, we can discuss this. And you will have this report. You can also access this report. Do not change anything to match your output. So if something is not matching, do not change in the report. Create your own CDS view, or if you need, you can, without editing anything, you can run this report anytime. That is fine. So try to achieve this report with a CDS view. I think we have already discussed everything that you need. We have discussed the join, association, and now we have discussed about the group by and the aggregate function, so you can use that. Okay, coming back here. So we have discussed about the aggregate function sum, but there are many more. Like we have the maximum, we have the minimum, we have the average sales, we have the count and everything. Not everything, we have many others. So instead of sum, if I want to get the average of this, so I can do the average. And again, it has to be with the correct data type. So again, the currency data type. So you need to be careful with the data type you're using. And you can see that average can be executed only on the floating data types. So since it is a currency data type, average function cannot be executed. Similar to that, the count data type will not work on this floating or the currency data type. It has to be either numeric or I think it supports characters. So I'll give you that list, or maybe even in Google or the SAP documentation, you can find that list. And then based on the correct data type, you can see that. And I've not discussed about typecasting, so I'm not discussing these. We will see that. The combination, we will see that. Let me try other one. So that I'm giving. So VBLN is a character data type. So count will work. It works on numeric, character, and I think even integer. These three it works. So I'm going to get the count of the records, and let me run it. So if I do the number of records 60 and count the total record for each category, you can see over here. So it is not the 60 that we are getting. For this one with this currency, there are 90 records. How do I validate that? Let me copy and then let me go back to the system, paste this customer, execute it. Okay, now how do I get a count here? Yeah, we are getting it here, 90. So the total number of PBLN that has been processed is 90. So that also, you can use various functions. So I have used the count, and then according to the group by, in every group, the number of records it has counted. Similar to that, there are average, maximum, and minimum. Even maximum and minimum will require floating type. It will not work on any TWR. So we will discuss that once we have discussed typecasting.
Can you show the output once? Is it
okay?
Output of
Yep.
Okay. Distinct VBLN. Okay. So it is the total count is based on the sales order and the addition of sales of The VBLN.
Yeah, so I am doing the count for the VBLN. So how many VBLN will be there?
Okay, count on VBLN.
If I'm counting, it is, of course, it is going to do a grouping. The output will be based on the group only, right?
Yeah,
so every
currency.
row that you're seeing is grouped based on the customer and currency. And for this combination, I'm taking a count of VBLN. How many VBLN was considered for this particular calculation that I'm getting assigned.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
If I use some other field, so let's say if I use customer, then probably you will see a different result. So because I'm doing a distinct count, then you will see only one record. I'm not sure whether Kunnar is the data type will be supported, but let's try. Yeah, it is supported. So now I'm taking the count of Kunnar, and since the keyword distinct is mandatory for count, you would see, you should see one record. Let me see. Yeah, but because it is taking the count of the customer, and for this grouped combination customer and currency, it's always one. It would be always one, and that count you are getting.
But why are we writing distinct there? It is group by is already distinguishing it, right?
No, it is mandatory. If I do not write distinct here, it would give an error. Although, implicitly it should work that it should give me the distinct count only, but it is explicitly asking us to mention the keyword as well. So that's how the syntax is.
It's a syntax. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
We were discussing about this group by clause, and we discussed about some of the aggregate function. And there are more aggregate functions. So I'll come back to this CDS view, and we will discuss about the aggregate functions, because there are certain restrictions on the data types that is allowed for every aggregate functions. So I am not showing those at the moment. Once we discuss about the typecasting, and then we will implement that concept also in combination with the aggregate function, and we'll see the other aggregate functions. Now, what I would be discussing about is the where condition and having clause. So let me first implement that. And once I have implemented that, you guys will only tell me the answer. What is where condition and what is the difference between a where condition and having clause? So let me check the output. Let me take any specific customer number. Let me close some of these because there are too many sessions or windows open. Okay. So first I'm implementing a where condition, and in the where condition, where I would give this this value, and I'm implementing for customer. This is equal to this value. So where customer is this value, I want to see only those records, or I want to see only that record in the output. Now, not only that, I have another condition, and that condition is having. Okay, so I have implemented both the condition where customer number is this, and having sum, the total sum greater than 10,000. Let me activate this and let me see the output. But activated, I do an F8. Okay, so I'm getting that specific customer. I am getting that currency and the total sales value. Number of records is 1. That is fine. I have implemented customer, so number of records is 1. If I implement VBLN, I might see a different value because it is going to give us a count of VBLN. Yeah. So there are total 211 records, which is considered to do the sum calculation. Fine. Now, I have implemented this. Now look at this implementation. And if you want, I can show you the output in 2 parallel screens. Now, can you explain me what is the difference between, or in comparison to where clause, what should be an having clause? See the highlighted part in the CDS view.
Difference between what?
So here,
and
using the aggregate functionality along with where condition.
Yes. So where condition is going to do the filter on specific columns or specific columns, and it is going to only show those rows which has been filtered based on the specific column condition we have given. And this is coming from the database table. This customer is going to get compared with the database table. Now, after I have performed certain aggregate functions, maybe sum or count or whatever I have performed, if I want to check that value, how am I going to do that? So it is, for having condition, the prerequisite is it should have a group by function. If I comment it out, you can see it starts giving me an error. The group by clause is missing. I need to have that. And even for this also, you need to have the group by condition. So even if I comment these, still you would see some error. You can still see the error that the group by clause is missing. So having is going to work only when you have a group by clause. And why we added the group by clause? If we want to group the data based on some columns, then I am using the group by clause. And by using the group by clause, I am calculating the sum or count or whatever. And if I want to check those values, can I check in the where condition with the sum value without group by clause? No, right? I would not be able to do that. Let me try that. So if I replace this, so first of all, having is giving me an error because the group by is missing. The group by clause is missing. Okay. Again, I need to comment on this. You see this? Where some function requires a numeric comparison value, aggregate functions are not allowed in the where condition. So where condition is only supporting for the individual columns or the data records which are coming from the table without any aggregate or without any grouping. And if we have done grouping and if we want to compare that value, I cannot compare the sum or the count in the where condition. If I want to compare that value, then I'm going to use having. So the having groups the aggregated value. So any kind of an aggregation that we have performed, it checks or it filters the data based on the aggregated value. So again, let me correct everything, whatever I have commented.
What if we write having header network greater than 10,000? Like we will not do the summation, but it can also give output of the records wherever net price is greater than 10,000 and it meets the Kunnar as.
I think having supports that as well, but yes, I'll show you. So header dot so instead of the aggregate function, you want to just compare the value.
Yes.
No, it can only contains column from the group by list. So again, I mean, this is not in the group by list. So you have to either use the aggregate function or maybe you can use this. So let me try if I can use this. So this will work. And here it is exactly, I mean, although I'm using the syntax as having, it is going to work like your where condition. So let me see the output. So it is working like your where condition. I mean, if you're using having like this, then it is working like your where condition. But the main purpose of having is with the aggregated values or with the grouped by columns, if you want to filter that data. So I want to find my elite customers. I want to find my elite customers to whom I'm making a sales of more than 10,000, or maybe I'm making a sales of 1 million. So to find that, I have to use having clause along with the group by clause. And that we have seen, if you're using having clause, group by is mandatory. So I would again change it to this and I'll call it a greater than. Now I am not putting any condition on the customer. So it is going to show all the customers which has the total sales value of greater than 10,000. So now again, I would activate it and then do an F8. You can see all the customers where the sales value is greater than 10,000. So these are my elite or high valued customers. So if I want to sell something, I want to give any discount, I want to see that view, then this is how I would filter the data. Clear? Any questions, any doubt, or is it clear?
No.
Okay. So I'm showing you all these functions in different CDS views, but everything can be combined. So I have already given you one assignment, that the report that we had developed in day 1 using the classic ABAP to find the customer. So that you need to convert into a CDS view. So that already is an assignment for you. And again, once we have covered some more aspects, so also there would be some more assignments where, I mean, we're combining all these functions, all this syntax that we have learned. You need to create a more complex, more production grade CDS. Okay. Now we would be discussing about various mathematical function, string functions, and we have already seen that in aggregate function also the data type is important. The data type is important, and there are various data types that are supported for some functions. Some data type is not supported for other functions. So that all that needs to be kept in mind. So what I'm going to do is, there is one demo table which is available in every system, and that is called as demo expressions. So this is a demo table provided by SAP, and I have already inserted some dummy records into this. And if I show you the data types of this, it basically has every data type. So you can see num1, num2, these are of type integer. You have integer 8, you have decimal, you have floating point, you have decimal float, you have character, numeric, string, time, date, UTC, long, decimal, whatever. So whatever in data types that are supported in ABAP, it has already created a table with all those data types. So I'm going to make use of this table, and I'm going to explain the different functions, be it the string functions, mathematical function, because when you are implementing string functions, probably you need to have a certain data type, for example, string or character data types. When you are implementing mathematical function, you need to have a certain data type. It could be integer, decimal in certain data types. So that we are that we need to consider. So I'm going to make use of this table and I'm going to show you all those examples. Okay, so now the next one I am going to see, the next CDS which I'm going to create is for the mathematical functions. Okay, so what will be the name of my data source? Which one I'm going to use? What will be the name of my data source? Which table I'm going to use here? This one, right? I'm going to use demo expression because I need to perform certain operations on a specific data type. So this table has all the data types. So I can very easily demo all the examples. So I'm going to use this one as a data source. Okay. So what all mathematical functions you generally know, or maybe you might require in your business requirements or in your project scenarios, what you would like to see, and we will see whether it is there in serious or not. What mathematical functions you know. Forget about CDS view, or forget about ABAP on HANA or BTP ABAP or CDS view. From general maths, what are the mathematical operations you are doing?
Yeah, normal operations: addition, subtraction, multiplication, division.
Multiplication, division, rounding, right? Finding the
Square
next
root.
highest integer. A square root, I don't think it is supported. Let me check.
Maybe percentage.
Yeah, percentage. I mean, you can calculate, right? I mean, through division, you can calculate the combination of multiplication and division. You can calculate the percentage. So it's not a default function, but yes, using the combination of multiplication and division, you can calculate the percentage. So it supports the very basic mathematical function. I mean, the square root, log. Those are like high level or the scientific level mathematical functions. So those are not supported by default. So we will see the mathematical function that are supported. So let's see the in sum first. So demo expression. I'll give an alias to this so that I don't have to type the demo expression every time. I'll give an alias as demo. So demo dot. I think we will have a numeric data type. So this is an integer data type, I guess. Yes, integer data type. So this should support the addition, and again the demo dot num2. It should support the addition, these two, as sum. And what I am going to do, okay, sum is a reserved word, so I'll call it as I'll give it as an prefix. So result sum everywhere I'm going to give. And what I'm going to do is I'm also going to expose the column num1 and num2 so that you can see as integer 4 something, and then demo 2 as instead of integer 8, but I think so. This is just an alias that I'm giving, and then I'm going to do the sum. I can do the subtraction as well on the same data type, and I'll call it as subtract. Okay, let me first see this as an output, and then I'll add more functions to it. And then, okay. So 1, 2, 3, 5, 5, 6, 7, 9. The sum would be this. The subtracted value would be this. And in all the 9 rows, you have the same data. So the sum and the subtracted value, you're seeing the same. So sum and subtraction is working. Yeah, and even you can see, even if you in the output, if you're getting a negative value, that is also being displayed. It is being supported in the integer with negative value as well. Okay, now other mathematical functions are related to the decimal function it supports. So round function. So anything that you do the mathematical rounding, that is supported. And I think we need a decimal data type for that. Let me see, because of course the rounding would work on a decimal data type. If you're implementing on an integer, let me see if it supports in the integer dot num1. No, it is not supported. So the number of function parameter for round is not as expected. It is 1, which is less than 2. So you need to give the number of places that you want to round it up to. So I'll give 0, and let's see. The data type is supported. I would not see any change in the value because there is no decimal value. So the rounding would not give any different result. You will see the same value. Nothing has changed. Oh, okay, my bad. Sorry. This had different values, but again, the sum and the subtraction is coming same, because if you see, this has increased by 1 and this has also increased by 1. So the subtraction is coming as same. In addition, we can see a different value. Oh, my bad. I did not observe that. Okay. Then the other functions that are supported. So I'll implement this for a decimal data type because I'm not able to see the rounding function here. So I'll implement it for a decimal data type. I can close this one. Okay, these are decimal type. Decimal 1, 2, 3. So these are decimal type. I can use that. And only if you will see this decimal and this decimal has decimal points. I am not sure whether we have decimal values in it or not. Yeah, in decimal 2, we have decimal values, but again, nothing after decimal, or we have it. This is a comma separated, nothing after the decimal. Okay, we do not have it.
There are other fields which are decimal. Maybe can we look at those?
There are other, but these are different data types. So floating, I don't think it will support. So this is a floating.
Not in this. Okay. Maybe.
So decimal 1, 2, 3.
Can you go to the table?
Yeah.
Table structure.
So decimal 1, 2, 3, that is not supported. These are decimal float, again would not support. We have decimal function, decimal 3. Let me check the data type of this. This again does not have any decimal places. All this does not have a decimal places, and these are timestamp field, although defined as decimal. So, but these are timestamp fields, so will not have a this is not the correct data type we will be able to use. These are again this. Let me check. Def34 decimal. Let me see, because these are again the combination of data type. What is also not supported. Okay, these are this specifically. It is not supported. These are specific decimal type, maybe for timestamp or maybe for raw functions. I also need to check what is this one. Okay, this is the data type only. This DF34 and DF13. These are the data type only. So that is not supported. But anyways, I mean, let me see if I could directly edit some value here. Okay, I can do that. So this I would change 5, 6, 7, and this also I would change. This is giving me an error. Okay, at least one value I have now in the decimal 2 and decimal 3, which I can use. So this is 125.566. It's using the Western notation, so you can see comma, which is in place of decimal. So it is 125.567. So let's see that value. So what will be the rounded value if I give to one place after decimal? Let's see that. Okay, I need to expose that field also so that I can see the output. This one was the value we had changed. We have rounded it up to one decimal place. So you can see the rounded value is coming out to be 125.6, and which is correct because the next two characters are 6 and 7, which is greater than 5. So it will be increased by 1. Correct? That's how your mathematical rounding works. Okay. We have more functions, not only the mathematical rounding, but we have the seal and floor function. Seal, floor, and absolute functions are there. So I'm going to use the same decimal value which we have. So seal, yeah, this is the seal function. And then I'm going to copy this. Okay, this is not required. I'm going to implement all of these, and then I'll explain what these functions are for. Okay, so this is mathematical rounding. Sealing, this is going to round up to the next highest integer. So, I mean, consider this seal and floor. So if you have the decimal place hanging between your ceiling and floor, so ceiling is the next higher number. Floor is the next lower number. So integer, not number, the next lower integer. And this is the next higher integer. And this is going to give you the absolute value. So it will remove all the decimal places, and this will give you the absolute value. I hope my mathematical understanding is correct. So let's validate that with the output. Okay, so this is the one where we can validate everything. So 125.567, this is my mathematical rounding, 125.6. Now in the ceiling, it will give you the next higher integer, which is 126, which is correct. Floor, it will give you the next lower integer or the previous lower integer, which is 125, correct. And this will give you the absolute value. So no problem with that. If you want to check the rounding, then you can change the number of decimal places. So if I change it to 2, it would become 5, 7, because even the character after that is greater than 5. So this would be incremented by 1. So that would happen. So if I just change it to number of characters and then do an F8 again, or maybe refresh the same. So you can see this is 5, 7. I have not shown you multiplication, division, but yes, you can implement that. No questions about that will not work. Division again has to be a specific data type. Yes. So let me try that multiplication. Now multiplication. So this will work for division. We have a function. So you have a function for division. You need to use this, use the complete signature. So the argument 1, argument 2, and the decimal value that you want. So I take the numeric 1, numeric 2, and decimal value as 2 maybe. All right. So multiplication I have implemented, division I have implemented. Let's see. So at sum, subtraction, multiplication, division, and then the other decimal rounding, everything we have seen. So you can check the results. Let me try that. If I could check the results. So 1, 2, 3, 5 divided by 5, 6, 7, 9. It would come to 0.21, and we had given that number of decimal places we want is 2, so it has rounded up to 0.22. So it's correct. Okay, any questions? There could be more, but these are the ones which you would be using. Let me see if there are more mathematical functions. So these are the, I would call it as a string function. See, we have seen Coley's function is again a special type of functions. Okay, you have, this is again a special type decimal shift. So these are the built-in functions as well. We will be discussing about the built-in functions. You have mod as well. What does a mod function do? Anyone?
The reminder.
Will give me the reminder. So let me add it. I'll add the mod function. Let me see if there are more. No, I think mod only we have missed. So I'll again use the same data type num1 and num2. So what it is, 1.23. I also don't know what this mod is. Okay, yeah. So it is going to give you the remainder only. And since the denominator is greater than the numerator, the same value is coming as the remainder. So that is fine. Okay, got it. Maybe I would switch it between num1 and num2. Then probably you would see a different value. Okay, it's a revision of the maths class. Yeah. So whatever remainder that is coming, you are getting that. So we have implemented all the mathematical functions that are available, the built-in mathematical function. And again, with combinations, you can build in. So let's say if you want to calculate a percentage or calculate the average, you can do that. Of course, there is a function for average, but you can do that. Any questions so far?
If we get some divide by 0 errors, how we can handle here?
Go for dump. It would go for dump. It would go for dump. So let's say if I could hard code it here, where is that? Okay, so when I'm hard coding it, it is not allowing, but if you have a value 0, then it will go for dump. I can try to demonstrate that, how I would change the entry in the database table. So one of the values, I would select any one value. And let's click on this. Okay, so since this is an integer initial, or this is not an 0 is considered as an initial. Let's see if it would consider 0. Yeah, it is considering 0. And then if I do an F8, yeah. So error, division by 0, unidentified or undefined SQL error. So you will get it.
Okay.
Okay. Now I need to correct that value. Otherwise, every time I'm executing, it will give me an error. So I need to add some value. Yeah, go ahead if you had a question.
So how can you go to that CDS?
How can we?
The CDS. Can you go to that CDS entity? So for multiplication, addition, we are using demo dot num1 num2. But for division and for modification, we are directly referring to the field.
Okay, so this is not mandatory, right? This is not mandatory. Demo dot, this is not mandatory. This is the alias name I have given. As a good practice, you should always refer to with the alias name. Just to save time, I have given it. No problem. Even if you add this, it would not give you any error. Or the other way around. If you remove demo dot from everywhere, that also will not give you an error. Because when you are having multiple tables, then that might give you an error.
Then normally we'll use it when we have association.
Yeah. When you have joins and association, then it's better to use it, because if you have same field in both the tables, then it will give you an error. But here, when we are referring to only one table, it is not mandatory to give the alias name. But again, it is a good practice to use the alias name, because if in production scenario, you will have multiple tables, right? You would not be writing a simple mathematical function like this. You have multiple joins. So it's better to use the alias so that everyone can identify that, okay, this field is from which table.
Okay.
Any other question?
Can you please show the output once?
Yeah, here it is.
So the rounding is on the second digit after the decimal, as we've written 2.
So it will show you 2 places of decimal. That till 2 places of decimal, it would be rounded. We have given that as in the argument. So if you see, we have given that to round up to 2 decimal places.
Yeah. And in the output, please go to the output again.
Yeah.
Our decimal is 1 to 4. Like if we consider the second last row, decimal is 125.567, but
Correct.
the rounding is 125.570.
Right. So if you round this value to 2 places of decimal, what will be the output?
2 places or the second digit.
Yeah, second digit after decimal, not before decimal, right? When we are giving this 2, this is the 2 decimal places you are going to round up to. So if you round up to 2 places of decimal, what will be the output?
Yeah. So suppose if it would have been 125.5.597, so it would have been 1256.60.
Yes.
Is it so?
Yes. Okay. Yes. That is the mathematics. Even I would again I'll do that in front of you. So which one we are using decimal? This one, right?
This DC3.
Okay. So what value you said? 59.
590.
If it is 0,
591.
No, 597
no,
probably.
597 or anything, because I thought till second digit it is considering and then rounding it from the second of after decimal.
No. It will round up to 2 decimal places. Number of decimal places that you have given, it will round up to 2 decimal places. So this should become 60 because it will round up to this decimal places. So 9 will become 10 and it would be moved to the previous or the next higher unit. So let's see that. It's saved. I'll do that F8 again so that I can compare the output.
127.
Yeah. It's done that. So only thing that you need to know here is when we are giving this number, we are giving the number of decimal places it should round to. When we are giving 4, it will round up to 4 decimal places. When you are giving 2, it is round up to 2 decimal places. When we give 0, then it will round up to the integer value. I mean 0 decimal
before
places.
decimal.
No, when I'm giving 0, I'm saying it will round up to 0 decimal places. So it will be round up to the next integer or something.
No, I did not get this 0 wala.
Okay.
Up to 0 means, is it before decimal or
No.
Or what?
So if I mean, again, this one would become 6. Okay, let me 6 also is there, right? So it should get around. You see this?
Yeah. 1 to
So
6.
I mean, it has nothing after decimal. It will round up to the integer, nothing
Till
after
decimal. Yeah, got it.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the main database used with ABAP on SAP BTP? Option A, Oracle. Option B, SQL Server. Option C, SAP HANA. Option D, MySQL. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to get good at building apps on SAP? Our SAP BTP ABAP on HANA course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP BTP ABAP. It's like a toolbox for writing smart code and using HANA Power in the cloud. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP BTP ABAP Pro? Sign up for our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
When I run the report, I can see this result. And
okay, so which one is the additional record that is coming?
This one, where we don't have any currency.
Okay, and this is not coming in the report.
Yes.
Can you execute the report one more time, please?
Yeah, and I try to put some condition, like normally we will use this not equal to initial, right? Like that, I try to put a condition where amount is greater than 0. But again, I'm getting the error, whatever we saw.
Okay.
So here UST 0 is there. So this is fine.
Okay.
But this is coming 6.
No, can you scroll down further in that? There are more records.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so there is no record what you are getting here in the CDS view, right?
Yes.
Okay, then can you show me the CDS view code and the output one more time?
Yeah.
Okay, and can you check in the table, do we have a record where we do not have a customer number and we do not have the currency maintained, but we have the amount maintained? Can you check that in the table?
I think it's VBAP.
Yeah, so the customer will not be here. Are you taking the customer from VBAP or VBAK?
VBAK, I think. So here we have currency, what I understood.
No, even the currency I think should be there only, right? We are taking the currency from VBAK only, or you are taking from here. I mean, we have some of the fields repeated in both the tables. From which?
From this table, I'm taking the currency. Maybe I can show you that. So now this is from
this
is from
you are
item
taking
table.
from item table.
Yes,
and the customer you are taking from header table, right?
Yeah.
But in the report we are taking, I think, currency also from the header table.
Okay, let me trust.
So I mean that is fine, but you can demystify this, that why you are getting that record. So what you need to do is go to VBAK, check the customer which is blank, get all the sales order number, copy that into item table, and then see what value you are getting. So that is exercise you need to do. You can do it now so that even others can see.
Okay.
For me, it's working fine actually. Tenor.
So you did the currency and the customer both from the sales order header table.
Let me cross check that.
Yeah.
Yes, it's working fine for me. Also, I have taken from header.
Taken from header. So
currency is from header.
Right. So here you have taken from the item table, and of course there would be certain variations in the header and item table data. So no problem. We can try to find whether the result that we are getting is correct or not.
Okay.
Are you getting any sales order number?
Yes, I'm getting.
Yeah. So copy all the sales order number.
Here it's 607.
Maybe you can go in the grid display and just try to filter that column. I mean, there are other ways as well, but
yeah, in VBAP we have currency USD.
Okay, so these are the sales order number which you are taking from VBAK, and you do not have a customer over there, right?
Yes, yes.
But you have the currency, and the output that you're getting in the CDS view, that there you don't have currency even, right?
No, I don't have currency. But here also, it's there in VBAK, it's currency. I don't know where it's going.
Just hold on to the screen for a second. Let me check VBAK. No, you're taking even the customer number from the item table. You're not taking the customer number from header table. Item.kunnar you are taking. And then even the currency you're taking from the item table.
Item tables, yeah.
Yeah, so we have checked the customer number from the header table. No, check the customer number which is blank in the item table and currency which is blank in the item table. You don't need to go to the header table. You've taken both the fields from the item table itself.
Yeah. So here I'm taking Kunnar as empty.
No,
and,
this is VBAK. This is your header table. You have taken the data from item table. So you need to check in VBAP, right? That is what you have done, right? You have taken item dot an item. Okay, item is
VBAK is item for me.
Okay. VBAK is item table. So then you have taken the currency also from the same table, not from the VBAP.
No, not from the VBAP.
Okay. Yeah. Then I mean, customer you had filtered correctly. Check the currency also from the same table, VBAK table only.
Oh, so
you have not changed anything now, right? I mean,
no, I didn't change anything.
Okay.
So for me, VBAK is item table.
Sorry, this is just one doubt. Like, is it intended to be like this? I mean, selecting from VBAP and association with VBAK, or it should be other way around?
So you can do it. I mean, you can do it according to your business requirement. Ideally, it should be other way around because VBAK.
Because one item.
It can be. I'm not familiar with these.
I'll explain why you are getting a different error, because I was assuming item as a header table. So VBAK is the header table. Of course, I mean you can take any alias, but because of the item, I got confused. So what happens is generally you will have less number of records in the VBAK table because that's the header table, right? And you will have one-to-many relationship from VBAK to VBAP. I'm mentioning the table name so that you do not get confused with the header and item. But what you have done is first you have selected from VBAP, which is the item table, and then of course your cardinality becomes wrong. First of all, the cardinality becomes wrong. That is not going to have any impact. But the data that is coming, so what you need to do now is take all the sales order from your VBAP table and then you copy that into VBAK table, and there you are taking the customer and the currency. So that's the reason it is becoming a mismatch. So if you just change that, the position, first you fetch it from the VBAK and then you fetch it from VBAP, then probably your things, your output would become correct.
Okay.
So then currency is
also I should take from
net value from item.
Okay. Now it's matching.
Right? Because there the process was working in a reverse order. And of course, if it is working in a reverse order, of course, there would be some data mismatch. So, to get the correct result, what you had to do is get all the sales order first from the VBAP table and then copy that into VBAK table and then put all your condition that, okay, the customer is blank and the currency is blank. So that way you had to do that. And then you would have got the result what you had got earlier. But again, this would be an ideal solution. Not generally, even VBAK is the header table and it will have less number of record as compared to the item table, because that's how the relationship will be, right? First, you will create an order, and then in one order, you could have multiple line items, which could be for different material, which could be of different price, different currency, whatever, but you could have multiple material. So the logical flow should be from header to item.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other question from anyone?
Yeah,
Yes,
one question.
please
Maybe one by one, please.
Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. So my query was the output in the program. The sequence was different, like maybe the sorting or what, but here in Eclipse, the order was different. Although they are grouped by the currency, but output seems to be, as in the order is reversed.
The order is, maybe you can use order by as well. So, I mean, only the order is reversed, that is fine. Because like, I mean, when we are writing a select query, or even if you're writing a select query in standard or classic ABAP, there is no guarantee unless and until you are sorting that in a particular column, there is no guarantee that you will get the data in a particular order, right? Do you know for certain that, okay, it will be, let's say you are selecting VBELN and Postner and certain document type and document category. Do you know for sure that it will be sorted in the order of, or in a particular order on VBELN? No, right? I mean, generally we would get in a particular order, but there is no guarantee. So if you're only the order is different, then you can use an order by clause. Just write an order by, and then you give the column name, and then it would ascertain that, okay, you are getting in a particular order.
So after group by, or where should I use?
You can just try to type order by. It would be, I think,
tried there. It was giving some, I mean, it wasn't, maybe the syntax wasn't right. I tried using after group by, order by. It was giving error only.
Let me check. What's the syntax for order by?
I think we can't use order by in CDS views. It has to be, as per my understanding, it has to be done by the consuming application.
Okay, yeah, you're right. So it has to be done in the where you're fetching the data. If you have more records, again, it is not guaranteed that you will get in a particular order, but the order by syntax is not allowed in the CDS view. You have to do it when you are using in the report, or when you are using it in the Fiori application, you have to do that.
Okay. And when I try to use a where class where I'm trying to put a condition that where amount is more than 0, I'm getting an error, means 0. So it says
no, but this is a currency field, right? And it will have some characters.
Okay.
The field that you're trying to check is not a numeric field, and you're trying to compare with a numeric data. So even if you give within bracket, that would not give you an error. So just try to give 2 parentheses. It will not give you an error here, but again, the program will not work correctly, because WAERK is a currency type field, currency key field, and I think the built-in data type is of character 5 or something. So you cannot give a number over there for comparison. No, even this is not correct. You have given how many characters?
Net value, actually. Item net value to put.
No. It has to be less than 5 or less than 5.
No, it's not, because actually it should be net value. Correct. Yeah.
Okay, you're trying to
take the wrong field.
Then you need to remove the brackets. You don't need to put the bracket. Now it will work with 0.
Okay. Sorry, I'm not familiar with these tables because I'm more into ABAP HR and PLM. So please bear with me. Yeah, now it works. Thank you.
I think someone else also had some question.
This association is there, right? So I tried with 1.0.1 and 0.star as well, but I'm getting same output. So what is the use of it actually?
Yeah, so I said when you are defining the association, even if you define, and we had seen when we were creating the association, even if you put the wrong cardinality, the output is not going to change. But let's say if you see on the screen shared by someone, I don't know who has shared this. So if you do not give the correct cardinality, someone who is using this application or consuming this application would not know, right, what kind of relationship. So a front-end developer, they would not know your VBAK and VBAP table. And if they do not know the correct relationship while developing the application, they might do some mistake, or they might not develop the correct way they should be developing it, right? So if it's a one-to-many relationship, you click on an order number and then you get a list of items. And if you have defined the cardinality 1-to-1 and thinking that, okay, it's a 1-to-1 relationship, they develop the application like that, then your whole purpose of developing a one-to-many relationship will not be achieved. So yes, even if you change anything in the cardinality, your output is not going to change. That we have seen.
That means it is just for display, not for actually action.
Not for display. Again, it is
display for developer, we can say.
Yeah. So it is just for modeling or representation that, okay, how this relationship is defined. Again, I mean, not any. It will not have any impact in the output, but when you are creating your Fiori application, when we will be talking about RAP application, there you would see. So there it would have impact. So remind me of this question again, that, okay, when we are developing our RAP application, of course, that is the second part of our course. There, if we do not define the correct cardinality, you will see there would be impact on the Fiori application. Not on the standalone. If you standalone test your CDS view, there would not be any change, but there would be impact on the Fiori application that we develop.
Okay. Thank you.
Now, when we were doing the arithmetic function, there also we saw that we were getting some issues, like some of the data types are not supported with some functions. And for that reason, there could be scenarios that we would be requiring type casting. So we would require to cast the data from one data type to another data type. So let me create a separate CDS view, and I would add all the typecasting thing over there. And again, when we talk about typecasting, it is not possible that you can cast a data from one data type to every other data type. There are, again, certain prerequisite that needs to be met, or there are certain conditions that, okay, you can cast from data type A to data type B. And again, there is a list. It's available in the SAP documentation. Even it is available with me. If I think it is not updated in the slide, so I have asked the content team to update in the slide so that you can see the data type from data type, source data type to the destination type, what all conversions are possible. Okay, then going ahead, I create a new one. Okay, so which table will be my source table? Which one I should be taking as a source table? Okay, we haven't taken that table as so far. Did we take the demo expression table anywhere? Did we use that?
Yes, it's in mathematical.
Yes.
It's in mathematical, yes. Okay, yeah. So again, I will be using this demo expressions table. And the reason is because this has every built-in data type. And to demo this kind of scenario where I need to do a typecasting from one data type to another data type, I would need various data types and some values over there. So this is a demo table provided by SAP, and I'm already added some dummy data into this, and I will be using this to explain that particular example or that particular scenario. So in the data source, I will be using the demo expression table, and now I'll start doing the typecasting, but I would fetch the ID over here. So I think it is the expression ID or something, and I would give this as an alias as demo, and I would get the key first, demo.id or something. Yeah, it is ID. Okay, now let me also open the table here. Okay, so this is my first num1 table, integer 4. And then let me see, I have another integer data type. Okay, from num1, I don't have a direct integer type here. So num1, I will try to typecast into this long integer, which is of integer 8. You can use this integer 8 data type, and I'll try to typecast into that. And how does the syntax work? So the syntax is cast, so which is for typecasting, and you can see it is giving me the prompt as well. Then you need to give your source data type or the source field, and our source field is demo.num1. So I'll use that, and then you define the data type which you want to cast this to. So from integer 4, I want to cast this to integer 8. So I am going to give this ABAP dot integer 8, which is the data type I have over here. Let me try, does it support the data element as well? So we already have, no, we do not have a data element. So we'll have to give that data type, ABAP dot integer 8. So this, it will try to typecast from integer 4 to integer 8. And then I'll close the bracket, and then I need to give an alias name. And alias name is, I will give this alias name something like this, integer 4 to integer 8. This is what I'm trying to do. it is not giving me any error, and it should give me the output. Again, no change in the value. You are just doing a typecasting. You would not see any change in the value. So if I activate this, okay, I should have got the num1 value also. So I'll get that num1 as well, and I'll call it as integer 4, so that you can see the comparison between these two. So you can see there is no change in the value, but now the data type for this column is integer 8. And the data type for this column is integer 4. Apart from that, there is no other difference. So of course, from a narrower data type, which is integer 4, I'm trying to cast it into a wider data type. So that is of course allowed. It would not give me any problem. Now, let me try to do the reverse. Now what I'll do is, I'll try to cast demo dot, what was that, num3? No, num long2 as ABAP dot int 4 as int 8 to int 4, comma here. This also is allowed. I mean, it is not giving me any error. From a wider or from bigger data type to a smaller data type, even that is allowed. In case of integers, at least it is allowed. And now it has resulted into a dump. So from syntax perspective, it is not an issue. But if you have a number which is, of course, which is occupying more characters, and if you're trying to convert that into a less character. So integer 8 is, of course, having more bytes, right? And if you have an integer which is occupying more characters, if you're trying to convert that into an integer which is occupying less character, from syntax perspective, it is allowed, but it is going for dump. This will not be, this will go for dump. Okay, did we discuss how do I, if I want to see the errors, if I want to see the dumps, where to check that? No, right?
No.
Not yet.
Okay. So in Eclipse is in form of views. I think we have seen the properties tab, right? Or even that we did not see. Can anyone confirm? We have seen
No, we didn't see it.
No. We didn't. Okay. So then let me close this. Even the properties tab I will close, or even if it is there. So by default, as per the ABAP perspective, you might see certain views over here. So whatever you are seeing, these are views: problems, properties, templates, bookmarks, feed reader, transport organizations, transport organizer. These are different views. Even what you are seeing over here, outline, is one of your views. Now you can organize your perspective. So if you want to have your problems tab here, or maybe in a certain order, or you want to see a split screen like this. I mean, now this is vertically split. If you want to see a horizontal split, you can organize that and you can save your perspective. So how to do that? You can go back to Windows and go to perspective, and you have an option, save perspective as. You can give any name, your name to this perspective, and you can even save that perspective. And every time when you log into Eclipse, you can open that perspective, and it could be made as default as well. So it will give you a pop-up that, okay, do you want to make this perspective as default? You can do that. And then every time that perspective will get opened. So you do not need to adjust or do not need to open the different views that you are going to use very frequently. But what are the important views? So I'm slightly deviating from the topic because this is important, and this will be used not only in serious. All the time we are working with Eclipse, be it with ABAP on HANA or BTP ABAP, these topics would be important. So you can see there is one properties view. And if, let's say, in your scenario, if it is not open, so if I close this, how can I open it? You go to Windows and you see this option, show view. And then all the possible views that are available is here. If you do not find that in this first screen or the first list, just go to others and then search for any other view that you already know. So I am looking for properties. So if you will see in general, you have this properties view. Click on this and open it. And you can see that properties view has been opened. And then if you select any object, you are going to see the properties of that object. And again, the properties is very much similar to the attributes or properties you had in ABAP. So what information you are seeing, if again in properties, you have multiple tabs, I'll go one by one. So you are seeing the package because we are saving everything in the temporary package. So the package information you are seeing here, the version, whether it is active, inactive, whatever that you are seeing. So this is currently active. the description that we provided. So like for class, for reports, you provide a description, and that you see in the attributes or in properties. Similar to that, you're seeing that description here in the description in the properties tab. And again, who created it, when it was created, when it was changed, who changed it, what was the original language, what is the system ID where it got created. Everything that you need to know regarding that particular object is available here in the properties view. And in the properties view, you have multiple tabs in the general tab. Then you have some more tabs over here, nothing here in this specific. This is an important tab, API state. We are not going to discuss about this now, but when we are discussing about BTP ABAP, you have different extensibility scenarios, and we are going to discuss about these API state. So this is nothing but a different way of releasing those artifacts. So have you ever worked on a function module or a BAPI and you have different release status? Some of the function modules are released for customer use. Some are released for internal SAP use. Some are not released. Have you ever seen that?
Yes.
Yes, right? I am not sure if I would get straightforward a BAPI, but let me try to show for others who have not seen. Anyone who remembers it was something which is not released, I'll try, but at least one of the status I should be able to show. So like in function module, you have the attributes where you will see all the information that we saw, like, package, who created it. So it was created by SAP, when it was created, and everything. Now, if you will see the status, this is not released. This is not released. So if you are trying to use this function module, what kind of challenges you might have? What kind of challenges you might have?
During upgrade, when the new SAP nodes or something is applied by SAP, that won't be applicable for this function BAPI.
What would not be applicable? Upgrades would not be applicable.
If during upgrade, if something SAP has, because this is not, SAP doesn't support.
Right. Right. You're absolutely right. So this is not released. So it should not be used or consumed directly in any of the customer application. You are creating a program, class, method, or you're creating any application, and if you directly consume this function module, you can do that. It will not give you any error. It might give you some ATC or the extended program check warnings, but in the syntax, it would not give you any error. You can use that. But let's say you are doing a version upgrade, or you are adding a new patch, you are updating any nodes, SAP nodes, and then in that, SAP had made certain changes in this function module. Let's say they removed certain importing parameter, or they created some additional importing parameter and they did not make that optional. Then wherever you are using this function module, it would stop working. It would stop working. It would give you error. It would go for dump. It would give you error. All such kind of scenarios are possible. And then if you go to SAP and say that, okay, we are getting an error from this standard function module, they would not provide you support because this is not a released function module. So it should not be used in the customer space. That's the whole concept. Of course, in productive scenarios, there would be many instances where you are using unreleased or, even the internal use function modules. But again, that risk is always there. If any future upgrade, if this function module is, let's say, made obsolete or deprecated, then you cannot question SAP on that. They will not provide you support. So similar to that, these are the different release status. So based on the contract, you are supposed to use it in the ABAP cloud development, key user extensibility, or classic extensibility based on the release contract. That we will be discussing in detail. So that's just the overview. What is this API state for? Then in the transport tab, we have not saved it into a package. We have not added any transport, but if you have added it to a transport, that information you will see over here. So that's all about the properties tab. Similar to the properties tab, if I try to activate, I always look at the bottom right to see the progress of the activation. If you want to see that in a larger window, then for that also you have a view. So if you go to open view, you have a view called as progress. So if you add this view, and then if I try to activate something, so let's say I just do a space, and you can see everything that you are changing. If you're trying to activate, this will be visible over here as well. So you can track the progress, whatever you are doing, whether you are making any changes, you are doing a syntax check, you are activating that object, that will be available in the progress view. Similar to progress view, there are problems view as well. So any errors, any warning that you are getting, syntax errors, any warning that you will see here in the problems tab. So right now you can see there are certain warnings, and even if you will see that, it would be showing you the something similar warning what you have in the problems tab. So any error, any warning that you see, you need to come to the problems tab. So let's say if I make something, you see this, I did a change that this is syntactically not correct, and then this is giving me an error. And if you want to see that, then you can come to the errors tab or the problems view, and here you will see that the syntax error in int2 or something. So it is giving you that as well. Then any kind of dump. So here you do not have from Eclipse, you can access the T code ST22, but if you want to access any kind of dump or something, then you come to the feed reader. Here in the feed reader, you have everything. So where the dump occurred, whether it occurred in the gateway side, it occurred in the backend system, all that information will be over here. So we got a runtime issue, but it did not trigger a dump. It triggered a dump on the screen itself. So let me see that this is getting updated. Database SQL. So it is written in the front end. It is not captured in ST22. Let me check. Let me cross check this with the transaction code ST22. Yeah, you can see that there is no dump in the ST22 system. So I was saying that it was a dump. It is going for an error, but not captured as a dump in ST22. It is an SQL error, and it is written in the front end itself. So not captured in ST22. If it is captured, if there is any kind of a dump that is being captured, then you would see that information here as well in the feed reader. I think these are the most important one that we will be using frequently. Let me check anything more. So and then the relational explorer and the outline you are already seeing over here. So the relational explorer, if you open any object and then you can see how it is related to other object, that entire tree structure you would see here in the relational explorer, and the outline of that object you will see here. So why not showing now? Yeah. So if you click on any object, what are the fields from the data source? So the entire outline of that particular object you will see over here. So if I click on other one, you can see that it will give you some more information. Again, this we would not be using very frequently until and unless you are working on very complex object. Then you would need to see the outline and the relation here itself, rather than navigating from one CDS entity to another and then finally coming to a conclusion. You can simply see the relation and outline over here. So these are the ones we will be using very frequently. If I have missed something and when we need that, now you know that how to open the different views. So we will come to Windows, we'll go to Show Views, and we'll open that particular view. So this is how we are going to follow. But for time being, whatever that is important, we are going to use probably on day-to-day basis in not only in CDS, but in Eclipse, that I have already mentioned. Any questions?
Yes. How to view an existing entity or you can say any program in this, which is not related to the current package on which we are working. Is it possible?
Okay. Yes, you can. So what you need to do is, there is a shortcut, Control-Shift-A. So if you tell me any of the object that you have created, for example, so if I press Control-Shift-A, and then you will get a pop-up like this. It is going to search on the entire project and just give the name of the object. So let's say Z, if you have created with any prefix.
Yeah, but it's not 100. No, yeah, it's 100. Okay.
Maybe if you can give me your
Z NP underscore Z CDS AS underscore
CDS
underscore EV underscore maybe.
Yeah, I think that should be
CDS underscore. No, after don't write AS, CDS underscore.
Okay.
EV. Yeah, EV underscore.
So you can see it is fine. So it's a fuzzy search. It keeps on searching. So as you keep on typing, it will continue to search. So even if you see I have not typed Nidhi, it is still searching for that particular object. So this way you can search for every object, whichever is there in the system. And then you can click on that object and it will open that.
But it would allow it will allow to edit also. Then, like, do we have any such system like one person cannot edit somebody else's? If we have, like,
you can do that restriction, but let me ask you this question: if you have created a report, am I not allowed to edit that report?
If it is logged in my transport, then definitely not if the task is not owned by you.
Yeah, so I just need to create a task in that, right? So it will allow me to edit, and while saving or while activating, it will ask me for a transport or a task to be created. But
I
it
have
will
added in a task, local task.
yeah, even in a local task. So if I have created a report, so the report which I have created, which is in my temporary package, will you not be able to edit that?
I did not try to, but yeah, if we ask generally, then yeah, the local objects we can edit. Anybody's local object.
Transport you can edit. Only thing is while saving, it will ask you for a task to be created. Until and unless you create a task, you will not be able to save it. But yes, you can edit it. So similar to that, yes, you can edit. And that's the reason I give a disclaimer that please don't change the objects which I have created, because I would be creating on top of that. You can edit it. But like in classic ABAP, you have certain lock restrictions. You can add locking. Here also it is there, but even I am not aware of that. So I have not tried how to restrict the edit of the different CDS objects.
Yeah, because why I'm saying, because in SAP, if we see, we are not allowed, at least in our system, we get a pop-up directly. When we click on edit, we are not allowed to even make the changes. If it is logged in somebody else's, it's prompt for a TR. But yes, if we make any change over here and then it asks for a TR that it is not logged by you or somebody else's TR, but it will be in an inactive stage, right? Because so will it affect the?
It will not allow you to save. So if I make any changes, this is you can see new task will be created. So it is not preventing me completely. A new task will be created, and now it is allowing me to change. Now, second thing, if your question is that if this is in inactive stage. So now this is in inactive stage. I have not activated it. If I try to execute this if I try to execute this CDS view, you see this, it is giving me a pop-up. As unsaved changes, the last active version will be used when you execute. So if you have used this CDS view entity in any of your other artifacts, and if you execute it, it will take the last active version. If you're making any changes, it will not take the version that you have saved, but you have not activated.
So the key is Control Shift A, right? Not 8. It's A.
No, okay. Control Shift A for Apple.
Thank you.
Okay, I will activate your object so that if there's any problem later on. All right. Then coming back to our typecasting CDS example. So this is, I would call it, this is going for error, not dump, because from a wider CDS view, which is having more characters, you are trying to compress into a data type which is having less characters. So it is not working. Okay. Now, again, you can try the different permutations and combinations. So let me try one more. Let me see if we have a decimal one. Okay. So this decimal one, I'll try to convert into a floating one. Even for this one, if the value is big enough that it is not accommodated, then that also would give me an error. So let me check based on the value we have in our table. Are we getting any record here? Okay, I need to comment out this one first. Okay, we are getting. So decimal to float again. So there are a lot of conditions. When I say a lot of condition, what do I mean that? So from if you will see this decimal data type, it is again, if I take the example here, the number of characters before decimal is 31. Here, the number of characters before decimal is 16 only. After decimal, we have 32. So the total characters, including the decimal, if I take, it is 32. But here, the number of characters before decimal is 31. Or I did this one, decimal 3 I did, right? Let me try for 2. This also works. So from 31, we are trying to typecast into length, which is 16. And the number of characters that we have is not more than that. Let me check in the table. That would be easier for me to check. So although decimal 3 is of 16, it should accommodate 16 characters, but I have given only 3 characters before the decimal. I have not given that many characters before the decimal. If I would have given, if the value would not have been possible to accommodate in floating point, then again, we would have got an error. But from syntax perspective, it is allowing. So the target where you are trying to typecast must be long enough to accommodate the value. Let's try this. So what I would do is I would try to change this. How many characters it has allowed? 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then 11, 12, 13, 14. Why only 14 characters it is allowed? Okay. Even the comma separated format, it has to be inserted. So even this would be allowed. Mandatory to give the comma here. Now what is the problem? Okay, somehow it is not allowing me to insert the 16 characters, although it is of type 16, but that literally does not mean that I can type in 16 characters. So even this could be transferred, because you can already see this is my floating number and it is big enough. So from decimal to floating, the conversion is allowed. Okay, maybe I'll try the reverse one. So the same thing I'll copy, and from now you see this is giving error for this. It should be FLTP. This is also floating decimal 16 I have given. So I think every value will be accommodated over here. Let me check in the output, and then I'll change it to a lower value. So every value is accommodated. Now I will change it to a lower decimal value, which 5 or some characters, dot decimal, and then length, I'll give it 5 decimal places. This should give me an error. Okay, it is not giving me an error, truncated. Okay, I mean, so even I am not 100% sure of every typecasting from one data type to another data type, what it is going to do. So it has again done the typecasting, but it has truncated the values. It has truncated the values. So if we have given less number of characters, it has truncated the value, but the typecasting is done. So we need to be careful when we are doing to a decimal type. So it is truncating the values. Okay, I don't think I need to show every data type. Again, I will just share the list. And again, you don't need to remember the list. You can refer to the list that, okay, from this data type to the other data type, what would be the result? Will it be allowed or not? Will we see any issues? So that for that, you can refer to that list. Now, if I want to use a mathematical function, so now I have shown you the typecasting. I want to use the mathematical function. Which mathematical function? For example, if I want to use average, would be allowed here on this itself. What are the other mathematical functions we discussed that are allowed or that are there? Anyone?
Addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, floor, and mod.
Okay. So that is the mathematical function as well. And in the aggregate function, what all we discussed. So whatever you said is correct for the mathematical function or arithmetic function also called as. And what about the aggregate function we discussed? Two you can see. For example, you can see the
count.
And count.
Sum count is already listed here apart from these two. Min, max, average.
Yeah.
Right? We saw those as well, right? Now, can anyone help me in writing min and max aggregate function here? And maybe you can take the data type which is available in VBAK. Or yeah, who is going to help me? And again, the syntax would work like we have done for sum. So let's try to write for min. So I want the minimum value. Maybe which one I should use? Should I use VBLN?
Any TWR.
Any
TW price.
Okay, let me try for price. This would be a little bit complex, but I'll try. Then as Elias, that's it, right?
Yes.
But we should give what should be the minimum value, right? Or
no, from the list it is going to give you the minimum value.
Okay, yeah, it is. It is going to.
Yeah. But I am getting an error.
Currency is not maintained for this. I think that semantics.
Reference
is about the group by
reference.
No. So in group by, only the key field you need to give. So not the key field, only the columns that you have not used in the aggregate function. If you're using a column in the aggregate function, that is not required to be added in the group by condition. Even if you will see for sum, I have not added. Otherwise, I mean, this result would not have come, right? I have not added any TWR. Okay, so even min works for the currency data type. Let me think of one which will not work. Min, max will work. Average will not work, or average will also work.
Here also we have to use the semantic.
Yeah. So for function average, the target data type FLTP not supported of type currency. So currency data type is not supported. For average function, there are certain other data types which might be supported, but the floating function with currency data type is not supported. Now, I will try to fix that. Not necessary that it will get fixed because I mean, every currency conversion is not possible. But now I want to use this. I want to use this average function on the NETWR. Now, can I try to fix that? Can anyone tell me how can I try to fix that? Meanwhile, I'm just trying to look for the diagram or something which will tell me from which currency type it is allowed. Anyone? Go ahead, please. If you know, tell me the steps what I need to do. So the hint is my intention is to cast this one, right?
Typecasting.
Yes, because the data type it is showing us not supported. Maybe we'll try
But-
even after typecasting it might not work. But can I use?
Can we do the count on? The number of rows of this. What is this network? And then sum of network divided by count. It will give us average.
You want to do that calculation manually? That would give us that also would give us the result, but that you are doing it manually, right? You are
manually as in by writing over here the count
I
and the
understood.
sum.
So by doing a division with the count and then you want to do that, but I want to use the built-in function. So there is already a built-in function, so I don't need to do the multiplication and division to get the average. Your approach is right. Even with that, we'll get the correct result. But here I'm trying to explain about the typecasting. So I'm trying to use the built-in function.
Casting from currency to floating.
I could not hear you. You need to be louder, please.
Casting from currency to floating.
Yeah, we will try that. We will try that. If it is supported, we will see. So yeah, tell me the syntax, how I need to do that.
Cast.
Where? What I need to write? I'll write cast here.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, above.
Tell me
Use the average.
I'll comment it out. I'll comment this one out, and you tell me the complete syntax. Okay. If you want, I can show this one.
Inside. When we use the average inside the cast.
Cast header dot netw as ABAP dot floating.
Okay. All right. Now
alias as.
I'll give any alias. Average casting. But are we using the average function here? And again, this itself is giving me an error. Yeah. It is a different error. So this should be gone, right? Are we using the average function here?
You can add before casting.
No, I think this can be written inside the bracket of that average function.
Yes.
So here we are giving a specific data type or a specific value, right? So now after casting, I'm getting this as a value. So if I write everything inside a average like this, and I think only till this point of time I need to write, because alias could be common for both. Okay, let me try this then as final average. I'm not sure whether the error will be gone because the type and everything we are not sure, but data elements should be like this. Let me do it here because even more spaces would cause problems. So what I would do is, of course, I need to have one more bracket, but that's weird.
What if we try to use alias of NETWR?
Alias of
net.
We tried both the ways, right? We tried both the ways. I tried the alias inside the bracket. I tried the alias outside the bracket.
No, the first one, header.NETWR. Instead of that, what if we write sales currency?
No, this is not an alias. This is the typecasting. From NETWR, this field, I am typecasting to the particular data type. This is not an alias. It's the data type we are giving.
Yeah, so header.NETWR, can it not be replaced by sales currency?
You mean, Akshay, I think first we can convert the casting and then we can using the alias, casting alias as the average, right?
Yeah.
It's in 2 steps.
Here, can we specify?
No.
Sales
2-step is not possible in CDS, right? So, you cannot read this column in this column. That is not possible for sure in CDS. So, what you are saying is, I need to remove this alias. That is what you're saying, right?
No. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the first part. Header.net. Can we write sales currency there? See if the error is removed.
No, why sales currency? It's a currency. It's a currency, and the sales currency is a currency key. This is for Euro, USD, INR, and this is the value like 2000 dot.
No, sorry. I mean total
Line
sales.
number 15.
I mean total sales.
Okay, you mean to use the alias? That I can try, but I don't think so. Let's see. That I can try.
And I think there should be only one
total sales is not. Total sales is unknown, so total sales will not work. It has to be this one only. Yeah, that I also agree. It should be one as, not this is for the casting. This we can ignore. As an alias, we should have only one. So this should be the approach, but is giving error for this also. Let me try the annotation also. Function average is
What if we write casting in one line and then the alias which we have used for that, we do average?
That way it will not. It is not supported in CDS. So you mean to say first I'll do a typecasting and then the average function,
or maybe taking it into like a variable like at.
It's not a program. It's just querying your database, right? So it's not a program. So that conversion or a local variables are not available.
Yeah.
It is giving me an error here. So I tried both approach. Something maybe I am missing here.
I think this is giving you error because of that field netWR. It's a currency type, it is saying.
But now it is not giving it that correct error information. It's giving me a different. Let me try on a different field. Maybe, but then average will not work. Let me check if I have some example created for this. Okay, then maybe let's leave it for now. I would not waste your time. I would check this offline and try to find out what error I am getting here. I'll comment it out and I'll try to fix it and see. So, of course, this kind of multiple functions could be clubbed. So like casting along with other function. I'm not sure whether if it is not allowed only with average, that is the reason we are getting an error, because I'm trying it at runtime, right? So I'm trying with average. It could be possible it's not supported with average. So those kind of things could happen, but I will check this. Okay. So then we would pause our typecasting scenarios here for the moment. So we have seen the typecasting in the standalone CDS example, but of course I need to club that with other functions we have seen. Then only it would make sense. Maybe with mathematical function, I can give it a try. But here we have already done on the specific data type. So it would be a part of the assignment as well. So there we'll see. But before that, I need to fix that average thing. So why it is not working? I'll check that. Okay. Apart from that error we are getting, any other question anyone has?
Yeah, I have one question.
Yes.
Generally, we are getting calculating on this preceding of 0. Sometimes numbers will have 0, some will not be 0. We will add it and again we'll match that query and all like that. So how will you handle such kind of scenario here?
No, I am at least not aware of any alpha conversion you're talking about, right? The conversion routines you're talking about.
Yes.
I am not sure of if we have a conversion routine function here. Let me check.
You're getting my question, right?
I understood your question. So you have a leading space or a leading zeros and you want to
sometimes
convert
we need to add it, sometimes
zeros.
we need to remove it or matching data.
I don't think we have a routine here conversion. No, I don't think we have it here, because why it is not here? I've always been comparing this one with a select query in your report. Can you directly, and let's say in your database table, you have the value with leading zeros, and if you pass only the value without leading zeros, will it work in the select query?
Can you repeat, please?
So in the database table, like even in VBLN, if I show you here, let me open with 60. Oh, sorry, my bad. I'm opening a VBLN. It should be VBLN. So here, if you will see this VBLN, it is stored in the database table with leading zeros, right? If I write a select query and I pass only 22, where VBLN is equal to 22 in brackets, will it fetch this record?
As it is character, it may not work, but numC will be there, it will work, I guess.
But for numC, it would not be leading zeros, right? The default values for numC is not leading zeros. Or it is. Oh no, numC also it will be leading zeros. numC also will be leading zeros. The default value for numC is also leading zeros, but it will not work here, right? Here also you need a typecasting, not typecasting. I am obsessed with typecasting.
Conversion.
You need the conversion routine, right? And you need to do that conversion routine before you are writing the select query, before you're writing the where condition. Am I correct?
Yes.
Yes. So similar to that, I mean, although there are various functions in CDS which you can utilize, but I'm not aware of any function which works as a conversion routine. So if you are writing in the where condition, just give the hard-coded value, it might not work. So maybe quickly, all of you can try that. Just try to write a select, not a select query, write a CDS view, and I need to pass a where condition. Maybe you can use a parameter, and in the parameter, try to get the VBLN number as an input. And then if I try to insert 27, will it fetch the data? Can all of you try that? So probably try with a parameter instead of writing directly in the where condition. I would give that input as a user, and I would try with different values. Can we try, everyone?
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe 10 minutes, we'll try For that, I think 10 minutes should be good enough. Or if someone is already done, just use this feature, raise hand, and let me know. If majority of you are already done, we would discuss that solution, and then probably we'll go for a break.
It did not give me any output. I mean, a blank hello.
Yes, and can you try with the leading zeros? So in the input parameter, give, VBLN is probably of 10 characters. So give that many leading zeros apart from the digits that you are entering.
Yeah, leading zeros is giving the error, but without that, we are not getting any output.
Zeros is giving you an error.
No, leading zeros is, it is giving the output.
Blank output, right?
No, leading zeros is giving the output.
Okay.
But without leading zeros, we are not getting any output.
I'm getting blank output without leading zeros, and with leading zeros, I'm getting one record in the output.
Yeah, correct. That is correct, right? So there is no inbuilt conversion routine that is working in your. Not in your case, in everyone's case, because if you are giving just the number 22, it is not matching with any record in the table VBAK, because in VBAK it is stored with 8 zeros, then 22.
But Treno, is there any possibility, like, I'll just share the screen, like in the parameter section, what we did is here, we have just written as character 10. So that's why it is not considering it. Like in ABAP also, if we don't define the data definition or the domain level thing, the conversion is negligible, right? So how it will get to know, okay, this 22 is a part of VBLN? Can we define some domain or VBAP hyphen or the connection with the table and the field over here?
You can use VBLN underscore VBAP.
We can do?
Yes, you can use the data element. No, not that way. The data element you can use VBLN underscore VA.
Yes, I have used VBLN only.
You did that? Okay.
I think
yes. This is working fine.
This is working fine, right? So with 22 also it's happening?
No. Even with that, with 22, it will not happen because you're just defining the data type. Here, there is no inbuilt type and that conversion routine is not happening.
Yes, blank only. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Okay. Can you check if you have or maybe I'll check. I'll share my screen back. I'll try one thing. I'm not sure whether it will work, but let's try that. So first I need to check, do we have a conversion routine on VBAK, VBLN? We have an alpha conversion routine. Okay, let me also create the same example. I hope others have also done that because we have already started discussing the solution. I hope everyone has done that. Or if you need more time, then I can wait before discussing the solution. But you need to speak up, please. Okay. So that log is uploaded here. Let me see if we have it here. I cannot hear you. If you have a question or something, your voice is very low. No, I'm just trying to check if we have any kind of an annotation using which we can do the type conversion. But again, I'm also not aware of anything. I could try to find something, but probably I'm not sure whether I would definitely come up with a solution. But as per my understanding, this would not work. I mean, there is no implicit conversion that is happening in the CDS view. If you need to do that conversion, you need to do it where you are consuming it. So whether when you're consuming it, there you need to do the conversion routine, use the conversion routine and pass the correct value. And the similar way, when you are getting the output, you need to do that again, the alpha out, and then you need to use that in your program. So that way it will work. Yeah, anyone was asking or having anything to discuss? Because I heard someone, but not clearly hear what he or she was saying. Okay. Then if no questions, is everyone clear with this? So whatever doubt you had, it will not work even in your select query. If you want, you can try that in the select query also. So if in the select query also, if you just enter a parameter and do not do any conversion, will it work in a normal standard report? So the same thing that you did in the CDS view, can you try to do the same thing in a report? Just have one parameter and use that parameter in the where condition and try to insert the same 22 without any leading zeros. Will it fetch the data?
It will do on SAP. Like on selection screen, if you just write 22, then internally SAP converts it and then it will display the output. But yeah, if it is like from some non-SAP, like from Excel or something, then in that case, we have to convert it into internally and then fire a query on select or on VBAK.
So parameter you are defining with the table name, right?
VBLN, yeah. VBLN underscore VB.
Can we still try that? Anyone who would try that? Just define a parameter with the data element or table, whatever you want to do that, and just use that in the where condition.
Sure.
Meanwhile, I will also check the other annotations, if anything I could find.
Trainer, I have got the one. I have passed the self-order as the 4. Right, I am using the L prime in where condition.
Okay, so in the serious view you're talking about, right?
Yeah, yes.
So we have not discussed the string function, but yeah, you can use that. So, but how that is helping? How ltrim is helping you?
I can pass the. I have defined the parameter, right, as a VBA.VBA, passing the ltrim underscore in bracket VBLN and 0.
So that even I can relate.
Like this, I can pass here.
Okay, so you are using a string functions. You're trimming, but is it giving you a correct output?
Yes.
Can you show me that?
This is VBLN.
Yeah. So what you are using is string function. We are yet to discuss, but yes, this is correct. What you are doing is it will trim all the zeros from the left hand side. As long as there are zeros, it will trim that. So that way you can do that. So even when we create F4 help, we use this kind of functionality. But again, this is not a conversion routine. So
okay.
We are looking for a conversion routine specifically.
So trainer.
Similarly, another way is numc. Actually, in parameter we can use numc.
You cannot change the data type of a column, right?
No, it's parameter. I'm asking parameter which we are using. That is working like 22 or so. It is working.
So
if you
from
pass
parameter you are passing as a numc. So by default it will add that, because for numc the default value is 0.
Yes.
Right, so it will instead of space, it will add those zeros whatever the missing characters are there. It will automatically add that 0 and it will work. But again, that's a type mismatch. It will not work in every scenario, right? If here you are having a character and numc, so it will work. But in other scenarios, this could not work.
Correct. That is true. Yes.
Yeah, I think you had created the report as well, right?
Yes, in report, if we only give 22, it's giving the output.
Okay. So inbuilt
it's inbuilt for SAP. Yeah.
Because you're giving the data type VBLN underscore VB or with the table reference, it is doing the inbuilt type conversion.
But yeah, from Excel, if it would have been, then in that case we have to make it internally convert and then pass it to. So here we discussed, we are yet to discuss on how to use conversion, right? How to put a conversion exit, or is there any possibility?
No, in serious, as I said, it is not possible. Whatever I know, if it is somehow possible, I am not sure of that. There are no pre-built functions for conversion. The alpha, the new syntax, that also is not working. I was looking for an annotation. I'm still looking for an annotation. I'll give it a search, maybe, after the class as well, that if there is any annotation using that, if I can pass the conversion routine name, the alpha conversion routine name, if it works, then that is fine. And whatever we have discussed, those are workarounds, right? If you're using a data type as a numc, and then the default value for numc is 0 only. So if you do not give any value, it will replace that with 0. So that will work. What other person showed, that's a string function. So yes, that's also a workaround. That's also not a conversion routine working in place. It's also a workaround. So you are trimming the left side zeros, or if you have a leading space, you can trim the leading space and then do the comparison. So that also will work. But again, those are workarounds, and that's a challenge actually in serious. And for creating the F4 help, so when we are creating the F4 help again in BTP ABAP for Fiori application, you would see that we are going to use ltrim only, because the conversion routine does not work. So that there also we have a problem. You enter the value in the Fiori screen, and then it would not fetch anything, because you need to do the conversion routine, and the conversion routine is not straightforward supported. So you need to do some workarounds.
But just a query here, like if user will execute this, in that case, a user is not aware of the internal format of the data. They only get what they get to see at the output, like external form. So how they are supposed to execute it?
No, so this would not be used by business users or end users, never, right? They would not be logging to your Eclipse, or they would be executing the serious view. It's for the technical purpose. And once you develop a Fiori application, I told you, right? We will be using ltrim functionality where you can do the conversion. So from user will be entering 22 only. User will not be entering 8 zeros and then 22. Of course not.
Okay.
Or there would be F4 help, right? There would be F4 help. So then from that they will select, and of course the value will be 22 only. Then using the workarounds, we will convert that into the whatever way it is stored in the database table. We were trying, and I did give it a try. So if you can see, when I tried the typecasting with minimum, so again, this is an aggregate function. Can you see my screen, right? Can anyone confirm?
Yes.
Okay. So again, the same syntax on the same field, I did a typecasting and then I gave a final alias, and it is working with minimum. I'll first comment it out, otherwise you could say that, okay, the error is from the previous line. It is working. I mean, working in the sense it is not giving me any error. But somehow for average, I tried all possible combination. It is not working. I mean, at the moment, I do not know the reason. I will again investigate this more, whether for average, is there any kind of restriction that we cannot use casting or something like that. I'll check. But yes, this is how you are going to use the combination. So you can see, this is the net WR, which is a currency field. I have tried to typecast into a character, although not a logical typecasting, but I was just trying different options. So it will be typecasted to character 17. And then on the typecasted value, it is going to run the aggregate function. So it will run the aggregate function, and then, I mean, I'm given any alias. I'm not sure whether it will give an output as well, but let's try to do that. Let's not save. Yeah, so it got activated. Let me run this. It is giving me an output as well. So it is giving me the total trying value also. Some value is there. So average I am getting. I hope it is a correct average. I don't think so, because this would not be a correct average. But yeah, I mean, as I said, this is not a logical typecasting. I have typecasted the currency field into a character field. So of course, it's a not logical typecasting, but I just wanted to try the cast along with the other combination. So it is working. It's not an issue. And we will be using this kind of combination going forward as well. We might require to typecast currency. Sometimes instead of giving a data type, we would hard code it as well. So all such things we will see. For average, we'll try to find out. Then there is again a question regarding the conversion routine. So again, no, it is not supported. I did try to find out on Google as well. So again, there are various vague answers, and the workarounds are there. I am not denying that the workarounds are there, but there is no inbuilt or explicit explicit conversion that you can do. So that is not supported in the CDS. There are multiple ways. So like when you're creating or consuming this in a Fiori application, as I said, there you would use the LTRM, or you can give a F4 help, and then from there you can select only that value. So those kind of things would be possible. That we will see eventually. But again, when you are creating the CDS view, if you want to cast a value directly, that is not happening. I mean, there are various, I tried various annotations, but again, it is not working with those annotations. Now, with annotations, again, there was one question which was asked, that can I change the name of the parameter? So in the data preview, no. In the data preview, you cannot change the name of the parameter, whatever annotations if I am giving. So if I am giving, and we tried this as well. So if I give any end user text label or something, so if I give any label, let's say test label, this would work in the final application when you have developed. So there, whatever you are giving as a text label, whether on the parameters or even on the column. So if I give an end user text label on the column also, it will not work. So if I give this label, so if I do a data preview, see, you can see the parameter, although I've given a test label, it is still showing as p_vbln. I'll give any value, I'll do a data preview. And it is taking the column name, what I have given as a alias, not the end user label that I have provided. So again, here also, the end user labels are not working. That will work when you are consuming this in a Fiori application. So again, when we are creating a Fiori application using BTP ABAP and RAP, there you will see that these labels will start working, and you will see different column names. And again, I mean, those things through annotations, through metadata only we will create. So there it will work. But since we are just doing a data preview, it's a technical preview we are doing, and where that end user label is not working. There are some more. I did try some other as well, but again, with those also the labels are not working. So we have a label here as well. No, nothing changes. So yes. Okay. Was there any more pending questions? Anyone who had asked any questions and it's yet to be answered? I said that I'll come back to you. I think as I remember, these three were the pending questions. So average is still with me. It is working with aggregate function in conjunction with the typecasting, but particularly for average, it is giving me some error. I'll check that. Okay. Now the next topic is some built-in functions. So again, that would be important that we would be using in various scenarios. So I would be showing you how you can use the built-in functions. So let me close this also. Okay, so far I have been using VBAK and VBAP table, but now I will expand a little bit. I would be using those, like, procurement or material management related tables. So EKKO, EKPO also I'll be using, so that when I'm giving the assignment, you have some level of familiarity with those tables as well. Again, nothing that you need to know those tables, what are the columns over there. You can, of course, refer to the column, but yeah, I would be now using those tables as well, so that you get certain level of familiarity with those tables also. So let me first show those table. And again, similar to VBAK, EKKO is the header table here. For those who are already aware about it, you have used it, you know about it. So the purchasing document header table, so all your scheduling agreement, purchase orders, all those would be created here. So that will be created with a purchase document number. And similar to VBLN, you have EBELN, which is the key field, which is your purchasing document number. You have that as a key field in the header table. And then EKPO is the item table. So EKPO is the item table. And again, you have purchasing document number as one of the key in the composite primary key. And then, of course, you have the item number for purchasing document, which is EBELN and EBELP. So we will also be using this table. Again, most of the fields would be similar. You will have material here as well. You will have currency in this table as well. So I think in EKKO, you will have the currency as well. So you will have the net price, quantity. We are going to see that as well. So we will have the net price, quantity, unit of measures, all those things will be here as well. So I am going to select from the data source EKKO. This is already small, so that's fine even if I don't give an alias. Now, again, I want to use the pre-built function, which is for currency conversion. There might be scenarios that, okay, I am getting the data in one particular currency and I want to convert into another currency. So that is my requirement. Okay, so first I'll show you about the built-in functions, and then there are more add-ons to this that I need to do, probably that you guys will be doing as an assignment, or we will do it together. So as select from EKKO, now I can expose that EKKO.EBELN. That's the header purchasing document number. I'll call it as purchasing doc number. Okay, I would need, let me see, the price is in which table. Okay, so the net PR is here. Do we have it in the header table also? No, we do not have it. Okay, so now before that, I need to, now you have seen that there is no price in the header table. I need to fetch the price and currency for each document number. But my question, so I have a purchase document number. I want to see the price and the currency for each document number. If there are multiple items, I want to see the price and the currency for each item as well. I would probably write that in a notepad. Yeah, so I need to get the net price for each. This is what my requirement is. Get the net price for each purchase document number item.
Okay.
I would help you understand. I would help you with the column names as well if you do not know. So maybe we can do that together as well, or how do you prefer? I should give you 5-10 minutes. You will create the first basic view, and then we will learn the currency conversion. How do you guys prefer? You are going, one of you is going to prompt me and I'm going to do it in front of you, or you want to do it on your own? Any response?
We will try, then probably.
Okay. So then I'll give you 10 minutes. I think 10 minutes is more than enough. It's a very simple one. So just you need to interpret this, and you already know the table names. So EKKO and EKPO. I would write that as well. EKKO and EKPO. These are the tables that you need to use. Okay, then try that, and then we'll come back. We'll come back and we'll see that together.
It's done from mine.
Done, everyone?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So first question, how many of you have used inner join? Use this raise hand feature, those who have used inner join. No one?
Inner join we used.
Okay. So you simply raise the, use this feature, raise hand. Okay. And then additionally, those who have used association, they also can raise their hand. I mean, you don't need to lower your hand, just raise the hand, those who have used association also. Okay, now tell me, is in this problem statement, what you are fetching from EKKO table? Why have you used inner join or association? I need to get the net price. It is in which table?
It's an EKPO table.
It is in EKPO table. Then what additional information you are fetching from EKKO table?
Purchase order number and the currency.
So do we require inner join for purchase order number? And I mean, first of all, do I require those purchase order number and item number? Is that not available in the EKPO table?
Purchase order number is there, but the currency.
Yes. Go ahead, please.
Currency, I think currency is not there.
Currency is not there. So you need to use join or association for that matter. So again, I mean, that was my intention, because you need to understand, not for the purchase document number or item number. You would get that even in EKPO table, but the currency is not there in EKPO table. It is there in EKPO table. Now, can I avoid the join or association on EKKO table? Is there any way I can avoid that? Let's try. So instead of EKKO, now I would simply write EKPO, and I'll do EKPO EBLN as purchase doc. Now EKPO dot EBELP, I think, not VB, but EBELP. Yeah. As purchase item number, and then I need to get the net price, right? NET, which one you are using, which has values? Validate. Yeah. Okay, then I'll call it as item price. Now for the currency, I need to use the join. Is there any way I can avoid it? I don't want to use a join. This is my requirement, right? Maybe this is good enough.
EKPO is having currency, no?
Sorry?
EKPO is also having currency.
Okay, if it is having, then still I don't want to give any currency. Is there a way I can avoid it?
So what's the question?
So most of you give an answer that you use join to get the currency from EKKO.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
I don't want to use the join and association. And I mean, of course, I would not be able to fetch the currency. And as long as I fetch the currency, I mean, as long as I do not fetch the currency, it will give me this error because the reference information is missing. Is there a way I can avoid that?
Currency, how we will know?
No?
Currency, how we will know what is the amount, and I mean, in which.
Let me try that. So what I would do is I would make it false. Still not working. So what happens is when you make this ignore propagated annotation. So earlier it was true, because in the EKPO table there is a reference to currency. It is maintained. I mean, I don't know why it is not working in this scenario. Item price reference information. Let me check if the currency. What is the currency mentioned for this? I think it is from the table that let me try one more thing, or not in this one. Let me open another session. So I wanted to discuss about this annotation.
We can try with quantity. I guess in quantity we do have quantity field and currency both in EKPO.
Okay. Maybe just let me try here once, because I need to discuss about the currency conversion as well. So
sure.
Okay, key TWERT. Again, this is a price, and this has a currency reference in the same table. I would try for this one. Let me see if I get if the error is resolved or not. So instead of EKPO, I'll get this as an EKKO, and to avoid changing so many places, I will give the alias name as EKPO if it is allowed. If it is not a standard table name, if it is allowed. Yeah. This I comment it out. No, it is not working, but it is asking me to define that currency locally. But what happens is, again, this would work in the BTP ABAP scenario for the same way. I mean, there you have the table, and then if you create a CDS view, and if you want to, because here in the table, at the table label, we already have the reference maintained. For this field, we already have the reference maintained. So it should have taken the reference from here, and that is what I was trying with this annotation. So you can see what this annotation is doing. It was earlier marked as true, which implies that ignore propagated annotation. And where this annotation is getting propagated, it is getting propagated from the lower labels. And why it is not working here? Because when we are working in the S4 ECC system or S4 system with HANA database, these tables are defined in a different way. But when you use BTP ABAP, even for table definition or creation of a table, you would be using Eclipse only. You would be using Eclipse. And then if you have defined the annotation at the table label, then you do not need to repeat the annotation again and again in every CDS view. So let me try to open the table and see how is it defined here. Let me search, is it defined? Yeah, so here it is not defined with annotation. It's a different way of creating a table. If at the table label, if the annotations at the rate semantics was used, then since you are building this CDS view on top of that table, that annotation would have been propagated from there. And for that, you need to make this annotation as false. Because if you are ignoring the propagated annotation, then it will not consider any annotation. But if you're making it false, it will consider the annotation which is coming from the lower levels. Clear? And this you guys can keep as a reminder when we are discussing. Anyways, I will be discussing about this because I would not be adding annotation in every CDS view. I would be considering. So I would show this, what I just showed, I would show that example as well. So now let me again go back to what I was doing. So I will take the currency from EKKO only. Why? Because there it would have the correct currency maintained. And EKPO, of course, the item level currency, it would be the same. But I mean, as a business requirement, the currency should be taken from the header table. And then I can use inner join, association, anything. But since I would be exposing all the fields, I am going to use inner join here. And this is probably, I'm assuming this is how you would have done that. Those who have used inner join, they would have done it like this. And those who have used association, you already know that on .pbln. Not here actually. Sure. Okay, and let me add few more fields so that I can explain what I am trying to explain. Okay, so this is my interface CDS view. I have not used the I naming convention so far. But if I want to create one more view on top of this, which will be my projection view, and there I just want the purchase document number and net price. Let's see, I'll try to create that. And there we will see whether the annotation is flowing or not. I hope all of you are familiar when we were discussing about the different types of CDS view that I can even mention CDS view as a data source. Anyone who is not aware of it, I will insert all the elements and then I'll remove the ones I don't need. I don't need this. I don't need this. Okay. Now again, the same error. It is asking me to give the reference here itself. As long as I give the reference, it is not working. Now I would change it to false here also in this CDS view. Now you see this error is gone. I don't give the currency. It should exist locally, but the annotation I don't need to define. Why this error is gone? Why this error is gone? I have not given the annotation, but the error is gone. Anyone?
We have locally defined and that's CDS view, or we have called in this CDS view.
Yeah, I have locally defined, but I have not given the annotation, right? I have not given this annotation.
Here we have already called, okay, and this metadata means it's not checking, right?
So this is the key here. It is not that I am calling this CDS view, so it is working fine. As long as this was true, it was not correct. As long as this is true, you can see it is giving me an error. Same error. Reference information missing or the data type wrong, whatever. I mean, it is a reference information missing. Why it is missing? Because in this CDS view, I am fetching the data, or the data source is this CDS view. Here I have already defined this annotation. But what I am doing with another annotation at the rate metadata, I am ignoring the propagated annotation. So from this CDS, from the left-hand side CDS, the annotation is being propagated, but I am ignoring that because I have marked that as true, and by default it is true. As soon as I change it to false, now I am not ignoring the propagated annotation. And what are the propagated annotation? All these are propagated. Whatever annotation that you have defined in the previous data source, it gets propagated from this CDS to the CDS where you are consuming it. So this semantics and this semantic.amount.currency code, I have already defined in the earlier CDS view, in this CDS view. And it is being propagated. You only need to define the field. You do not need to define the annotation. So that's again the use of this annotation, ignore propagated annotation. If you have already, this is just one example I'm giving. Going forward, we will learn about more annotation. So you do not need to keep on adding each and every annotation in every CDS view you're creating on top of that. No, you can set this parameter to false, and then those annotations will automatically get propagated from the lower level CDS view to the higher level where you are using as a consumption or a projection. Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. So what
this won't work in the standard table case, right? Because in left side view, we see we have to give the annotation, and if we make it true or false, it doesn't make any difference, right?
Right. So why it is not working in the standard table is because if I open this EKPO table, if I open this table, do I see any annotation related to semantics dot currency code? If I search for that, no annotation with semantics found, because this table has been created using the traditional or classic ABAP. It has not been created using the newer syntax. That's the reason we have not used that annotation. If we would have used that annotation in the table as well, then here in the CDS view, by marking this as false, we would not be required to add this annotation.
But if we check in EKPO, we do have currency field. Not the currency, the price field in EKPO, and that is linked indirectly with EKQ's currency field.
It is linked, but I'm talking about the annotation. What we are propagating? We are propagating the annotations. Do we have an annotation, semantics annotation here in EKPO also?
One question here. These are predefined in the database for the standard tables by SAP. These annotation which you are saying, ABAP catalog. Here, instead of ABAP catalog, you say if it was semantics. So who decides this?
Who decides this? So this is the syntax, right? This is a syntax. This has been created, I would say this has been created using, you have not created in Eclipse, right? You have not created this in Eclipse. You have not created as part of a BTP ABAP. This has been created using the traditional or the classic ABAP. So again, the syntax, whatever SAP had given the syntax, what falls into the category of classic ABAP, that has been used. But when we are learning about SAP BTP, there you will create the table as well, right? I cannot create the table. So in BTP, you do not have SE11 transaction at all. You do not have transaction SE11. Then you cannot create the table the way you have been creating. Then how will you create a table? You will create a table using Eclipse and then using data definition. And then you would be defining the annotation using semantics, and then the way we are learning the new syntax that we will be using. It is not that, who decides that. It's about the different version of the syntax. It's still the classic version. And when we are using new version of syntax to create table, there we will be using this semantic annotation.
Okay.
And this will be covered in future classes. We are going to cover that. We have SAP BTP as well, right? BTP ABAP, RESTful application programming model. That is part of this course, right? So we will be discussing about that. I will create a table on the BTP layer, and I'll show you. I'll create a table, how I'm going to create a table using the new syntax, and then we will see that again this annotation would not be required.
And here, when you are using the second CDSC training, in that we have directly used the alias names here. But the prerequisite, it should be present earlier, like this EKQ. This should be present, then only we can use it, right?
Okay. So what is my data source? For this series, what is my data source? This is my data source,
yes.
Right? What is the column name in this data source? What are the column names in this data source?
Purchasing doc number, purchasing item number, currency, item price, doc type, doc date.
Then what I should be fetching?
That is there. You are fetching those, but it should be present firstly in the system, then only we can use it, right?
It is present in the system, right? So from this CDS view, in this CDS view, I am fetching data from this CDS view, right?
Okay.
And then what are the column names in this CDS view? You said it is purchasing document number, purchase item number, right? I am fetching those only. These are the column names in the table. So here I am fetching from the table. That's the reason I'm using these column names. But I have already given a column names in this CDS view as these. These are no more the column names in this CDS view. Is that true? What are the column names in this CDS view?
Purchasing doc number, these are the column names.
Right. If I am fetching anything from this CDS view, what should be the column name that I should be using to fetch?
The ones which we have defined. doc number, item number.
This one, right? That is what I'm using.
That, yeah.
Okay. Any more questions? Okay. If there are no questions, then I think we will stop here because I would not be able to complete the built-in function. So we will take that in class. So this is a serious view we will use, and we will continue with that discussion of built-in functions. But if you guys have any questions, not only on topic, on the previous topics also that we have discussed so far, then you can go ahead and ask your questions. No questions? Yeah.
One in the modules which in the materials which they have given, they have defined making virtual data models. What does that mean? We
will come to that. So that again, so if you will see, it is not exactly in the order it should have been. They have given the module names, but they have given the modules name. Where is that? Yeah. So they have given the module name like Introduction to HANA. And in Introduction to HANA, they have already talked about the CDS view. Then they have AMDP. Then again, they have CDS view. So yes, we are covering in a particular order, not necessarily from what it is given in the module. It is little bit jumbled up because I mean when they were framing the modules along with the POs, I mean in the POC, probably I mean they would not know exactly like I mean what is the sequence I would be following. But yes, I mean whatever it is here, we are going to cover that. Don't worry.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which tool is used for testing ABAP applications on BTP? Option A, SAP GUI testing tools. Option B, ABAP unit and service testing capabilities. Option C, external testing frameworks only. Option D, manual testing only. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to get good at building apps on SAP? Our SAP BTP ABAP on HANA course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP BTP ABAP. It's like a toolbox for writing smart code and using HANA Power in the cloud. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP BTP ABAP Pro? Sign up for our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
From the SAP help website, and we were facing some issue with average keyword or the aggregate function average. And if you will see, even in the documentation, they have mentioned it like that only. So average, gross amount, as, and then the alias name we are giving. But this syntax is not working for us. So I did try to figure it out.
Is anyone getting any warning message while opening Eclipse, like regarding older workspace version?
Yeah, we can just ignore it.
Just continue it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so if you will see here, the average syntax that we were trying something like this. I'll show you that as well. J, and then header, H, Z, A, and then we were giving an alias name to this as test average. And then you will see that this will give you an error, and the error is not very clear. The function average is only allowed with addition AS. So this syntax, I don't know whether it is an older syntax, it is not working in the newer version, but you can see that even in the documentation, it is mentioned like this. But this syntax is not working with the version of Eclipse or with the version of S4HANA we are using. We are using S4HANA 2023, and I think ABAP 7.57, I think we are using. Let me check that. Okay, we are using 7.58. We are using 7.58 and S4HANA 2023. S4HANA 2023 we are using. So we are using the pretty much the latest one, and because of that, probably it has got upgraded, or I mean, the syntax has got updated in the latest version, and it's not working. This syntax is not working with any data type. It will not work. I've tried with all the data type. It is not working. So what's the newer syntax? You need to Of course, you need to give the operand that will be used for average calculation. And then also you need to give the target data type. This is something as a new addition. You need to give the target data type that, okay, the average value will be converted into a target data type. And this is the target data type that I have given. And then you can see this is working. And again, if I go back to the aggregate function, you can see average value of operand. The operand must be numeric. So what are the numeric data types? What are the numeric data types? Can you give a few examples of numeric data types?
int1,
NumC.
Sorry, I could not hear you. Can you go one by one, please?
integer data types like int1, int8.
Okay,
Int4.
yes. Any other? What about NumC?
NumC, can we use it for calculations?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
So that is also a numeric data type. Integer, yes, integer 1, 2, 4, 8, we have the numeric data type. Then even NumC is the numeric data type. And then if you can see, even decimal would be falling into the category, but it has clearly been mentioned that, okay, decimal 16 floating. So these are the data type, decimal 16 something, FLP something, and decimal 34 FLP something. Those are not supported. So int 8, 16, 34, these floating decimals are not supported in average. So let's try the ones which are supported. So if you will see the data type of MAHZA, so this is a decimal type. Again, it's a numeric data type. We can do the calculation. So there are generally two types of, the broader category is the numeric and the character data type. So integer, NumC, decimal, and of course, even floating comes into the numeric data type. But for average, there are certain more restrictions. And the other one, the character data type. So character, string, all those would be character data type. Of course, a date and time are special type of data type. So I don't think we should be categorizing it as a numeric or character, but it would again be falling into the character data type, because if you go and check the data type behind that, it would be some kind of a characters only. You have character 8, character 10. So in the backend, it is character data type only. Okay, so it is working for the decimal 3. So I'll add this and I'll call it as an average, and then I'll give it as a name, decimal. So I know that what is the data type I am using. Now, again, let me try for some other data type as well. So if I do a control space, these dates and everything will not work because these are character data type, and we have clearly know that it will not work. What we are looking for is numeric data type. Let's try with a numeric data type whether it works or not. I think with numeric also average does not work. We'll try that. If you see any numeric, okay, let me search like this. The table we are using, VBAK.
The currency is not working for this one.
What is not working?
Currency, net WR.
Is currency a numeric data type?
Okay.
It is a specific type of data. It's a special type of data type. Of course, in the backend, it is using decimal somewhere, but currency also. Let's try NET. So you can see if you see the data type of it, this is currency, and it is in the background. It is decimal only, 15 and 2 decimal points. Let's see if it is working. So we are getting some error. The target data type decimal not supported for type currency. So the data type here that we are giving is decimal. Although I tried that, but it is not supported for currency. Again, this is again a deviation from the SAP documentation only. Why I come to that? But let's try the another way. So what I can do to fix this? So if you see this error, what I should do to fix this? I'll show you the errors. You tell me what I should do to fix this. Everyone, you have seen this error. The target data type DEC not supported for type CUR. Now you know what is the error.
Type conversion we have to do.
Conversion. So what I need to do to fix that?
Typecasting.
Yes, typecasting.
Typecasting. Why typecasting? So this is also, in a way, it's a typecasting only, right?
I changed the data type from decimal.
Yes. So let's change the data type from decimal, because it is giving us an error that decimal data type, it cannot be casted to decimal data type. So what should I use? What data type I should use?
Probably floating, decimal floating.
Floating. Okay. Let's try that. Again, target data type FLTP not supported. Okay.
Check with integer.
Integer, definitely it will not work. From decimal to integer, that type conversion itself will not allow.
But we are not considering decimal here now.
How we are not considering the decimal?
It was giving error earlier.
Where? When we give
at
the decimal
line 27, at line 27 it was showing error that decimal wasn't allowed, right?
Yeah, decimal is not allowed, but again, that doesn't mean that we can convert it to an integer. It would not allow, right? Because the NETWR is a decimal, is going to have 2 places of decimal. So you cannot convert that into an.
Can it be like character 15?
Can we
put it into
can we
character
try
15?
to cast that?
So what this syntax is doing, can someone help me interpret this syntax, what this syntax is doing? So you are calculating the average on this operand, right? And then you are specifying that, okay, the average value should be converted into this data type. So the output should be into this data type, whatever you are specifying over here, right? That is what this syntax is doing. So it's an implicit casting already happening. I mean, there is no point of doing an explicit cast at the moment. And why you guys are thinking of decimal, floating, integer, let me show you the data types that are available over here. Okay, I mean, I'm not sure whether that will also work or not, but I mean, why only decimal, integer, character? Why can't I use this one? Any restrictions in using this one?
Has decimals? I am confused actually. It was showing error for decimal earlier, right? I mean, when we were using
it was not showing error only for decimal. It was showing the error for the data type itself. That, okay, this data type is not allowed, not specifically for the decimal place.
So it has decimal. That is the difference between this and
not giving an error. The target data type decimal is not supported. It is not because of the decimal that you have given. If I give it to 0, that does not changes the error. It's talking about the data type. It's not talking about the decimal places. The error is specifically mentioning DEC, which is the data type, not the decimal places. And of course, this is a currency type, so it will have decimal values. You cannot convert a decimal value into an integer. I mean, you can, but the values will get truncated. So that will not solve our error. So my question is, why not I should try this? What is the harm in trying this? Because the average value will be of currency, and if I give that, okay, the final output that I'm getting, it should be of this type only. Is there anything wrong with it? Then why not? I could try this, right?
Yes.
So I will try this. So 15, and I think this is 15.2 only. So I'll do the same with that type. Now at least that error is gone, and it is giving me that, okay, the reference information is missing.
Semantic.
Yeah, the semantic annotation is missing. Why? Because now you're using aggregate function. That is fine. So I have mentioned that when you're using aggregate function, that we have not used in the group by condition, but even for those aggregate functions, we have not been defining the annotation. But now the final value, you are converting it to a currency type. So this will be again a currency, in the currency value. So it is looking for its reference currency type. Do we have it over here? No. Let me add a currency type so that I can, okay, it is here. WARS sales currency is there. Okay. So let's try to add that, and if that fixes, so the error is gone. Does that mean that from currency to decimal, we cannot do a type conversion? Because from the error, it looked like that only, right? Even though the implicit data type of this also is decimal with 15 characters and 2 decimal places, but it did not allow us to do that type conversion. But this way, it is working fine. I was trying for new NumC as well. So let's try that one, and then that. Okay, I'll try this one. There might not be any values, but at least the syntax we will know. Now, what data type I should be using? What data type I should be using over here? Logically, also, if you think what data type I should be using. Anyone?
You can go with currency.
Why currency again now? So why using currency? Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, please.
I think using.
Again, same question for CAR. Why you are, thinking of CAR? I just want to know the reasoning behind that so that we can clarify it.
Because it can hold the additional values, but the vice versa is not possible. Like, because in NumC can have.
So NumC can hold character value. Why you are not thinking of the same data type which we are using for average calculation? Why can't I use NumC over here? Is there any restriction that, okay, have I given any requirement that the output should be of a certain data type?
But NumC we don't have here in the list.
Your voice is breaking. It is there in the list. It is there. I have not scrolled down. I have not scrolled down. NumC is a default data type. It will of course be in the list. So why not NumC? Of course, character is also fine, but there has to be a certain requirement that, okay, the output that I'm going to see or that I'm going to consume has to be of a certain data type. Unless and until that is a requirement, you don't need to change the data type, right? I can use the same data type. So I would use that. And this is, I think, num-c3. Let me give it as a num-c3 only. And then I give it an alias. Now this also is giving. So this parameter, the num-c parameter, is not supported in average.
Can
so
we
now
give
no question.
FLTP?
It's a very clear and very specific error that num-c parameter is not supported.
Then
Yeah.
decimal. Can we give a decimal?
Okay, so you are saying that, okay, I should be changing this data type, right? Okay, I think num-c.
Can we try
num-c
float
character
FLTP?
also, I think, should be converted. Let me try, and I'll give a little bit bigger. This is also not done. No, this error is different. Sorry, this error is of the operand only. So at the operand, a num-c type is not supported. It is for that. It is not that, okay, here it is giving. So it is not for that. Even if you see that I've changed it to character, it is still giving me, read this error. If we read this error carefully, type num-c of parameter 1. This is parameter 1. This is your operand. This is your parameter 1 is not supported.
Because num-c we can have numbers or we can have characters also.
We can have characters as well, yes. So average calculations, again, it's a numeric data type somewhere. It's even SAP has not clearly mentioned. Let me see if they have used anywhere for this. No, they have not used it. So they have not clearly mentioned what about, let me see if we can use num-c data type for min or max calculation. So I'll change this to num-c only so this is also not supported. And okay, this should not be trying. So here, if you will see, so this is fine. In minimum, it could work because it has just to find the minimum value. But again, if it's a combination of character and numeric value, then how would it determine the minimum and maximum? But yes, so these are things that you need to explore, and when you are doing, then only you would come to know, because there is no way that you can remember the entire list. There is no way you can remember the entire list. Okay, so I'll keep it aggregate minimum num-c. Okay, so now you know the syntax for average. With a little addition, it will work. You need to give the target data type. So whatever operand you are using, you need to specify a target data type. Until and unless you're specifying the target data type, the average aggregate function does not work. Okay, then this was the SAP documentation for the aggregate function. Similar to that, I have opened the SAP documentation for other stuff as well. So this is for the cast operation, and here you can see the list. So I'll quickly talk about the list. Here on the left hand side, so in this column, the first column, whatever you see, that is the source data type. So from integer, you will be converting to different data types. And then if you will see, like, I mean, in the same column from currency, you will be converting to different data types. And in the columns, you can see all the data types listed down. And then there are certain values specified. Based on that value, it would determine whether it can be converted. If it can be converted, is it with some restriction, or it cannot be converted at all. So let's take a few examples. So wherever you see X, then it can be converted to that particular data type without any restrictions. So if I take integer 1, it can be converted to integer 1, integer 2, integer 4, integer 8 without any restrictions. And of course, it should not be any restriction because it's a wider casting. From integer 1, you are converting to integer 8. So that should not be any problem. Now, when you're converting integer 1 to a decimal, it can be converted, but the placeholder, if you see, it has been with Y. And Y says that the target data type should be long enough. So when you're converting an integer 1 to a decimal, wherever you see Y, that should be long enough to hold the value, whatever you have in the integer. Are you getting my point? Is it clear? Of course, I would show that also in the system. We would again discuss about this X, Y, everything. So we have done the typecasting, but we will see more complex typecasting, and typecasting is something which is very important. You will be using that a lot in the CDS view, and we have seen that, right? Even for this, we are doing an implicit typecasting. Whenever you are doing calculations, everywhere typecasting would be required. So we are again revisiting this topic with a more detailed view. So wherever you see a Y, so from integer 8, if you want to convert to a decimal, the placeholders are Y. From numc, if you are converting into an integer, it is a placeholder y, because the target data type, integer data type, should be long enough. So let's say if you have taken numc 15 and you have given all integers, and then if you try to convert into an integer, it has to be long enough. And again, I don't know how it will convert a value ABCD. I think it will go for error. So these are the things we will explore. So numc, where we will give some value as ABCD, integer 4 or integer 8 will try to convert to integer 1. Again, this also should have been y. I don't know why SAP is giving as x, because integer 4 will support larger integer values, and if I try to convert it, maybe it would truncate something. That's the reason only if SAP is given x. Now, similar to that, there are few more placeholders. You see P, D, and Z. So wherever you see P and D, then you cannot use the built-in data type. You have to define a data element. You cannot use a built-in data type. You have to define a data element. And then if you will see here, the combination with D, the data element has to be a suitable target data type in accordance with the table above. So let's say you're converting, where we have T, you're converting character to, I don't know what is this data type, ACCP. Do we have any more? Okay, we'll take like this. So if you're converting from client to client, of course it will be the same, but you need to use a data element. It would not support with the built-in data type. And it should be suitable enough. But when we talk about, D is suitable enough. And when we talk about P, then it has to be the same length as that of operand. And then we have missed one, which is Z. So the combination using Z, the length of the data type must exactly match. So wherever you see from numc to numc, it should match. From numc to dates and times, it should match. Numc to client, it should match. So we'll see some of these examples. So again, coming to our data type, where is that? Okay, so let me open the table, and we are going to use that demo expression table because we have all the data types here. So num1, if you will see the data type, this is integer 4. And from integer 4, we are trying to typecast to integer 8, integer 4 to integer 8. So what was the placeholder here? So from integer 4 to integer 8, when we tried to typecast that, what was the placeholder? X, Y, Z, P, D. What was the placeholder?
Y, but here in table it's indicate X.
It's X, because when we are converting to integer, it is a free conversion. So it should be X. So I'll just add the placeholder so that you can refer that in the future. X. And I'm calling it as a placeholder. Okay. Now from decimal 2 to FLTP. So from decimal to floating, this is also X. No problem. This will be allowed. And we have seen that there is no error. This is also X. Now from FLTP to decimal. So FLTP to, where is this decimal? It is not allowed. FLTP1. Let me check the data type in the system. It could be some other data type also. FLTP1. It's a floating decimal point. I don't know what SAP has done with this. So it's an official documentation. Do they have anything with the latest version? Okay, so according to this list, from floating to decimal is not supported. Maybe let's check. Is it going to go for dump? I'll give a big enough value. 15 to this. It is not giving me an error, but is it going for dump? No, because we don't have value, so that is working fine. And then if you will see here, a numlong2 to abap.integer 4. Now let me check the data type. Numlong2. It is integer 8. And from integer 8, if you are trying to convert to an integer 4, that is what we are doing, right? And this we have already marked that this is going for error. No, this is also not. Some entries got deleted over. Someone has deleted the entries from this table. Okay, just give me a second. Let me check if I have a program which I have added it. I have executed the program and then I've added the entries here again. The same entries what we were using earlier as well. So now let's see one by one which one is going for dump or which one is not going for dump. So first I'll comment it out because I want to see whether this is going for dump or not. No, this is not going. So it was not mentioned in the SAP documentation that this conversion is allowed, but it is working fine. Now, according to our last session, this is going for dump or some kind of an error. So let's see that. And according to SAP's documentation, this is a free conversion. It is still with placeholder X. So let's see that. You can see that it got an error because, of course, if you have an integer value, logically also, if you have an integer value which is bigger than the destination that you're trying to cast to, it will not get casted, right? Go for error. Integer A is. I'm keeping very simple things so you can just understand if you refer to this. So now we have seen X. We can try the different options. So let me try for one with Y. So if I try to cast a integer to a decimal value. So again, I use the same one and I call it the placeholder. So this is my integer, although the field name is num1, but it is integer value. And I want to cast it to a decimal. And if I give a decimal value, let's say 2, and decimal place is also 2. And then this is from integer to decimal. I need one more bracket. So it is not giving me an error, but of course giving me a warning. Cast from integer to type, target type length too small, loss of data possible. So let's see, is it just going to truncate that or it is going to go for dump? It is going for dump, not just truncating that. So if I check what is the characters we have in num1, so we have 4 characters at least. So if I make it to 4 characters, then I don't think it should go for dump. Now the warning is still there. 4.
Probably 6 and 2 we have to convert.
Okay, yeah, right. So because the decimal is also considered in the 6. I'll give some bigger one. I just see what is happening and then let's say give it as 15 and I'll give it as a 5. So using from num1 to decimal, num1 is correct.
What is the data type character length of num1? Can we check what's the table?
It is integer. It is integer.
Yeah, but okay.
I think it is integer 4 or something.
Yeah, can we check this?
It is integer 4.
Integer 10 length.
No, that is not the length of the number of characters. Integer, it holds the value in form of byte. So I think in terms of byte, how many characters would be allowed, that's how it will be calculated for integer 4. It is, I think, 4 byte of integer. But this is a long enough value I've given. So if I just check on Google also, maximum value for 4. Okay, so this is a 32-bit integer. It is minimum and maximum. What is supported is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Still, we have given more than that. So let me try one more value. So now, at least before the decimal, it should be 13 places. Not sure why this is not coming, because again, for the documentation, this is allowed. This is allowed from casting perspective, everything. Let's see if they have given anything in the example. Okay, let's try it. If it is allowed in float. Float is a free one, so it is fine. It's allowed in character as well. Let's try that. Ideally, this should work with 4 as well, because I don't have any value more than how much is this expecting. No. So all these, according to documentation, is mentioned, but not supported. I mean, we cannot do anything about it. I mean, it's only try and check kind of thing we can do, because most of the things is given as per the documentation. Even character is given as per the documentation. I have taken a character which is like way beyond the limit. Let me try with 30 or 40 characters. What more I can take in this? No.
I think the casting itself is not accepting.
Yeah, casting is not happening. That's the reason it is giving us an error, but it is allowed, right? I mean, if we see this document from integer to decimal, from integer to character, it is allowed with Y. And the combination using Y, the target data type must be long enough. I mean, how long enough? I've given 40 characters for an integer value, which is of 4 characters probably, but it is not. Anyways, I mean, this is something you can try. That's the reason. Even I find it very shocking that the official SAP document, you can see this. That's the reason I have not opened it from any of the PPT or any of the document slides, because then we can question the correctness of that, right? But I have directly opened it from help.sap.com. And then here also it is not correct. And they have not updated it with the version. You can see it is still for 7.5.1. But this should hold true, right? Even if they have updated it, the backward compatibility should have been there. But strange. But yes, we will have to live with it. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Can you give this link? We will try.
Can we use?
Can you give this link in the chat? We will try with.
I'll do that. I'll do that. So, I mean, even if you do a Google search, you will find the same link. But I'll give all these links in the chat.
Okay. I have one confusion. If it is less than character integer 4 to integer 8, so it will here x, right? But we have tried to greater than, it's getting the error, right?
I did not follow your question completely. Also, we got an error, right? When we are trying to cast integer 8 to integer 4, that also it gave us an error. Oh, is it for this one? So sorry. 1 second.
Yes.
Okay, you are saying that the error is not for this, it is for the earlier one, you are saying, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Thank you for reminding. Then we again repeat that exercise. But even for this from integer 8 to 4, they have mentioned as an x. So it is freely convertible. But again, that is not the case. It again depends on the data type. So instead of x, it should have been y. That okay, you need to have a correct data type. Again, for all the backward ones. So from 8 to 1, 2, and 4, it should have been y. From 4 to 1 and 2, it should have been y. From 2 to 1, it should have been y. Okay, now let's try this one. I commented it out. So 4 is not allowing, it's giving an error straightforward. 5 also giving error. 6 also giving error. 7 also giving error. I think minimum 10 it will accept. And then if I do an F8 now, okay, yeah, that's a good observation. Thank you for bringing it out. So yes, the typecasting Y is working. Let's try with decimal as well. So decimal 6,2 should work. Yeah, 6,2 is working. Yeah, my bad. I'm so sorry for that. Okay, so this is the data type Y where your operand must be long enough. This we have checked. Y1 we have checked. Then let's try to check some of the ones Z ones from num_c to dates. Okay, I don't think we'll find a data type like that, but let's try data type. So let's see, we have anything. What we are trying is from num_c to dates and something. So dates will have how many characters? 8, right? Or dates will have 8. So what I'm looking for is num_c 8. Do I have anything? num_c 10 we have, num_c 10 we have. Times is even 6, so num_c 6 also we don't have. Okay, then this should give me an error, right? num_c 1 to dates or times, that should give me an error as ABAP dot as num_c 2. And correctly so. So this is correct. So num_c to dates is not possible. The length must match. So it's a very clear-cut error. So probably very rarely you will see such a specific error. So what I need is either a num_c, because I do not see times to times. It is okay. That is anyways convertible. num_c 3, num_c 10, and no, num_c 3, num_c 6, or num_c 8. I don't think we have anything in this table. No, we have only 2 num_cs, which is of character type 10. So we cannot check that. Okay, then I'll comment it out. Now the other ones with P and D, so that I'll show you that with data type, it will not be allowed. So which one is P or D? So client to character, language to character, and the D says it should be appropriate data type. So do we have anything client here? Yes, or any? I don't think it will allow or for mandate. Let me check. As it should be long enough or appropriate enough, right? That's what it was saying. So let me give it for 3 as NT. So it should give me an error. Why? Because client field not allowed in the view entity. So this is not allowed here itself. So again, that's a different thing. No, we do not have those data types that I can show you. Client, language, unit, currency, key, CUK. Why do we have it? But yeah, we have seen most of them. Not everything I can show as an example. But yes, when you are implementing, you will come across the different example. But this is how your typecastings will work. This is the reference document from SAP, which you can refer. It is 95 or more than 95% accurate. Some places you might see some differences. But yes, I mean, when you're trying based on the error, you know how to fix those errors. So, I mean, you need to think logically and then it will work. Any questions from anyone? No questions? So this topic is of prime importance. Casting, you cannot avoid casting. I mean, you need to be thorough. You need to be you should know how to explore the different options, because you're trying to typecast into a one and you're getting an error. And I'll show you how you can use typecasting to your advantages in some cases. So that we will discuss. But before that, I'll talk about the built-in functions. And then again, I have not an assignment exactly, but I have a use case that we will discuss. That will probably prepare you guys for the test, and also see most of the concepts we have discussed, like the mathematical or the numeric function, aggregate function, casting, those things we will see. Okay, so first let's come back and try to finish this built-in function. Did we add this many things? Okay, so what we are trying to do here is, I forgot the requirement what I had given, but again, we are trying to use the currency conversion. Anyone remembers what was the requirement we were discussing over here?
For purchase of all the item currency list out.
Okay. So I have already listed down the purchase document number, item number, and currency. And then we have the net price, document type, and document date. I can remove this. I don't need this. Now, okay, I think I now remember what I was trying to do is, I want all the purchase document and purchase number and their corresponding value, but in a currency which is entered by the user. So let's say I am a director of a company, and I want to see all the purchase orders that are there in the system. But I am based out of India, so I do not understand, or probably I would need a calculator to do the currencies which are in USD to INR, or maybe which is in Euro to INR. So I would give the input as INR, and then I will see all the purchase documents and their corresponding value in INR. Similarly, another director who is sitting in US, if he or she tries to see the same output, he would enter the currency in which he or she wants to see the output, and then it will show the data in that particular currency. Clear with the requirement?
Yeah.
So how to proceed with that? So of course, I am exposing the purchase document number. I'm exposing the purchase item number. I'm exposing the currency as well. I would call it as a default currency or the table currency. So the data about whatever the currency that is in the table. And then you have this item price. I have created something. Okay, on top of this, I have created another serious view, so even that will become. Okay, so this is my item price. But again, some of the prices will be in USD, some of the prices will be in Euro, INR, maybe Japanese yen, whatever currencies you have. So I need to convert this into a particular currency. So I am going to use a function which is available over here. So you see this, there is a built-in function available here, which is currency conversion function. And you select this, and when you want to insert such a functions like that, or even when you are inserting the syntax, you always get an option, press shift enter to insert the signature. If I just double click on this, you see this, it is just adding that keyword. But instead of adding that keyword, maybe from anywhere, if I get that, and I just select that and press shift enter from my keyboard, it will insert the complete signature. So I have inserted the complete signature. I am going to format this a little bit. Okay. So now this should be self-explanatory. You can look at the values and tell me what values I should be passing, and I mean whatever placeholders are there, that should be replaced with certain values. What I need to do.
So here amount will be item price.
Okay, item price probably will not work. You can see the error still. The column item price is unknown. So what should be the correct?
Okay, then again we have to take from the table EKP dot.
Right. Next, maybe anyone else also would like to would like to unmute yourself and speak.
Source currency EKQ.where's.
Okay. Then next,
whichever we want, might be INR or.
So
probably we can make use of parameter.
Make it dynamic. I want to make it dynamic, right?
with parameter.
Is there any system currency like current system or something like that?
You can, but even for the system currency, how can you get the system currency?
Like user might have.
Probably from user profile, do we have any possibility here that
we have discussed about the system currency? How can I pass the system currency? Anyone?
From the parameters, and not making it as a mandatory thing that we discussed here.
Right. So P underscore CURR, and then I'll give it a data type RS. I think that would be a data element. And then this I can pass. So target currency, I can pass this as well. So dollar, and then, so this will take the currency what user is going to input. If I want to make it default with system currency, what was the annotation?
Environment system.
Yes, environment system field, and you have the currency. You don't have currency. Language, time zone, date. So
I think it should be based on user. So we can take some system field. Probably we should take based on user profile. But I don't know whether this will support.
So these are the system fields. At least in the system fields, it is not there. There is one more type. Let me check that.
Can we try with the user?
No. This is your user ID type. This is your. I mean, it's a user ID. It is not a
user ID. Okay.
Just give me a second. I'm trying to check. There are more variables. Sure. Maybe I'll check if there are more annotations or more variables from system field, or let me insert the complete signature of this system. But I'll check. I'll again check. I'm not sure whether it is there or not, but I'll check if we have more variables for currency also. Okay, but continuing this discussion, what next? So the exchange rate keeps on changing every day.
Yeah, so we have to go with the current date.
System date, yeah.
System field.
So how can I do that?
Using environment parameter.
Psi-datum, is it allowed here? If we put in exchange rate date, system date here?
No, at the rate, I mean, we have to use that seman.
Date not allowed.
System field size.
SYST-date is there.
SYST, no.
It is not there. Okay. No, it's not there.
Can we try to use in parameters and then default it like
that would work, because we already have a system field with date. So P underscore current date, I would call it as, and this is here as a data type. It should be allowed.
No, I mean system.environment, that annotation and that value.
I'm just trying to give the data type. That we will do.
Data type would be datum.
Or ABAP.dates.
So even for system variable, it is SYST. What is the table name or structure name, right? It's a structure.
SYST is the structure. Inside that we have Psi data. Psi.
Yeah, so I was trying for Psi datum only. Why don't it is not
inside
is the data type used here?
That
okay, it is underscore. I was just trying to give a data type, this one, so that will work. But giving that as a value will not work, because this is just a data element. It is not a table column or something. Maybe for user, the alternate approach that I can think of is get those tables where you have the user parameters stored and somehow use that in the query, and then you can pass that column name. But again, it has to be, if it is only one record. If it has more than one record, again, it would take random values. Okay, but this one I can make at the rate environment.system field, and we have one for system date. Okay, so then okay, and even I need to give an annotation for this. Let me try if the same one will work here as well. Yeah, it works. Now, what error we have? Okay. I'll delete this one because we had created another view on top of this. So I'll delete this one. Yeah, no issues here. So what we have done is we have taken the data, the purchase data from EKKO and EKPO table. I'm exposing or projecting the fields: purchase document number, purchase item number, the source currency, and then the price in that currency. And then I'm using a currency conversion, and I am getting the price in target currency. Or what better I could have done is, now I could change this, right? So this is my source currency or table currency. Now I can change that because I have removed that projection view. table currency. And then what I would do is I would create one more currency here. So what is the currency that is being used for this? What is the currency that is being used for this? So that is not the target currency. It should be the target price. We are doing a currency conversion. Yeah. So what is the currency that is being used for this? What will be my destination currency?
The one which we'll give in the
parameter.
So if you remember, we had inserted the parameter and there was a question, what is the use of it? So now probably if I want to show the user that, okay, this is your destination currency, your target price is in this particular currency. How can I do that? We already know that. So $parameters dot P_CURR, and I'll give it as an alias name. I'll call it as a target currency, and this I would give here. Instead of giving the same one, I would give this one. So even the annotations are now correctly linked. Now I would do an F8. So let's say I give INR. So you can do the calculation again. It will depend upon the value, the currency conversion value, what it is maintained in the table. Somewhere I think Peaker table is there. So you might not see the correct result as per Google that you will see the same result. It's again based on the value that is maintained, but it has done some conversion. So from USD, from 0.80, you can see it is taking 3,000 something. So someone must have maintained currency conversion like that. But you can cross check. So how can I cross check? Okay, so how can I cross check? So 3735.20 by 0.80. So this is the INR value for $1, $1. Now I'll try to multiply it with 20. Is it coming around that? Yes, it is coming 93,380. So someone has maintained that for $1, the INR value is 4,000. So again, I mean, can't do anything, but according to that value, it is being calculated.
Maybe
do we have any
the other way? It's happening the other way around. Instead of into 80, converting it into 80, probably.
No, you can do the math. So this is the item price, and this is the target price. That source currency is USD and INR. What I did is I checked that what value they have maintained and just cross check with some other value whether I'm getting the same result or not. So for 80 cents the target price is 3735. So $1 it would be 4,000 whatever we did, and then that 4,000 I multiplied with 20 and I was getting this value. So it is correct, right?
Yeah.
Any other we have? So I would increase the number of records, or maybe I want to see whether I have any currencies from Euro to INR. How can I check this? So I am the director. I need to check, from target currency Euro to INR, what I need to do.
Table currency, we have to see if there is any, with filter, we can check if there is any Euro.
So that is my requirement. You tell me, how can I do that? You mentioned the word correctly. So just try to look for that word here. And we have discussed that as well. Probably in the first or second class. I think in the second class.
What the requirement is that we want to convert from Euro to INR?
No, that conversion is already done. That conversion is already done, right? So I am not defining the source currency every time. I have defined the target currency in form of parameter, INR, right? So whatever the source currency is, whether it is dollar, euro, Japanese yen, Australian dollar, or dirham, whatever it is, that conversion is already done. I want to see how many, or probably the currencies where the table currency is euro and that has got converted to INR, whether is there any purchase document number like that or not.
There's an option add filter. From there we can check the table currency.
Perfect. So I'll go to this column add filter and then filter on the table currency, and here I will give euro. It is going to filter everything for euro. So we have like 31 records only with euro, and it got converted to INR. Again, I mean, don't get confused with the values. It's because it's a sandbox system, right? So someone has maintained something wrong, and it is considering that value. So again, do not get worried about that conversion. Even the ratio, if they would have maintained the ratio is for 1/1000, instead of 1/100, they have maintained 1/1000, then it would get increased by 1 decimal places. So that is fine, but the conversion is happening correctly. Okay. Any questions on this?
Yes, I want to show the code. I mean, see the code. Again.
What was the shortcut you mentioned?
Shortcut for?
For giving that currency underscore conversion function.
Okay, you will get that. So whenever you start typing, you always get some prompts.
Yeah, we have to click some key you mentioned, like shift plus.
So I'll show you that. It's shift enter, but you will get that. So as you start typing, you get these prompts, right? You select that, and every time you will have that keyword mentioned, shift plus enter. So you select that and press shift plus enter to insert the complete signature. Okay. Yeah. Someone was also having more question. You wanted to see the output. That's what you said, right?
No, the code I saw.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay. So then this is the requirement. We have achieved currency conversion. In a similar way, use the same EKKO and EKPO table and use the unit conversion. Use the unit conversion. I want to see everything in kg. There would be many challenges. And as you start implementing, you will come across those challenges. So implement that, and then we will discuss about it. So in a very similar manner, the way we have implemented for currency conversion, you need to implement for unit conversion as well. And you can take the column names from EKQ and EKPU table. You have the quantity and the unit of measures in these tables. Take those columns and implement the unit conversion. So I want to see everything in grams. And the first question that you should ask is whether everything is possible to get converted into gram.
The unit might be different as well, liters or something like that.
Right. So will it work, first of all?
Okay, it will work, huh?
I'm asking.
It will not work. Grams will be.
It will not work because unit could be it could be a weight. It could be, let's say, in liters. If you're measuring something which is in liquid state, then kilometer, it could be meter. So I want to see everything which is related to weight. So from gram, or if it is milligram or whatever, I want to see that in gram. Is there a way that I can restrict that, okay, I am seeing only those values which is having a unit or something like that? So can you restrict that? Or maybe to make it a little bit simple for you, from gram to kilogram I want to see. So is there a way that you can restrict? So you can, if you can make your program working, well and good, otherwise we will discuss.
We can have a default like where condition with the kg as a unit, kg or gram.
So yes, implement that.
Okay.
So maybe 15 minutes, we can implement that first, and then we will take a break. But first we will implement that, and we will discuss after the break. But let's implement that first, and then probably you can take a break.
The thing is, where conversion thing like unit conversion or currency conversion we get some pop-up at below, right? Like hence, I'm not getting that, like where I can click on shift enter and then proceed with.
No, just try unit underscore conversion.
Yeah, I typed unit underscore conversion also, but then also it is not giving me any hints at the entire. Okay.
Can you share your screen?
I'm also facing the same issue.
So
Okay, maybe do not type the complete conversion. Just remove some of the characters. Now do a control space. Yeah, that was fine. Unit underscore something was
right.
Do a control space now. Okay. Maybe I think you already have an error in MENG. Can you try typing this before at line number 22 maybe? You're getting some pop-up, but I'm not sure whether it was.
No, it is not the same. It is just saying it is loading, but not reading.
Something CO at least. No, unit.co. Maybe you can comment that the column for time being 23 and 24, because there is some error over there that we will check later on. But okay. Now do a control space.
Unit underscore, I think. Unit underscore. Can you try with control
space? Underscore, not dot, sorry. Yeah.
Control space. You can try.
Yeah, you're getting it. Maybe if it was error at line number 24, or I'm not sure whether you were using unit dot or something, not sure. But you will get it. Like
okay, thanks. I'll check it.
Yes, someone is saying something.
Do you know exactly word for kg or ID for kg in my gram?
So for kg it is kg, and for gram it is g.
I guess that is not there. I'll just share my screen. Can be in this.
It could be. I mean, there is no value that could be a different issue. But yeah, you can share your screen. No, it is not kgm. It is
this I put kg and you said it's a G, right?
Yeah.
Then convert. This conversion is done actually.
Yeah, it is working as well. You can see in 2000 it's being done. It's fine. What about others? You need more time or you're done? So those who have done, maybe they can use this raise hand feature and they can confirm that you have done.
This is fine, no?
Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. We'll discuss this. Maybe you can stop sharing. We can discuss this once.
Okay, yeah.
So yes, those who have done, please use this raise hand feature in the Teams and notify that you are done. What about others? I can see only 5 hands raised. What about others? You are still doing, you are facing any issue, you get stuck somewhere, then we can discuss that. But you need to let me know. At least 50% should be done, right? Then I can proceed forward.
I'm still doing, and I'm trying to link the unit of the target value at semantics. So I'm facing issue with that.
Yeah,
Where to
maybe
put that line.
Yeah, you can share your screen and we can discuss that. If you're stuck at any place, we can discuss that together.
Yeah. So here is the target quantity. I want to do this semantics thing with this, to know that this is its value. I mean,
So just copy that entire line from line number 23. So you, even for target quantity, you want to give the same unit of measure, right?
No, target is in grams. This is base.
Okay,
Target would be the converted one, which I will provide in my unit, in my parameter. That would be grams.
Okay.
And this is the target quantity which has converted, right?
Okay. So for this target quantity, you want to have a different unit of measure.
No, the unit of measure would be the one which I have provided here as grams. Now here I'm getting an error that the reference information is missing. Correct. I believe this would be the quantity it has, but the unit of measure we provide from where to get it. So for this target quantity, I do not have any reference, the quantity of unit of measure that where it should get. I think this is that error, or I'm not sure.
Yeah, it is that error only. So for the quantity, what you have defined in line number 21, which is in kg, the unit of measure you have given at line number 24, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So what is the unit of measure that you have given for line number 26? I mean, the entire function that you have given, which is your target
this
quantity.
One, I would take it from the user as input that I could be programs
So
or anything.
Please expose that field first. So you have not exposed that field locally, right? You need to expose that field.
Actually, this I tried. It did not work like that.
Maybe
you mean to say this?
Together. Yes. No, not like that. First, you need to expose that field. Because that field is not like you are doing EKKO, EBLN, so you need to project that field as an output.
We already have here in this.
But that is an input parameter. Is it anywhere in the projection list that you will be showing it in the output?
Okay. So how to project? What to write?
Right. So I think you had already done that just now. What you did. So $parameters.field name. So this is you're projecting the parameter. Now, if you want to give any alias like you have done for all other fields, you can do that. You're missing the as keyword. Okay.
Now here I can do this add semantics thing and okay.
You need to define before that. It is fine. Yeah, your unit of measure is below. Fine. Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else who is also got stuck somewhere and you need? We can discuss that if you're stuck somewhere.
It did not ask for what is this? Okay, this is something else. I want to test this. What is it? Brands and
Capital G.
Capital G?
Yeah.
Okay. What is this? This is okay. Okay. Actually, question suppose the same while putting the parameters, we cannot by default populate it in the views, right? While using the program, we might do that. But while using, the entities into the program, we might be able to do that. But in entity view, we cannot hard code it, right? We just want to populate at the output. At the initial screen that it should be.
You can hard code the value. I did not completely follow your question. You want to hard code the parameters.
Yes. That's right.
No, you have to give every time as a user input.
But yeah, as a user input, but we just want to let the user know that, okay, this is the input, or we can let him update it. But by default, we would like to populate something. Then is it possible? Let's suppose.
It's all right. Not every parameter value, but if there are certain data types that we can by default can populate with the system fields.
System fields, but not the other values. Like suppose in current example, if no, right? Okay.
No. So that is something I would again check because there was a similar question asked that was related to currency because we do not have a system field for currency. I would check if there are any other annotation available using which we can populate or default the value in the parameters. That I will check. But yeah, as per the current scenario, what I know is only the system fields that you can default it with. Okay, I hope at least most of you have done that unit conversion program or the CDS view. If you have any questions, if you are stuck, then let me know. We can discuss that. Otherwise, I will skip that from discussion, because if you have already implemented that, you already know that. If you don't have any questions, then I don't think we need to discuss that again. We have already discussed a similar requirement, which is with currency conversion. So yes, anyone who is still facing some issues and would like that to be discussed. Okay, then I am considering your silence that, okay, everyone has done that. You guys don't have any questions. So I am moving ahead with the next topic. Okay, I am going to ping you. Yep, someone is saying something?
I said, okay, yeah.
Okay. So I am going to ping these links. If you need, you can open those. So these are the things we have already discussed so far. So like the cast operations, cast expressions we have discussed, group by along with aggregate functions we have discussed. Then of course the arithmetic and usual mathematical numeric functions also we have discussed. Okay, now let me again talk about a requirement, and maybe I'll open the tables. Everywhere, wherever you are using a certain data type, then you need to define these annotations, right? Can you tell me those data types for which we need to define the annotations?
Currency and quantity.
Currency and quantity. Those are the data types. So if you are using those specific, I am insisting on the word, if you are using those specific data types, then you need to define the reference. If you're using the currency data type, then you need to define the reference currency key field. If you are using quantity as a data type, then you need to define the unit of measure as a reference field, respectively, right? Okay. So, but remember this point, I said specific. So now the next question, is there a way that you can think of that I can avoid this annotation? I don't want to write this annotation, because the flip side of writing these annotations is that I need to include that field as a local field also. So even for currency, I need to include that field as a local field. Is there a way that you can think of that we could try? So let us try one concept. So I am going to use the same VBAK table. Okay, I am going to use VBAK.VB. If you are struggling with your mic and if your question is short, maybe you can type and then I'll try to answer.
I was saying that last day you had said using another CDS view, that approach we had done.
We will check another CDS view.
Means one CDS view we have created. In that we have already applied the semantics and means item price and everything is included. And if we are using that CDS view as a subset of other, then in that case we do not need to write semantic syntax again. So that was one approach.
So yeah, that is correct. You are talking about this metadata ignore propagated annotation. So yes, that we had already seen. So if you're creating a projection view on top of a CDS view, and on the lower level CDS view, which you are using as a base CDS view to propagate, or I would call it as an interface and consumption CDS view. So if you have already defined the annotation in the interface CDS view, then you can propagate that annotation to the consumption view. Absolutely correct. That is true. I am trying to explore one more approach. So that is, yes, that is one of the ways. Absolutely right. Okay. Then VBAK, NET. Okay. As soon as I give this, I will get an error that reference information missing. And this reference information missing is with a particular data type. And the data type is with currency data type. Here, NETWR is a currency data type. What I'm going to try is, I'm going to cast this into a decimal data type. Let's see if I still need to give the annotation. I can do that, right? I can cast a currency data type to a decimal data type, which we are using NETWR. So this is a currency data type. If I further explore this data element, this is it is not further categorized, but again, it would accommodate the value. It would in the backend, in the backend or at the lowest level, it will allow 15 characters or 15 digits, and out of which 2 can be decimal places. Okay. And if I go back here and if I check, can I cast a currency data type to a decimal data type? Yes, I can cast a currency data type to a decimal data type. That also I can do. So it is X. Let me try that. So how to use that? So cast AK as ABAP.decimal, and the length is, I'll give the same length what we have seen in the data element. So 15 and 2, and then one more bracket as price. Is it giving me an error? No. What I have done is the value will remain the same, but from system perspective, annotation is only required when we have specific data type, and those specific data types are currency and quantity. So now I have typecasted that to a decimal data type. So it's no more, this price is no more a currency data type. It's a decimal data type. Let me see if I am getting the output. I am getting the output as well. No problem with that. So this is another way that you can avoid the reference annotation. Clear?
But it will allow this conversion and everything, like conversion as in this quantity I would like to see in some other unit of measurement. So the casting would allow this because it has internally changed its data type to DEC now.
So what type you would like to see this? This is not a quantity, it's a currency.
It's the price, correct? Yeah. So it could be, I think, suppose if it is in USD and if we are doing any conversion, now it is no longer remain as, I mean, how it will determine it is, I mean, I would like to say if we are not defining it, linked it to a currency, then if you want to see it in some other unit of measurement, then will it not affect or will it work?
That you anyways you can see that, right? Anyways, I mean, I am not changing any value of it. If the value, the price is in USD, it is 100 USD. If it is in euro, it is 80 euro. I am not changing the value of it, right? I'm not changing the value, neither I'm changing the currency which is being used in the backend. If I want to see the currency as an output, yes, I can do that. I can expose it. I can expose the currency as well. But here, for unit conversion, again, for unit conversion, what you had to do, what we did in the unit conversion or the currency conversion we did. Where is that?
The target price, so the base quantity UOM and target currency.
Yes, so this will work, right? Here I am not passing any conversion or any conversion routine. I'm not passing, right? It is still going to work on the value that is there in the database table. And here also, I am not changing anything from the value, right? Am I changing anything from the value?
No, not value perspective.
No. Then if you want to do the currency conversion, yes, you can do that. It will work on this field.
Okay.
And maybe for trying, we can try whether the casting is supported with built-in function or not. So instead of any TPR, if I give this like this, where is it locked? Someone is changing the same code. Please come out of it. Yeah. So whoever is using this user ID, can you please come out of this or can you close this CDS view?
Actually, that is my user ID, but I haven't opened your program. And it is mine, but I haven't opened.
Okay, then I paste this in the chat. Maybe if someone who has already implemented the currency conversion, just try to paste this value. Okay, now I think it's there. Okay, now it is there. It is giving you an error. Why? Think from a function module perspective. If I do the same thing in a function module, it will give me an error.
Probably in the currency conversion type, the source type.
Correct.
Yes,
So currency conversion, the data type of amount is of type currency. And here I'm giving a data type of decimal.
DC.
Okay, VBAK. No, even that would give an error, but here we are using a different table. Okay.
EKKO, I think we are using it. EKKO dot or EK. Okay, it's EKKO price.
Type decimal of parameter amount is not supported. Because, of course, I mean, if it is a parallel to a function module or a method, so the actual parameter and the formal parameter, if it is not same, it will give you an error or it will go for down. Any one of those things it will do, right?
Yes.
So it is not allowing. So here for currency conversion, anyways, I mean, your source values are not changing, whether I'm using it with a currency reference or not. Only thing is, I mean, here I'm not exposing it. Why I am doing that? Again, the use case, we will see that, but it is possible. I'm not changing anything with the value. I have executed that. Value has not changed. Only I have changed the data type. So because of changing the data type, I do not have to give the reference or the currency reference field. Only that I am doing. Clear? Or you still have some confusion or a follow-up question? Yes, no? Okay. Then I don't think we have that much of time, but we will discuss this. So this is one thing. You need to apply this principle at a lot of places. So you always have to have the casting concept in your mind. You have to apply this at a lot of places, and when it will come in handy. Now I have the EKKO or maybe VBAK and VBAP table. Now let me come to the example we have implemented. Now the same example. Now I want to see the total sales based on customer. I am assuming everything, all the values that is there in the system is of one currency type, or maybe only for USD. Let's say I am the sales head in USD. So I want to see the total sales grouped according to the customer, and I don't want to include any other currency. Of course, in both the scenarios, it will give the same result, but I'm just trying to build a use case where I don't want to use the currency in the group by condition. Then this kind of situation could come in handy. And not only, here I'm talking about only one field. Let's say you have a sum, you have a profitability, you have the loss, you have to calculate the average. Then you cannot keep on adding the annotation for every column, right? So other way could be that you just simply change the data type and it will work. Okay, then the next requirement is again from VBAK and VBAP table. I want to get the total sum, and along with the total sum, I want to calculate the, let's say, calculate the profitability or something. So you would have a quantity field, right? Let me check if we have a quantity field in which table. Okay, so you have a quantity field here. So let me bring in the notepad. Okay, so total sales you can calculate, right? Grouped by customer. And I want to know the handling cost or something. I'll call it as a handling cost, which is by total sales divided by the quantity. So this will give me the handling cost. So only one addition. We have already done the arithmetic and mathematical operation. So only one addition. You might have to do casting and everything, but again, that you have to do. And then once you are done with this, I'll show you more stuff on this. So only one additional requirement. So total sales, you already know how to calculate group by customer. I want the handling cost, which is the total sales divided by the quantity. And the quantity you can take from VBAP, ZIEME. I hope there will be values in it, and then you can implement this. Everyone clear with the requirement? Yes, no, any response? Yes. Okay.
ZIEME.
So one by one, please.
ZIEME is unit, right?
Okay, sorry, it is the unit. My bad. There would be ZMENG.
Yeah, MENG. I think MENG should have it. I think so.
Yeah. This is the quantity field. It should have value. That is my assumption. But again, if you don't have the value, we will see 0. That is fine, but just try with it.
Okay.
And you would get errors at various places, and you need to figure out how you need to solve that error. So, of course, I will be helping you guys, but try to think from all the concepts we have learned so far. And if you can resolve the errors applying any of those concepts, try that. If you are not able to do that, then again, let me know. We will fix it together. And I'll strictly keep it to 15 minutes because I need to discuss this. So I'll strictly keep it to 15 minutes. So it is 10:40. So in 15 minutes, we will be discussing this solution. And I'll bring in the requirement. And it is from VBAK and VBAP tables. Yeah. Please. And if you are finished early, you can just use the raise hand feature. So I get to know that okay, how many of you have already done. And you can copy paste the code for this because you have already done this total sales. So you can copy paste. Or if you already know the syntax, you can type anything. Yes. So anyone who is able to succeed in implementing the complete requirement.
Shall I share my screen?
Yes, please.
It may not be correct, might be, but I'll just share. Can you see?
It's loading. Yeah, I can see now.
Okay, this is what it is. This we have to do because divide by 0 errors are coming. So I added this, that this will be always calculated on greater than 0 value only.
Okay, but are we getting, so to certain extent this is correct, but are we going to get the output grouped by customer? That was my requirement, right? If I bring in the requirement, total sales grouped by customer, and then the handling cost, which is the total sales divided by quantity. So this is the requirement, right? Yeah. Can you expand that column so you can see only for that customers, because the total price is changing. It is not a summation value that you are getting, right?
Okay. This has to be summation as well.
Yes, of course. Then only I will be getting the total. Even the total is not correct, because since you have given the other fields like I don't know what all you have used there in the group by, it is not doing the summation.
Okay. Got it. I'll just try another way. Yeah.
Yes. Anyone who has tried a different approach? Maybe even if you have not complete, you have tried a different approach, then please share your screen and then we can discuss. I know because I see errors. Yeah, please go ahead.
So here in the count, I'm getting the number of records, count as order count. So then I'm doing this casting, division of sum of items NetWeaver by divided by count star.
No, I do not want the count. It is on the quantity, not on the count.
Okay, fine. Then we can have it on next week Tuesday.
Okay, maybe I understood. Okay.
Right, because we have the quantity field, right? MENG something.
Then we select internally. Okay. And then we have this column Tuesday.
So this count and everything what you have implemented will work fine, but the handling cost will not work. And at least in your case, sum is everything. The value of sum will be correct because you are considering only customer in euro or whatever currency in the group by condition. So the sum is correct. Only for the division you need to do some little bit of adjustment. Instead of count, the first operand is correct. Instead of count, it should have been the quantity.
Sum of item dot quantity. Okay, let me check.
I'll ask
anyone else?
Yeah, but I'm getting syntax error. It's just
fine.
like
We'll try to resolve
what
that.
I'm trying to do here is I'm just fetching data from ABAP based on the join, grouping by the customer number.
Okay.
And addition of all the net prices of VBAP, and I'm trying to convert it into a DC format based on casting, dividing all the summation of MENG as DC, and that's it. And then trying to put it into the output as target quantity. But
show me the error. What is the error you're getting? Okay, you are using
syntax
both.
Error.
You are using the keyword division and you are using the direct division as well. So if you remove the keyword division, can you remove the keyword division?
I tried with com. Okay.
No, that is fine. Even if you remove the keyword division, even slash works fine. There you need to pass in a specific format. Just remove that completely. Div. Okay. Now let me see. 1, 2, 3. 1.
Group by field. It is not.
No, group by field, no. So just look at the cast first. So the sum is closed. Is the cast completely closed? The bracket, is it completely closed? How would you fix that? Yes, that is done. Then similarly check for the next one.
Yeah, it's happening.
So you have 1, 2, 3.
And this is closed. This is completed. Here, this is closed. This is closed. This is closed as well for this.
Okay, and then check the error. Is it with the reference field that you're getting?
Data type DC does not allow a length to be specified. Okay, DC is not allowed.
It allows the length to be specified. Yeah. Can you put the same check what is the data type of quantity? Is it 50?
It was this one. This is quantity quant. And it is 13.
Click on that. It is 13.3.
13 and 3.
Can you try to define it the same way?
Okay, I used 2.
Okay, let me again see the error.
The data type doesn't allow a length to be specified. Data type both DC is not allowed, it says.
I'm just trying to figure out sum. This is fine. We calculate the sum, then it is.
I think you should write abap.dec.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, yes. ABAP dot?
Yes.
Okay.
Format, it's a wrong keyword, in fact. Same for the quantity as well. Now the error is gone. And you're just missing the sum. So this will give you the what was handling cost that we wanted. The sum is missing. So you can add sum of the net price, right? We want both the columns to be exposed, right?
Okay, so net price also we wanted, and this also.
This is used only for the calculation. You're not going to see that as output. This is only used in the calculation, sum I net price, right? So what you have written at line number 16 is used in the calculation, and you will see only one column, I think, with the handling cost or whatever you have given that.
Yes, we wanted another column like with net price also.
That is fine. So if you will see in the chat, the 2 columns which I need is the total sales and then the handling cost. And the calculation for handling cost is like what you have done. total sales divided by quantity.
Okay, we wanted this handling cost, total sales divided by quantity. So
Yeah, and the
handling
total
cost is nothing but total sales divided by quantity only,
So
right?
this is fine. You have implemented the first
Okay.
row, total sales group by customer.
This one, we wanted this one.
Yes, right. So that is fine. You can implement it. That will not be an issue. You already have done that. Now, if you will implement, if you will execute this, you will get a dump.
We haven't we haven't written this to be like what to say, the exposure, we haven't done it, right? Like how we
As target, whatever name you have given, that has been already exposed. Whatever you are writing within this two bracket, it's exposing that. Can you execute it? Can you do an F8 on this?
Yeah, we can't display. What is this?
Maybe just click on this view and press F8. Is it not working?
Is it saying
Yes, you're getting it down. Why? Anyone? Divided by 0 is not working. It's not going to work. Now, how can you fix this?
My output is coming correct.
Yes,
Share my
yes,
screen?
Yeah, you can share this screen.
Yeah.
So this part is correct. This part is correct. The expectation was that you should use the cast operator in a correct way, then you will get the output.
So
Okay,
basically,
you have
I used a case
You have
statement.
already implemented the logic which I was okay, fine. So you can use the case statement. That is fine. So you have already done that, and rest of the logic, like others, you have implemented. She has also implemented the same thing. Only thing is, you should not be using the quantity MEINS as an exposed field. Otherwise, you'll have to use that group by, and your output is not correct at the moment.
Okay.
Right, because you can see the customer number getting repeated for every quantity.
Right.
So if you remove those fields, then you can remove that from the group by as well, and then your output is correct. Your output is correct.
Hey there, want to get good at building apps on SAP? Our SAP BTP ABAP on HANA course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP BTP ABAP. It's like a toolbox for writing smart code and using HANA Power in the cloud. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP BTP ABAP Pro? Sign up for our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.